Welcome to HOJO Radio.
This is Sandy Becker saying, keep cooking with Crisco. It's all vegetable. It's digestible.
Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont. This evening, the DuPont Cavalcade salutes a woman of spirit and courage, Hepzibah Merritt, the matriarch of the famous Merritt family, which opened up the northern Minnesota iron lands. After you've heard the story of how the Merritt family discovered iron, you'll want to know what happened in northern Minnesota as a result of that original discovery. A description of the vast holes dug in the earth in developing the great open-pit mines of the Mesaba Range and of the role that a modern chemical product, dynamite, plays in mining the valuable ore will be the subject of this evening's Story of Chemistry at the close of our broadcast. This story gives additional meaning to the DuPont pledge, better things for better living, through chemistry. As an overture, Don Voorhees and the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra play a special setting of Someday I'll Find My Prince and Hi-Ho from Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. DuPont cavalcade moves forward. Hepzibah Merritt was the wife of Lewis Merritt, a sawmill man, whose adventuresome spirit had taken him far up Lake Superior, which in 1857 was like going to the ends of the earth. But there Merritt was, and there Hepzibah and 5 of her 7 boys followed him. A dilapidated side-wheel steamboat is making its perilous way up Lake Superior under the command of a man known as Big Mouth Charlie. One of the passengers is talking with him.
Well, Charlie, looks as though it might be going to blow up a little trouble.
Never blows anything but trouble on Kitchigami, Mr. Hall. This bloomin' pond thinks it's an ocean. Tries to act like one. I ain't brought this boat over in quiet water since I started the run.
Lucky we're in before it gets too wild.
Lucky's right. Sky looks bad. You never can tell what you'll get this time of year. I don't mind. I'm used to it. With that woman and her kids aboard, I don't want to run into rough going.
Well, Hepzibah Merritt would be game, all right.
I know she'd be game. That woman's no bigger than a half pint. She's all nerve. Ain't many women go trailing a parcel of kids up this wild country just to keep house for a wanderer like Lou Merritt.
Lou Merritt believes in this country. I swear I don't know what he expects to find up here. Rock and fog, no spring and little enough summer.
Then what brings you back, Mr. Hall?
Oh, I don't know, Big Mouth. I've sworn a half a dozen times to stay away. There's something about it that gets you. It's a grand, wild new land. A man can think and do as he pleases. Down in Ohio, they say this part of the country's uninhabitable. They think I'm crazy to come here, but I don't feel comfortable in it myself.
Well, I bet they've missed you and your red sash, Mr. Hall. You're the best dresser in Duluth. They need you to give a little style to the town.
Oh, come now, Charlie.
That's fact, Mr. Hall. You go walking along the street in your broadcloth pants and fine shirt, civilization don't seem too far away. Makes a fella feel that someday them log cabins will grow into a respectable community with more white men around than Indians.
Well, maybe, Charlie. Probably not in our time. But those woods and rocks hold a lot of secrets. It'll be youngsters like these married kids that'll ferret them out.
If there's anything in them hills or anywhere else, young Lon will have it. He's a terror, that one. I don't know how Miss Merritt stands it. I've hauled him back over the side half a dozen times.
Well, Merritt certainly went in for high-sounding names for those boys. Leonidas, Cassius, Alfred, Napoleon. Got 'em out of books, Merritt says. Now, Alf, he's different from Lon. Not dumb, mind you, but slow-spoken, easy.
They'll probably all grow up like the Indians. There's Miss Merritt now.
Evening, Charlie.
Evening, Miss Merritt.
Evening, Mr. Hall.
Evening, Miss Merritt.
We're nearly in, Miss Merritt. When we get around this point, we'll be right at the dock. I reckon Lou will be waiting for you there. I'll see you before you get off.
I hope Lou knows our boys. They growed some since he went away, especially Leonidas.
Where are you planning to settle, Miss Merritt?
Well, Lewis took up some land in St. Louis Bay and built us a log house. His letter didn't say much, except that it had pines all around and the river right in front. Of course, you know Lou ain't much for giving detail, but I brought my skillets and some furniture and Amanda.
Amanda?
Yes, she's our black cow.
Oh.
Couldn't leave her behind. The boys need milk to drink.
Well, I hope you like it up here. It's a pretty desolate country, Miss Merritt.
Oh, we'll make out. I'd have stayed in Ohio. A body gets kind of tired jumping around so much with a pack of youngsters, but, well, Lou's always for new places, and, well, I just got to come along. Lou believes in this country up here, Mr. Hall, like you do. And I guess I got to believe in it, too.
I hope it won't disappoint you, Miss Merritt. It's rough, but...
Ron! Leonidas, get down off that railing. We're getting in, Mom. We're getting in. Mom, look, engines. What?
Yes, we're here, Miss Merritt. There's Minnesota Point. coming around her in a minute, ma'am. Right up the stunt dock.
The base full of Indians in canoes. Looky.
Are there many Indians around here, Mr. Hall?
Oh, quite a lot. Those are Ojibways. You can see their teepees there on the shore.
Gee, we're going to live right with them, Mom. Maybe they'll teach me to shoot with a bow and arrow. Maybe they'll show me how to paddle a canoe. Look, Mom, on the dock. There's Paul. Where? Hello, Paul. Oh, yeah. There he is. It's kind of funny here, ain't it, Mom? You suppose we'll like it living here?
We gotta like it, Lon. It's gonna be home.
Hepzibah Merritt was right. It was home. For 10 years, Hepzibah kept house, cooked, fashioned candles, made clothes for her 7 boys, and served as nurse for the entire community. As the years passed and the North Country grew, the Merritt boys grew with it. Lon, a natural woodsman, was the leader. Then one day, the father, Lou, now a youthful patriarch, calls the family around him. Hepzibah makes them welcome as always.
I made fresh donuts this morning, if any of you'd like them. I'm putting them here on the table.
Thanks, Mom. I can always eat your cooking. They don't cook any better any place in Minnesota.
They don't cook any better any place in the world, Mom.
You're right, boy.
I try to keep my hand in. Say, put another log on the fire, will you, Cassius? It's dark in here.
How's that?
That'll do. Your pa's going to talk. I wanted to get set with my knitting before he got started.
What's it about, Pa? It's a real family get-together. First one we've had since Lon got back from the war.
Certainly good to have him back. Look at Mom smiling. You always was her favorite, Lon.
Oh, now, I guess you're all my favorite.
Well, it's 'cause Lon's back I've called you all together. Maybe now you'll all attend to something I've had in mind this long time.
What is it, Pa?
Well, you know I ain't one to brag much, but you're a good lot of boys. I ain't ashamed of any of you.
Ashamed? Well, there's no call to be. Look at him. Jerome's the first school teacher in Duluth. Lucian's a preacher, and so's his boy. Lon went to the war. Napoleon and Lewis and Alf have
Going
all...
to the war wasn't much. Leave me out of it, Mom. I ain't done
Oh,
nothing.
no.
Well, Alf's a good wheelsman, and you're good packers, the lot of you. Cold and mosquitoes and black flies and sun don't hold you back none. Can't lose you in the woods, even up in the Mesaba, where your compass goes crazy and turns every which way. It's queer the way it acts up there, ain't it? Yeah. When I was up there looking for gold...
There's no gold there.
Maybe there's gold. Maybe there isn't. But I wasn't the one to find it. But I've got a sense there's something up there that's worth more than all the gold you'd ever find.
What do you mean, Pa?
I mean iron. A rich lot of it. Those Mesaba Hills are iron mountains. To my mind, there's a range, and it goes all the way to Grand Rapids. Rich. That's what those hills are. Rich in iron.
Well, even if that's so, if there is iron up there somewhere, how are you going to find it?
Yeah, how do you get out? That's what I want to know.
Fiddlesticks. You ain't got enough spirit to fight a whitefish. Well, you got to figure out a way. If your pa says so, there is iron up there.
All I want to say to you boys is, all I want to say is, look sharp when you're scouting around up there. Bring back any rock that looks interesting. Stuff like this, for instance.
Great mackerel.
Looks funny stuff. Look at it shine.
Yeah. Hey, what is it, Pa?
Dunno. I picked it up along the east end. Now, I'm no scientist. I wouldn't know rich ore if I was to see it. But this has got me thinking. Look at all the colors. Look how it glitters.
Yeah.
Might be something, you know.
Might. What do you think, Mom?
Nothing yet.
She thinks I'm an old fool, I guess, hanging around this country, dreaming about what a great place it's going to be one day. Here we've been since you all were little shavers. Snowed in half the time, fighting fog and cold and damp.
I ain't complaining, Lou.
No, you're never complaining, Hepzibah. That's just it. If you'd holler once in a while.
She won't. You never know from Mom what she's thinking, will we, Mom?
Well, I'm thinking right now that it's time to quit knitting and put the skillet on. You'll all stay for supper, won't you? I'll be talking.
Sure, we'll say, Mom. What's for supper?
What's for supper? I thought I'd fix up a nice, tasty mess of whitefish and potatoes.
Quite same old thing, huh? I reckon you're awful tired of them, ain't you, Mom?
Well, I would relish a change, maybe.
Tired of the cold and the fog and the long winters, too, ain't you?
Oh, sometimes.
Would you like to go away from them, Mom? Would you like to go back to Ohio where you could live regular?
Well, Ohio's pretty nice.
We can manage that. We'll send you down by boat. We could do that, couldn't we, Cat?
Why, I'll fix it. I'll see the mate. I'll go down tonight.
Now, you stop it. I guess you won't see any mate about me tonight or any other time. Well, what do you mean, Cassius Merritt, trying to pack me off?
Why,
do you think I'd leave now, just when things are getting exciting?
But, Mom...
I brought you boys up here, and I'm going to stay just as long as you do. Your father's right. There is iron up in that range, and the Merritt men are going to find it someday. And I'm going to stay right here and fry the whitefish and knit their socks while they do it.
But within a few years, Hepzibah's resolution had to be sacrificed. Her husband's health began to fail, and the couple retired to the sunshine of a small Missouri farm, leaving her stalwart sons to continue the search for iron in the Mesaba country. Samples of ore proved worthless. Promising basins turned out to be only surface deposits, and the Merritt boys' search became a continual jest in the North Woods. But they toiled on undaunted, and were still searching for the iron deposits of Minnesota when Hepzibah returned north after her husband's death. One day, as Hepzibah, now considerably older, sits with her knitting, a neighbor calls.
Miss Merritt! Miss Merritt!
Come in, Betsy. I don't want to put down my needles. For the land's sake, what you so excited about? Anything wrong?
I ran all the way over to tell you. Have you heard the news?
What news?
About your grandson. About Wilbur and Johnny.
What have they done now? Nothing wrong, I know. These Merritt men are honest.
I promise not to tell. And I ain't telling a soul but you. But, Miss Merritt, the boys have got an outfit up in Section 3. They moved it from Mountain Iron Camp a week ago, and it looks like they found iron at last.
Well, how'd you know all this?
Blois, the camp foreman. It got out because Wilbur's taking all the men in with him, making them partners.
What'd Blois say?
Well, Wilbur come up to Mountain Iron one morning all excited. He'd walked most 30 miles. Been walking all night.
Uh-huh.
Before noon, they had everything moved to this new basin 20 miles away.
But that land don't belong to them.
Yeah, that's just it. The land belongs to a man named McKinley. And the boys only got an option on it for 10 days, and today's the last day.
Well, how'd they come to find this place anyhow?
Well, Wilbur and John was up there scouting around, and they spotted iron stains on the root of a fallen tree. So they marched the spot and comes back down and tries to buy the land from McKinley, but he won't sell. First off, he won't even give them an option. Well, but finally they gets it. They rushes off so fast they don't even tell their wives goodbye.
They'd get it all right. They'd manage it somehow.
Well, the story is that they've sunk 10 pits already, and they're at work on the 11th one now. If it proves out...
Well, how does it look?
Oh, Blois said it was great. They're going down 50 feet, and if the ore looks all right, they'll be sure this time.
Iron. After all these years. Funny how I always thought it had happened so.
You always believed in the iron, didn't you?
Yes, in the iron and in the Merritt boys. We've been here a long while, and they've been through some pretty bad times.
Miss Merritt, can you remember back to when you first came?
Oh, just as plain. Oh, they were reckless kids when I brought them up here. Guess it was just as well I didn't know all they was up to. Well, the first year, the Ojibways made them blood brothers, and they was always off in the woods, goodness knows where.
But didn't you worry?
Well, what was the use? Couldn't do anything about it. They most got killed a dozen times, and the older they got, the worse they got. And then their own sons began to grow up, and the youngsters are all true Merritts, every last one of them. Yes, and they'll keep on searching like their fathers. And the grandfather.
But they think they've found it.
Maybe so. Maybe not. I ain't getting excited. You've been disappointed many times before. But someday...
Grandma! Grandma Merritt, where are you?
There's Wilbur now.
Grandma, where's Uncle Lon?
Now, just calm down, Wilbur. What you want to hear?
I want him to come get his iron. We found it at last, Grandma.
What, on that man McKinley's land?
It's our land now, Grandma. We got a deed. The iron's ours, all right. We don't even have to mine it. All we have to do is shovel it up and build a railroad to carry it out. Grandma, for heaven's sakes, will you put down your knitting? We've found iron.
Well, you didn't expect me to be surprised, did you? I knew all along it'd be like that.
After discovering the Great Mesaba Iron Range in Minnesota, the Merritts built the Duluth, Mesaba, and Northern Railroad in order to bring the natural ore down to the freighters for shipment over the Great Lakes. In October 1892, 36 years after the Merritt family landed in Minnesota, Hepzibah, now Grandma Merritt, is the guest of honor at the formal opening of the Mountain Iron Mine, which takes place on her 80th birthday. A special excursion train, one of the first to be run on the road, takes the Merritts and their friends to the ceremony.
Dominic, have another sandwich? Not another thing, Lon. You got to keep up your strength, you know. You're our principal speaker. I've had 4 already. It's a very festive occasion, Lon, this excursion up to Mountain Iron. Yeah, I want it to be, Dominic. It's a big day for the Merritts. It's a big day for all of us. Looks like the beginning of real success for you and the boys who've worked with you for so long. Looks like it. It's going to mean a lot to the country, too. It'll be a changed place inside of 6 months. Well, change for the better, I hope. Once we begin shipping iron down the lakes, things will begin to boom. We'll be underway any day now. Your own mine. Your own railroad. Well, the country's certainly justified the faith you always had in it. That faith has never wavered, has it, Lon? Well, no. Except there have been times when I thought that in spite of the iron I was sure was laying there waiting for us, it might just well not be. We couldn't figure out a way to mine it and mine it cheap. I've had my times of discouragement, I can tell you. But do you know who's kept us going all this time? Who was that, Lon? Mom. Grandma Merritt's a wonderful woman, Lon. She's been a remarkable wife and mother. And grandmother. She's kept the Merritts on their toes, Dominic. Look at her. Sitting there, smiling away with a sort of I told you so expression. Yeah. You'd never believe she was 80, would you? I certainly would not. Great Christopher, we're here, Dominic. Will you sort of lead the way while I get everybody herded off the train? Of course, Lon. Guess the crowd's had their fill of sandwiches and milk. We'll start the ceremonies right away. But first of all, I got to go get Mom. I'll be waiting for you by the steps. All right, Dominic.
Are we here, Lon?
Yes, Mom, we're here. You're going to get your first glimpse of the Mountain Iron Mine. Are you excited?
Well, I don't get to see a Merritt mine every day in the year. I've waited a long time for this one. I reckon I am a little mite nervous.
Here you are, Mom. Well, everybody's getting off. We're waiting for you to start the ceremonies. Everything ready, Lon? I think so. Here now. Take hold of Mom, Mom.
Who are all those men?
Well, those are the men from the mine. They're all dressed up in their Sunday suits to celebrate. It's a big day for them, too, you know. Yeah, now let me help you down the steps, Mom.
That's the boy.
Take it easy now. There we come now. Easy. There now. What do you think of that?
Well, where's the mine?
We're right over there.
That big pile of dirt?
No. That's just the overburden. That's what we take off the top to get at the iron itself.
But where's the iron?
You want to see the iron, Mom? I'll take you. Hold tight.
Oh, Alfred Merritt, you
It's all right.
stop that. Put me down this minute. What on earth are you trying to do?
Don't wiggle, Mom. Hold still.
Oh, let me...
Now, I'm going to carry you right up to where you can look down into the pit.
Alfred.
Put your arms around my neck. Here we go.
Oh, you're going to
Yeah,
hurt
it's
yourself.
all right. All right, we'll go right up over this pile of gravel.
Why, it's too steep for you, Alfred.
Yeah, I know. On up. Right on up to the very top.
It's a lot.
Here we are. Now I'll put you down so you can look more.
Oh,
There. Well, there it is.
Why, looks like a rainbow.
That's iron, Mom. Iron, waiting to be shoveled out. The iron Pa said was up here.
Lou Merritt was right. Was here all the time. Just like he said. Wouldn't he be proud of you all today?
Well, maybe he knows, Mom.
I'm sure he does. What? This is the happiest day in my life. I've been spared to see all the lakes.
The iron which the Merritt boys made available ushered in an age of steel which far surpassed the most ambitious dreams of that sturdy tribe. In the name of modern industry, we are proud to salute the name of Hepzibah Merritt, mother of the Merritt men, and add her name to the scroll of pioneers in the cavalcade of America. The luckiest find of iron ore in the history of the world probably was the discovery of the great deposits on the Mesaba Range in Minnesota. Here the ore is so close to the surface it's mined by open pit methods, in the same way you might remove earth in digging a cellar. But what a cellar they've dug there in Minnesota. Several mines combine to form the world's largest open pit mine and the greatest man-made hole in the earth's crust. 2.5 miles long, a mile wide in some places, and up to 350 feet deep. The color and vast size of this hole in the ground suggests the Grand Canyon of the Colorado. The digging done in it so far is about equal to the total excavation done for the Panama Canal, and even includes the ground once occupied by the town of Hibbing, which was moved, lock, stock, and barrel, to a new site 1.5 miles away. Chemistry plays an important part in making this large-scale mining efficient and economical. For DuPont dynamite is used to break up the banks of ore so it may be easily scooped up by the great electric shovels that take 16 tons of ore in one bite. The packaged power of industrial explosives plus modern machinery helps Minnesota produce twice as much iron ore as all the rest of the United States. Last year, that state provided about 48 million gross tons of ore, with a value of about $141 million. When you sat down to breakfast this morning, it never occurred to you that dynamite was partly responsible for your enjoyment of a cup of hot, fragrant coffee. Yet the coffee traveled from Brazil in an iron ship, and then was sent by railroad over steel rails to the coffee roasting plant, where it was ground by machinery made of iron and steel. The water used to make the coffee very likely came into your house through iron pipes, and it was cooked on an iron stove. Wherever you find iron or steel, the most useful metal of civilization, you can say to yourself, dynamite helped get the iron ore out of Mother Earth, and thereby helped make iron and steel plentiful and cheap. But that is only one of many useful roles played by dynamite in a modern world that demands extraordinary feats of engineering. Because dynamite has time and time again made the impossible come true, it often is called the modern Aladdin. Tunnels under rivers, great aqueducts that bore through 100 miles or more of solid rock, swamps turned into fertile pastures, forests saved from raging forest fires, frightful floods conquered by damming mighty rivers. All these amazing things and many more were dreamed of, planned, and carried through because chemists have harnessed the miraculous power of dynamite and made it safe and economical to use. In supplying dynamite for such constructive projects, DuPont chemists continue to live up to their pledge, better things for better living through chemistry. A little-known story of Thomas Jefferson's work for American education, with an interesting episode of the help given him by the first Pierre Samuel DuPont, will be the subject of our next broadcast. Also, we will hear from the present Pierre Samuel DuPont, who will speak about American education today as compared with that of his great-great-grandfather's time, when next week at the same hour, DuPont again presents The Cavalcade of America.
Every Chevrolet showroom across America, more and more people are looking at the car that's just out and just wonderful. The 1957 Chevrolet. Some are looking at Chevrolet's daring new front-end styling, the bold new grille, big, beautiful sloping hood. Some are looking at Chevy's handsome new rear end with high-fashion fenders and fresh new design. Everyone's enthused about the new color-fashioned interiors and the sleek command post instrument panel. And the biggest news of all, Chevrolet's fuel injection.
HOJO Radio. We're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
Remember, a Hallmark card will best express your perfect taste, your thoughtfulness. The makers of Hallmark greeting cards bring you a true and deeply challenging story of a man who had to choose between his conscience and his heart. Our star is that outstandingly popular Hollywood leading man, Joseph Cotton. For more than a third of a century, quality has been a habit with the makers of Hallmark cards. They have the pride of craftsmen in their name, Hallmark, Hallmark. That's why Hallmark cards are the kind of cards you can be proud to send, proud to receive. So when you want to send the very finest, look on the back for those three identifying words, a Hallmark card. Those three words, a Hallmark card, are your assurance of finest quality. They tell your friends you cared enough to send the very best. To be doubly sure, always look on the back of the card you choose for those three identifying words, a Hallmark card. Now to preside over our program this evening is our regular master of ceremonies, the young Broadway actor and producer, Richard Kalmer.
Thank you, Tom Shirley, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. One of the most serious problems in America today is the rising divorce rate. In 1900, 1 out of 12 marriages ended in divorce. In 1930, 1 out of 6 ended in divorce. And in 1946, 1 out of 3 ended in divorce. What happens to marriages? Tonight we bring you the true and deeply human story of a young couple who had to face this problem. The girl? Well, she might be your neighbor or yourself. The mother of 2 nice kids. The man, you see him on any commuter's train or sitting in the bleachers at the ballpark. A hard-working young chap with a slow, easy smile. This is their story. To play it, the makers of Hallmark greeting cards bring you one of your favorite Hollywood stars, Joseph Cotton. Welcome back, Joe. It's good to see you again.
Thanks, Dick. I hope you're not going to ask me to take sides in this story tonight.
Well, not exactly, but what do you think goes wrong with marriage?
No, you don't. I'm just a hard-working actor.
Would you let your wife pick out your ties?
Sure. I'd wear them, too, if they made her happy. I'd like her hats, too. I'd even let her handle the family correspondence.
You would?
Sure. Provided she stuck to the right kind of greeting card. Then I'd know she was said the right thing.
As long as she chose Hallmark cards, you'd let her have her own way, huh?
Sure.
Well, that sounds like a good formula. How does it work in your house?
Well, my wife says it works fine.
I see. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Hallmark greeting cards take pleasure in presenting on Reader's Digest Radio Edition the talented star Joseph Cotton in a story that might happen to anyone halfway to Reno.
The sun's going down. The sun's going down, Tom. Don't you think you ought to be taking me home?
I will in a minute, Laura. Just so nice sitting out here in the boat, drifting, letting the world go by. It's like wandering off into space and seeing life by starlight.
Is that the way you like to see life? By starlight?
Only when I'm with you. That's what's so wonderful about us, Laura. When I'm with you, I never think about yesterday or tomorrow. It's always today.
I love you, darling.
I love you. I'd never said that before. Rather, it's she in words. Perhaps we shouldn't have said it. Perhaps we should have gone on knowing it without ever admitting it to each other. Who knows? It's the most natural thing in the world for a man and a woman to fall in love, and yet I had no right to fall in love. I was a married man with 2 children.
You, darling?
Oh, yes, dear.
For heaven's sake, where have you been? I called up your office about 3 o'clock, and nobody seemed to...
I was out all afternoon. Went up to Vindale to look over some property. Didn't Miss Layton tell you?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jenny. I should have called you.
That's all right. If you don't mind having a warmed-over dinner.
I don't mind. Where are the kids?
Upstairs in bed. It's awful.
Why are you staring at me, Jenny?
I wasn't staring, darling. It's just that you had such a strange expression on your face. I couldn't imagine what you were thinking.
Well, I felt kind of funny about missing the kids tonight. I promised I'd tell Dickie a story before he went to bed, and I hate like the devil to go back on a promise.
Now, don't start worrying, Tom. He didn't even remember it.
Sure? Kid's so darn sensitive about everything.
Oh, there you go again. Always thinking about those 2 boys. You're going to spoil them if you're not careful.
Well, I wouldn't disappoint Dickie for anything.
Oh, right. If you're going to stew about it, you might as well go on upstairs and tell him his story. I'm sure he isn't asleep yet.
I'll see.
Don't keep him up all night, darling.
I won't, dear.
And the next time you come home late for dinner, you might at least kiss your wife good evening.
What happened, Dad? Did the hunter get killed?
No. He lay very still, and when the bear came up and sniffed him, he held his breath. Held his breath.
And the bear thought he was...
Held his breath. Held his breath. Held his breath.
And the bear thought he was dead.
That's right. The bear thought he was dead, so he didn't harm the hunter. He just poked around for a while, and when he was satisfied that the hunter was dead, he just picked up the man and ran. I had no intention of telling Jenny about Laura that night. I wasn't going to talk about Laura until I'd had a chance to think it all out. And yet when it came time to turn in, I knew I had to tell her. It wasn't fair to go on fooling her any longer. It wasn't fair to any of us.
Divorce? You want a divorce, Tom?
I know it's an awful shock to you, Jenny, coming out of the blue like this.
Why, Tom? What have I done? Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me what was wrong?
It isn't your fault, Jenny. You haven't done anything.
I've let you fall in love with another woman. That's my fault. No. If you'd been happy here...
I was happy. Don't you see? It hasn't anything to do with you or anybody else. I didn't want to fall in love.
Well, then how did it happen?
I don't know. I didn't realize it was happening until we began getting serious, and then it was too late. We tried to stop seeing each other, but it wasn't any use.
Tom, you're really in love with her?
I know I am. Otherwise, I couldn't talk to you this way. I couldn't be willing to give you up.
For heaven's sake, Tom, stop being so awfully nice.
Jenny, please.
First you fall in love with another woman, and then you want me to pity you for cutting my heart.
I don't want you to pity me. Jenny, it can't do us any good to start acting like a couple of kids.
Well, how do you expect me to act? How do you expect me to feel with 2 children upstairs and my whole life?
Jenny,
No, take your hands off me.
I'm sorry, dear. I just wanted you to know that I still care about you. But I'd always like to be your friend.
Friend? You don't seem to realize that you're married to me, Tom. You can't just call that off because you want to start a new life with another woman.
What can we do?
Nothing. I didn't ask you to fall in love.
Jenny, you're not being fair to yourself or the children. Keeping me here will just make it worse for all of us.
I don't care. I'm not going to let you break up our home.
But it won't be a home if you have to force me to live in it.
I won't do it. I won't give you a divorce. And that's final.
Funny how people can do such a good job of messing up their lives without even trying. Any other job you have to work at. Getting tangled up in love and marriage doesn't seem to require any effort at all. I went to see Laura. I knew she'd understand.
I think she's right, Tom. If I were in her place, I wouldn't give you up either.
Well, what would you do? Tie a chain around a man's leg and keep him there against his will? Wait until he hated you for what you were doing? Laura, that's no solution.
No, not for her. But she's thinking of the children.
No solution for the children either. Don't you think those kids will know there's something wrong? Don't you think they'll feel the tension between us? That's no atmosphere for children to grow up in.
But they do need their father, darling.
Not as much as they need a normal home. Anybody will tell you that. It's better to break up a home than try to live in a broken one.
Oh, Tom, I've given you so much trouble.
No, Laura, don't say that, darling.
Well, it's true. Wouldn't it be better if I packed up all my belongings and went off someplace where you'd never see me again?
No.
Why not?
Because there is no such place, Laura. I'd see you every day in my mind, no matter where you went. And you'd see me.
You'd never get over it?
Would you?
No. But she'll never get over it either. She's in love with you, Tom. And in a way, you're still in love with her.
All right.
You are, darling. You're in love with both of us, in a way.
Laura, I told you I've asked for a divorce.
But she won't give you one.
She's had a chance to think about it now. She's going to see our lawyer this afternoon.
And if they decide not to let you have your freedom, what happens then?
I don't know, darling. I don't know.
It's no use, Mr. Barkley. No use fighting him. If he doesn't love me anymore, I might as well go to Reno and let him have his divorce.
May I say something, Virginia? Not only as your lawyer, but as an old friend of the family.
What is it?
Don't go to Reno. Don't make the same mistake a lot of other people have made just because your pride is hurt.
No. It's more than my pride.
I don't care what it is. Lots of men have fallen in love with other women, but that's no reason for giving up your family. Virginia, men can fall out of love, too. I'm sure Tom's one of them.
I'm not.
Only because you've been hurt, Virginia.
No, that's not it at all. If Tom had taken up with some chorus girl or an attractive blonde, I could be sure that he'd get over it in time. But Laura's a nice girl, the kind of girl he might have married. If it hadn't been for me.
It doesn't matter what kind of girl she is. Don't you see? Tom has reached the stage where he's wondering if he's eaten his cake or still has it.
What do you mean?
Well, the routine of married life makes a lot of men feel that way. Makes another woman seem more interesting and exciting than his own wife.
But he's in love with her.
He's in love with the adventure of being in love. Believe me, Virginia, if he divorces you and marries her, the chances of the same thing will happen all over again.
Mr. Barkley, you're not just saying that.
No, of course not. I've seen it happen too many times.
But I can't convince him
Don't try to convince him. Just tell him that you want a trial separation for a while.
A what?
A trial separation. A month or two of living away from each other so that you'll both have time to think things over.
And at the end of the trial?
Don't worry, Virginia. He'll come back to you. He'll come back before the time's up.
Are you sure?
I am sure it's better than going to Reno.
All right, Mr. Barkley, I'll try it. I'll speak to him as soon as he gets home. And I just hope you're right.
Anything you say, Virginia. If you want a trial separation before you'll agree to divorce, it's perfectly all right with me. When do we start?
Whenever you're ready, Tom. As soon as you can afford it.
What, $30 a week just for this old room and bath? I can't pay that.
Of course, you'd have your laundry, meals, and entertainment to take care of. But you'd have to take care of all that anyway if we were divorced.
Now, Tom, I want you to understand that if Virginia goes to Reno, you'll have to pay all her expenses. The salary of a housekeeper while she's gone and all the necessary legal fees.
Holy mackerel, Mr. Barkley. I'm going to have to work like a dog to save up all that money.
Well, don't look at me, Tom. This is your divorce, not mine.
Cotton will return in just a moment with the second act of tonight's drama, presented by Hallmark greeting cards from the pages of the Reader's Digest, America's favorite magazine. Now, here's Dick Calmer. Folks, there's someone waiting to meet you. Who is it? Why, it's that traditional symbol of happiness, that lovable little fellow, Mr. Bluebird. You saw him in the latest Walt Disney movie, Song of the South, and now he's on gay, colorful Hallmark Mr. Bluebird cards. Yes, Mr. Bluebird's getting to be the talk of every town. Always symbolic of happiness, Mr. Bluebird is now flying into the hearts of everyone on the wings of that gay new hit tune, Zippity-Doo-Dah. He's that symbol of happiness on the new Hallmark Mr. Bluebird cards. That's why you'll have such fun sending these perky, bright-eyed little fellows to all your friends. Yes, Mr. Bluebird, with top hat and cane, will strut his way straight into your heart and the hearts of all your friends. So send him off to carry your happy greetings to every friend you know. Ask your Hallmark dealer for the new Mr. Bluebird cards, the happiest kind of greetings. Remember, always look on the back of the card you choose for the 3 identifying words, a Hallmark card. Those 3 words, a Hallmark card, are your assurance of finest quality. They tell your friends you cared enough to send the very best.
I suppose a trial separation is the easiest thing in the world to arrange if you're up in the high income brackets, but if you're an average man like me, it takes a little while before you can swing it financially. It means working nights and weekends, saving pennies, having very little time to spend with the children, and almost no time at all to spend with the woman the trial separation is about. It got so I only had about 1 night a week to have a date with Laura, and even on that night.
Aren't you through yet, Tom?
Oh, just one more letter, darling. I'll be finished in about 10 minutes.
What about addressing the envelope?
Oh, for Pete's sake, I forgot about that. But would you mind starting through some of those just to save a little time?
Yes, Mr. Prescott.
I'm sorry, darling. I wouldn't ask you to do this work for me, but it's so late we'll never get a chance.
Oh, don't be silly. I was just kidding. What are all these letters for, Tom?
Oh, new business. I can't even start on this separation until I've made a lot more money.
Is that why I never see you anymore?
Well, it isn't easy, Laura. Making money never was.
Well, what are we going to do when you have to start paying alimony?
Oh, let's not start thinking of that.
All right, honey. I'll address the letters for you.
Oh. You mind?
Of course not. I like working for you. Even if it's the only way I can be with you.
It won't always be like this, darling. I'll have a place of my own in a couple of weeks. And 2 months after that, she'll be on her way to Reno.
You still love me?
More than anything else in the world. I'm sorry about tonight, Laura.
Don't be sorry. Just get to work.
I worked all right, just about as hard as I did in the days when Virginia and I were first married. In fact, I was reminded of those days every time I stayed late at the office or gave up a Saturday afternoon. I used to give up lots of them those times so that Virginia could quit her job and have a baby. It was a shame to destroy all that now, but there wasn't any point in being sentimental about it. A man can't have 2 wives. And I was in love with Laura.
Don't forget to pack your other robe, dear.
Now, wait a minute, Jenny. I can't take everything. I'm only moving into a hotel for a couple of months.
Just the same, you should have everything you need, Tom. If this separation is to be a real trial, you don't want to come running back here every few days.
Where are you going, Dad?
Oh, just a few blocks from here. I'm moving into the Sinclair Hotel.
What for?
Well, I'm going to stay there for a little while.
What's the matter? Don't you like it here?
Oh, sure. I like it fine. I just...
What? You just what, Dad?
Dickie asking too many questions.
Tom, you might as well tell him the truth. After all, he has a right to know why you're leaving.
Sure I have. Why are you leaving?
Well, Mommy and I are going to try a little experiment, son.
With chemicals?
No. Just a kind of family experiment. I'm going to live in a hotel for a while, and Mommy's going to stay here and take care of you and your brother.
Why can't you take care of me? I'd like to live in a hotel, too.
Well, it just doesn't work out that way, Dickie. You see, Mommy and I are trying to find out if we can't live in different places. It might be better for all of us.
It won't be better for me.
No. You've got to be a big boy about this, Dickie. I'll come and see you every so often.
Will you tell me stories before I go to bed?
Well, sometimes. I guess I've got enough in the suitcase, Jenny. Let's close it.
I'll help you, Dad.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I'm ready now.
Goodbye, Dad.
Goodbye, Dickie. You be a good boy while I'm away here. I'll come and see you Thursday.
Not till Thursday?
Well, I might be able to make it sooner, but Goodbye, Jenny.
Goodbye, darling. Good luck.
Mr. Prescott.
Oh, yes, Miss Layton.
Your son is here.
Here? At the office?
Mommy brought me. She's outside.
Well, what seems to be the trouble, Dickie? Come on in. Tell me what it's all about.
Can I speak to you alone?
Certainly. Thank you, Miss Layton.
Yes, sir.
What's on your mind?
Aren't you going to take me to the ball game this afternoon? Mommy says I can't go if you don't take me.
Ball game? What ball game?
Don't you remember? You promised you'd take me the first Saturday after my birthday. That's today.
It is?
Gee whiz, Daddy, all the other kids are going.
Well, I'd like you to go too, son, but I've got such a lot of work to do this afternoon.
You mean you're not going to keep your promise?
Well,
Gosh, you never take me out anymore. You hardly ever see me.
I know, Dickie. I've been so busy lately, I just haven't had time to get around.
Is that because you have to experiment?
Well, no, I never intended to take it out on you.
Then why can't we go to the game?
Well, I guess we can, Dickie.
Can we?
Sure, we can go right away. We're going to have some fun.
Ball game? Are you sure he's going to the ball game, Miss Layton? That's what he told me. Well, I guess he must have forgotten our appointment. He was supposed to meet me here at 5 o'clock.
Gee, I had a swell time this afternoon, Dad. Can't we do this every Saturday?
I don't see why not. I can pick you up at the same time and drop you off in the evening just the way that I am now. Well, the next Saturday, I think I'll take you fishing.
Oh, boy.
So long, Dickie.
Aren't you coming in?
No, I think not.
That's you, Dickie?
Hey, Ma, Johnson hit a home run with the bases full. Dad's going to take me fishing next Saturday.
Well, isn't that fun?
We're going out every Saturday.
Well, that's wonderful. Hello, Tom.
Hello, Jenny.
Won't you come on in and have dinner with us, dear?
Oh, no.
You certainly deserve it after taking care of Dickie all day.
Thanks very much.
There's plenty of food in the house.
No, I think if you don't mind,
Oh, come on, Dad. You haven't had dinner home for a long time.
I know, but I think I'd better...
Aren't you ever going to eat here anymore?
Why, of course.
Well, then come on.
Well,
Come on, if you want to, Tom. You can tell Dickie a story tonight before he goes to bed.
Gee, will you?
All right, Dickie, I'll tell you a story.
Hooray!
No. Don't get too frisky, young man.
Oh, let him have some fun, Jenny.
Tom, will you please not interfere when I tell him something?
I'm not interfering. I just want the kid... Well, for Pete's sake, we're having an argument.
Gee, this is just like old times.
I must have stayed there till almost 10 o'clock. I had such a wonderful time, I forgot all about Laura and the date we had. She didn't forget, though. She was waiting for me when I got back to the hotel.
Don't misunderstand me, darling. I'm not mad. I'm just upset. Because I know I'm fighting a losing battle.
What do you mean?
Well, for heaven's sake, Tom, can't you see what's happening?
Oh, this is the first time I've ever broken a date with you, Laura.
You didn't break it, dear. You forgot about it.
You had a good time this evening, and now you're apologizing to me for being out with your wife.
Out with her? I just had dinner there.
I know, Tom. But this trial separation is making it almost impossible for us to see each other. It's separating us, not you and your wife.
Just because I took the kid to a ball game?
It won't work, dear. As long as you stay here in town, it won't work.
Now, don't be like that, Laura. I haven't seen Dickie any more than I've seen you.
Oh, all right. I won't argue with you. I just know you won't get a divorce.
That's not true. Virginia's leaving for Reno 2 weeks from Monday.
And by that time, you'll have persuaded her not to go.
Don't say that, Laura.
Well, I want a fair trial, too. I want to be near you. Go out with you. The way we used to go out. Not the way it is now. How can I possibly mean anything to you if you don't give me a chance?
I'm doing the best I can, dear.
Tom, listen to me. I'm going up to my aunt's place tomorrow for 2 weeks. It's glorious up there, and you can commute to town every day. Won't you come with me? We could have 2 wonderful weeks together.
But I promised to take Dickie fishing on Saturday.
Darling, you've got to make up your mind now. Either you check out of the hotel tomorrow and come with me, or you stay with her.
Oh, don't ask me to make that choice.
But you've got to make it sometime, dear. It might as well be now. Hotel Sinclair? Mr. Prescott, please. Mr. Tom Prescott. I don't know his room number.
I'm sorry, madam, but Mr. Prescott isn't registered here anymore. He checked out of the hotel just a few minutes ago.
Oh, I see. Thank you. Thank you very much. Who is that?
Me, Jenny.
Tom, I just called the hotel, but...
I checked out a few minutes ago. Wanted to come back.
Back home?
If you'll have me.
I've been waiting for you, darling, for a long time.
Guess I've been waiting for you, too.
Sit down, Tom. You look so tired.
No. Don't go away from me. Just stay right here in my arms until I remember all of the wonderful things you are. I'm awfully sorry, Jimmy.
No, don't talk,
I've got
dear.
to talk. I've got to tell you how much I've missed you, how much I really love you. I'd forgotten so much, Jenny.
Everybody forgets, darling. That's why you had to go away. To remember.
I'll never go away again. I know that now. I know what I want now.
Forever, Tom?
Mm-hmm.
That was a wonderful performance.
Mr. Bluebird, that lovable little fellow from the latest Walt Disney movie, Song of the South, is now in the new Hallmark Mr. Bluebird cards. Yes, Mr. Bluebird is the talk of the town, and he's flying into the hearts of everyone on the wings of that gay new hit tune, Zippity-Doo-Dah. So if you want to send an extra bit of happiness, send the new Hallmark Mr. Bluebird cards. Send them for birthdays, anniversaries, to cheer a sick friend, or just to say hello. Be sure to ask your Hallmark dealer for Mr. Bluebird cards, and you can be doubly sure of sending the happiest kind of greetings.
You're cordially invited to be with us again next week at the same time for another fine dramatic program brought to you by the makers of Hallmark greeting cards. If you enjoyed tonight's show, won't you please tell your friends about it and ask them also to tune in for next week's program sponsored by Hallmark greeting cards. At that time, you will hear the charming and delightful story of a girl, a boy, and a lion. Our star will be one of Hollywood's best-loved comedians, Lucille Ball.
If you want to relieve headaches headache, neuritis, or neuralgia pains quickly, try Anacin. The relief it brings is incredibly fast. Here's why. Anacin is made like a doctor's prescription, contains not just one, but a combination of medically active and proved ingredients. Get Anacin from your druggist in easy-to-take tablet form. Keep it handy. And then next time you have a headache pain or suffer pain of neuritis or neuralgia, take Anacin tablets. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Our Miss Brooks teaches English at Madison High School. And although, like most of our teachers, she possesses a higher-than-average intelligence, she also possesses the higher-than-average curiosity of most of our women. Especially when it comes to weighing machines. There's nobody more concerned about the result than a female who has just deposited her penny in the slot.
Unless it's the male tub of lard who was on the scale when I got there. This happened last Wednesday after school. I was passing the drugstore and just happened to have a penny on me. Tuesday was payday. So I approached the weighing machine, and like I said, this brewery horse was stomping on the springs. And when he saw his weight on the little card, he looked around the drugstore, then made tracks for a sign saying girdle department. I calmly stepped aboard, and when my card came out, I glanced casually at my weight, chuckled as if to say, how much accuracy can you expect for a cent? And was just about to throw the card away when I noticed my fortune printed on the back. It said, a tall, dark man is coming into your life. Then, of course, I did drop the card. It landed in my purse, and I proceeded on home. By the next morning, I'd forgotten about it completely. As usual, I'd left word for Mrs. Davis, my landlady, to wake me at 7:30.
Connie. Oh, Connie.
Oh, what is it?
Better hurry, Connie. You've only got 20 minutes.
20 minutes? What time is it?
7:10, and you've only got 20 minutes to sleep.
Oh, fine. Well, come on in, Mrs. Davis.
Did you have a good night, Connie? I said, did you have a good night?
Good night, Mrs. Davis.
You better get up now, Connie. Here, I've brought you some fruit juice. Go on, Connie. Take a sip.
Oh, what kind of juice is this?
It's a combination. Pineapple, papaya, and passion fruit. It's a genuine Hawaiian recipe.
What do you stir it with, a ukulele?
After you drink it, we'll have a nice... Why, Connie, what's that little white card?
What little white card?
This one here on your night table. Let's see. It says, a tall, dark man is coming into your life. Now, who do you suppose that could be?
Well, it's not Sonny Tufts. He's a blonde.
Maybe they mean Mr. Philip Boynton.
The bashful biologist? No, Mrs. Davis. So far, he's managed to remain in the suburbs of my life.
Well, of course, I don't believe in fortunes on cards and crystal gazing and palm reading and all that nonsense. There is, however, a logical and scientific way to arrive at certain conclusions about one's personal destiny.
What's that, Mrs. Davis?
Tea leaves. Now, you hurry and get dressed, and I'll brew the tea. After breakfast, I'll give you a reading.
All right, Mrs. Davis. Oh, just a minute.
What is it, Connie?
Before I get out of bed, you better take that tall, dark man off my night table.
Finished with your tea, Connie?
Yes, Mrs. Davis.
Let's see now. Where are the leaves?
Well, most of them are in my teeth.
Here we are. There's plenty left for a reading. First, we revolve the cup 3 times slowly between our hands, then quickly turn it over onto the saucer. There. Well, what do you know? The weight card was right.
What?
There he is, right there in the cup. The tall, dark man who's coming into your life. Don't tell me you can't see him.
Oh, of course. For a minute, I didn't recognize him with all those tea leaves on.
This is an amazing coincidence, Connie. I'd like to get another reading, if you don't mind.
Oh, not at all, Mrs. Davis. It's always nice to be sure.
Well, what do you know about that?
I know, he's gone. Left town without even saying goodbye.
Connie, be serious. This is an amazing thing I see in this cup.
What now, Mrs. Davis?
I don't think I should tell you.
Why not?
Because you're not even married yet.
Oh, but I'm a big girl now. I'll have to find out sooner or later.
I never would have believed it. 3 of them.
3 tall, dark men?
No, Constance. 3 little ones.
3 little dark men?
Children. You're going to have 3 children.
Well, don't look so shocked, Mrs. Davis. Maybe they're his by a former marriage.
No, Connie, they're yours. But how can you keep your job at school if you've got to take care of... Oh, I know. I'll get Mrs. Fletcher. When my niece's birthday had the twins. Mrs. Fletcher took over completely.
Oh, now, just a minute, Mrs. Davis. Don't you think it's a little
quiet,
soon?
honey. You can't prepare too soon for this sort of thing. Now, where did I put Mrs. Fletcher's phone number? I better call
I don't want Mrs. Fletcher. I'll take care of my kids myself.
Yes, that's the way you want it, honey. After all, I'm only trying to be helpful.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Davis. This tea leaf business is pretty fascinating. But I better get ready. Walter Denton's giving me a lift to school again.
Oh, is your car in the repair shop, Connie?
Yes, it is.
What's wrong with it this time?
Well, I can't be sure, but I think that Joe, the mechanic, and my car are that way about each other. Every time I try to separate them, the car blows a gasket. Oh, there's Walter now. I'll be right with you, Walter.
Oh, before you go, Connie, please do me one favor.
Certainly. What is it?
Promise me you'll be very careful today.
Careful? Oh, you mean about my fortune. Mrs. Davis, I give you my word of honor. I'll let you know in plenty of time to call Mrs. Fletcher. Walter, it's very nice of you to keep driving me to school like this.
Oh, that's all right, Miss Brooks. I don't like to take advantage of the fact that because your car is incapacitated and I can jump into the breach now and then, transportation-wise, that is, you can't very well refuse gracefully, but I'm telling you can before I even ask you. That's squaring up, isn't it?
Square as things since Clyde McCoy. But being an English teacher, I practically understand you, Walter. Just what kind of advice do you need this morning?
Oh, it's a girl.
What's a girl?
Harriet Conklin.
Why, Walter Denton, you've been wearing your glasses again. What about Harriet?
Well, I'm afraid it's a pretty long story.
That's all right. I have a pretty long ear.
Well, as you know, Miss Brooks, Harriet Conklin is the daughter of Mr. Conklin.
Granted.
Who, in turn, is married to Harriet's mother, Mrs. Conklin. It all started the night before last. See, I told you it was a long story.
Only the way you tell it. Go ahead, Walter.
Well, the night before last, I had a date with Harriet to go to the movies. But when I got to her house to pick her up, she acted like I had bubonic plague or something.
Did you? I mean, what did she do?
Well, she said that she couldn't be bothered with me anymore because a tall, dark man was coming into her life.
Her, too? Must be an epidemic. Where did she find out about this tall, dark man?
Well, that's where Mother comes in.
Maybe there's a shorter way to listen to this story.
Her mother and Harriet had taken out the Ouija board that afternoon. That's when they found out about this tall guy.
Well, after all, Walter, you can't compete with a non-existent rival.
That's just the trouble. He's not non-existent.
He's not?
No, he materialized yesterday.
Oh, now, Walter, please.
No, it's true, Miss Brooks. Harriet told me all about him when I called yesterday evening, although I wasn't going to after the way she treated me the evening before. But when I did, she told me that this tall, dark French teacher had checked in at their house to give her father his papers before he began teaching French at school today.
I know you're telling me something because I can see your lips moving. What is it, Walter?
Well, don't you understand, Miss Brooks? It's called an exchange deal. This teacher came over from Paris, France.
What did we send them? 2 outfielders and a shortstop?
Oh, I don't know about that, but I do know that Harriet sounded like this French teacher was a combination of Maurice Chevrolet and...
I know. Maurice Chevrolet and Charles Buick.
I was going to say Charles Boyer.
That's what I was afraid you were going to say. This teacher must be quite an interesting personality. What's his name?
Let's see now. Well, there's an article about him in the school paper. Oh, I know. It's Manette. Jacques Manette.
Jacques Manette? Oh, you mean Jacques Monet. Say, that is a romantic-sounding name, all right. I'll bet he's a very nice person.
Oh, it's not him I'm worried about. It's Harriet. Since he showed up, she thinks the Ouija board is infallible.
The Ouija board? Oh, that's ridiculous. Harriet's much too sensible to... Why, I'm surprised at her. Next thing you know, she'll be having her tea leaves read. 3 children?
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith with an important announcement.
Doctors, leading skin specialists, prove Palmolive soap using nothing but Palmolive can bring lovelier complexions, regardless of age, skin type, or previous beauty care.
Less oily skin for Helen Bixen, Minneapolis.
Fresher, brighter color for Clara Franklin, San Francisco.
Smoother, younger-looking skin for Rochelle Bruchot, New York City.
Yes, 36 doctors, leading skin specialists, advised using Palmolive for 1,285 women, many with complexion problems. Some had dry skin, some oily, some dull and coarse-looking. And using Palmolive alone, nothing else, 2 out of 3 want fresher, brighter skin. Now, here's the plan these doctors advised.
Wash your face with Palmolive soap. Massaging for 1 minute with Palmolive soft lather. This cleansing massage brings your skin Palmolive beautifying effect. Rinse. Do this 3 times a day for 14 days.
It's that simple. But remember, leading skin specialists prove this plan really works, regardless of age, skin type, or previous beauty care. So try Palmolive soap this way, using nothing but Palmolive, as these doctors advised, for a lovelier complexion.
For loveliness all over, use big, thrifty bath-size Palmolive in your tub or shower.
Well, here we are, Miss Brooks.
Thanks, Walter, and don't worry too much about losing Harriet's affections. I'm sure the French teacher's just a passing phase in her life.
Say, there's Harriet on the steps. I'll go find a place to park. See you later, Miss Brooks.
All right, Walter. Hello there, Harriet.
What? Oh, hello, Miss Brooks. You'll have to forgive me if I seem to be in a reverie.
I've heard about your Ouija board.
I don't care what anybody says, Miss Brooks. There must be something to it. Imagine the very next day, he came along.
That's the first time I've ever seen capital letters in conversation. He must be quite attractive.
Attractive isn't the word, Miss Brooks.
No? What is the word?
Heavenly. Super heavenly. Stratospherically heavenly.
Oh, please, Harriet. I'll come up a little if you'll come down a little.
Oh, wait till you see him, Miss Brooks. He's...
Adjust safety belts. Mm-hmm. Look, Harriet, I think it's all very natural for a schoolgirl to have crushes. I had them myself.
You, Miss Brooks?
Yes, me, Miss Brooks. I wasn't born an English teacher, you know. I also think it's perfectly normal for a girl your age to think like a schoolgirl in other ways. But I do say this, and I mean it sincerely, Harriet. You don't have to act like a schoolgirl.
Pardonnez-moi, but you are the principal's daughter, Harriet, no?
Mais oui, Monsieur Monet, mais oui. Oh, this is Miss Brooks.
Miss Brooks, je suis enchanté. That is, I've heard so much about you. But it is, how do you say, understatement. You're so youthful, so lovely. Why, you're like a pupil, not a teacher.
Run along, Harriet. You'll be late for school.
But we're at school.
Oh? When did that get here?
Something is wrong.
Wrong? Oh, I should say not, Monsieur Monet. It's just that, well, we don't meet such distinguished visitors every day, and, well, they must have given at least 3 outfielders and 2 shortstops for him.
Pardon?
Oh, it's just a figure of speech.
Oh, and a lovely figure you have, too.
Oh, this is a doll. Shall we go into the school, Monsieur Monet?
Oui, yes. I have to stop at Monsieur Conklin's office. You show me where it is, huh? No?
I show you where is it, yes. And I hope Mr. Boynton sees us together.
I'll direct
direct Monsieur Monet to Daddy's office, Miss Brooks?
Oh, you won't have time, Harriet. You have to freshen up before your class.
Freshen up? But I just stepped out of the shower.
Then give yourself a rub down. You'll catch cold. This way, monsieur.
Well, it's our new French teacher. Good morning, Monsieur Monet.
Bonjour, Monsieur Conklin. Excuse me, I mean good morning.
Hi, Daddy.
Hello, Harriet.
Mr. Conklin, I just came in to volunteer my assistance if you're looking for somebody to show Mr. Monet around the school.
I told Miss Brooks that I'd be glad to take Mr. Monet, Daddy. Of course, I'd need your permission to cut one of my classes. Maybe English. I'm pretty well advanced in that.
Me too. Maybe we both could cut it.
Please, I would not want either of you to, how do you say, put out yourselves.
Oh, it would be silly to put out ourselves now. After all, we just started to blaze.
I'm sure I'll be able to show Mr. Monet the rope.
But, Daddy, you're too busy.
Oh, much too busy, Daddy. I mean... Mr. Conklin, I have a study period coming up in which
I don't
have
want to hear any more about it. I'm sure Mr. Monet wouldn't want us to feel that because of him our entire system was disrupted.
Oh, certainly not. I can find my own way about the premises. I'm sure that...
Well, in that case, come along, Harriet. You're in my first class, you know.
Oh, one moment, Miss Brooks. Would you do me the great honor of perhaps having lunch with me?
With pleasure. Oh, but I did have a date with Mr. Boynton. I think I'll keep that date, too. Maybe it'll open his eyes a little. I'll see you in the cafeteria, Mr. Monet.
But I thought Mr. Monet was going to have lunch with us. Didn't you tell me you were going to invite him to the house, Daddy?
Invite him? Well, I suppose so.
Thank you just the same, monsieur, but I would rather not leave the school proper during my first day.
Ah, an admirable spirit, Monet. If more of our homegrown teachers had it, Madison High School would be a better place in which to learn something. Something like English, for example.
Yes. Well, as the little boy in the Fisk ad says,
it's time to retire.
Come in.
Hello, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, it's you, Miss Brooks. How are you today?
Fine, thanks. I'm glad I caught you before your class got in. I wanted to ask you about lunch.
Oh, I'll be happy to join you. Thanks very much.
Oh. Well, I had other plans, but how can I resist an invitation like that? By the way, Mr. Boynton, do you speak any foreign language?
Just American.
Why, Mr. Boynton, you're getting quite a sense of humor. Must catch it from your frogs. Really, though, do you speak French, for instance?
No, I don't.
Then you wouldn't know what a French person would be saying to me if he said it in French, would you?
No, I wouldn't.
Good. This may be a very interesting lunch for all of us.
All of us?
Yes, you see, there's a new teacher in school.
Oh, you mean Jacques Monet?
You've met him?
Oh, yes. I had to deliver some papers to Mr. Conklin's home yesterday, and he was there. Oh, he's a prince of a chap. We had quite a time together. Be nice to see him again at lunch.
Oh, it will.
Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, you'll have to apologize to him for me. I'm afraid I'll be a little late.
Oh, you will? That's too bad, Mr. Boynton. Why will you be late?
Well, it's McDougal here. You know, my bullfrog. He's got me worried, Miss Brooks. It's his throat. He can't seem to croak above a whisper.
Oh, that's too bad. Poor McDougal. Hi, Mac. He must have gargled.
It did sound pretty good. No, I'll still have to stay close to him to see how the medication I'm giving him catches on. I'll get to lunch as soon as I can, though. Ah, good old Jacques Monet. He's a real man's man.
You've been wrong before, Brother Boynton, but never like this. Here's a nice table, Mr. Monet. Let's sit down.
Oui. Yes, Miss Brooks. This is certainly a big restaurant.
It's a cafeteria, Mr. Monet.
Yes. Now then, shall we look at the carte du jour, bill of fare?
Bill of fare?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you mean menu. They don't have any menus here, Mr. Monet.
No? Then how do you select an order?
Well, here you don't exactly select an order. You just sort of point and holler. I'll show you in a minute. But first, I'd like to ask a little favor, Mr. Monet. As you know, Mr. Boynton is joining us for lunch.
Oh, yes. Yes, fine fellow, Mr. Boynton. A real man's man.
On him, it fits. I mean, he is a very nice man, but he's sort of shy.
Shy?
Mm-hmm.
Why should he be shy? He is tall, muscular, with a fine head of hair, good teeth, pleasing manner.
What else is new? What I wanted to ask of you is very simple. You see, Mr. Boynton is too bashful to ask you himself, but I'm sure he'd get a tremendous kick. That is, he'd enjoy it if you spoke nothing but French during our lunch.
But why?
Well, he's trying to learn how to speak your language. He understands it fine, but he's not sure of his pronunciation. He could learn a lot from you about a lot of things.
Well, I suppose I could help him.
He's coming over now, Mr. Monet. Remember how you kissed my hand this morning? Would you do it again, please?
What?
Quickly, Mr. Monet. It's part of Mr. Boynton's education. Hurry. Here, my hand.
Miss Brooks, I don't like to be, how do you say, gouchy, but you're pushing out one of my feelings.
There you are. What's the trouble, Mr. Monet? Got something caught in your teeth?
Just an old cuticle of mine. Sit down, Mr. Boynton.
Comment ça va aujourd'hui, monsieur?
Yeah. How do you like our cafeteria?
C'est bon.
Mr. Monet says it's lovely, but not half as lovely as I am. Why, Mr. Monet, how flattering. Let's see now. What do we eat today?
Well, how about the roast beef? That's what I'm going to have.
Me, too. How about you, Mr. Monet? Tell him in French.
Je désire un petit marmite, ou vichyssoise, une salade et une tranche de roast beef, des haricots verts, des crêpes Suzette et une demi-tasse.
Oh, Mr. Monet, you and your compliments. Oh, now stop that and tell Mr. Boynton what you want to eat.
But I do not understand.
Mr. Monet, quel voulez-vous manger?
Mr. Boynton, you little spy, you can speak French.
Oh, no, I can't, Miss Brooks. Not really. Those are just a few words I picked up when I was in the Army.
The Army? You were stationed in New Orleans, and you know it.
But near the French Quarter.
Well, let us not delay any longer. I don't suppose they have what I really want for lunch. But maybe, eh? Do they ever have frog's legs?
What?
Oh, don't say it, Mr. Monet.
Well, why not? Frog's legs are delicious to eat. Let's all have them, huh?
Me? Eat frog's legs? What? I'd feel like a cannibal. If you'll excuse me, I'm afraid I've lost my appetite. I'll see you later, Miss Brooks.
Why would he feel like a cannibal if he ate frog's legs? He is not a frog.
Only in some ways is he not a frog, Mr. Monet. But don't worry about Mr. Boynton now.
Oh, yes, you're right. You're right, Miss Brooks. You know, in a way, I'm glad we're alone. There is something I would like to ask you. You see, I have been searching for just the right one ever since I come to America. Now, well, I feel that my search is at an end. You are the one I've been searching for.
Oh, Mr. Monet. But Mr. Boynton's gone now. You don't have to talk like that to me.
Oh, I don't think of Mr. Boynton. I think of you, Miss Brooks. Ma chère, Miss Brooks. I have something personal to talk to you about. But right now I'm late for an appointment with Mr. Conklin. Can you meet me someplace, right after school?
How about the Casbah? I mean the park.
Fine.
Of course, I have several papers to mark, and besides, I have to formulate my plans for tomorrow's class, and there are some other routine affairs I must take care of.
Oh, I realize this. How long will it all take?
Well, school doesn't let out until 3, and it's a 20-minute walk to the park. Would 3:10 be all right?
I will come right to the point, Miss Brooks. I have met you here in the park to make you what you call proposal.
Proposal? But, Mr. Monet, you hardly know me.
Oh, I know you well enough for this, Miss Brooks. After talking to many, many women, Mrs. Conklin, little Mrs. Conklin, about Harriet. I mean, I know You are the ideal woman for me.
Oh, this is very flattering, Mr. Monet, but marriage is a serious step.
Marriage? I cannot marriage with you. I am already married.
With you?
Well, with my wife, Helene. She arrives here next week. For you, I have another proposal.
Any other proposal is only good for a sock in the nozzle.
No, you do not understand. I want you to accept a position as tutor for my 3 children.
3 children? Oh, Mrs. Davis will love this.
Well, they need very badly coaching in English before they can enter school here. And, well, what do you say, Miss Brooks? Will you help us out?
Mr. Monet, may I ask you one question?
Of course. What is it?
Among your children, is there a tall, dark one in the crowd?
Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment. But first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Daumit's magic formula blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Gives loveliness lather even in hardest water. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Luster Cream. Not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen. Soft, manageable. Gives new beauty to all hairdos or permanents. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, either tubes or jars. Tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo and be a
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, I promised Mr. Monet I'd help him out with his children, but I must admit I was a little let down when I found out he wasn't a bachelor. And I said as much to Mrs. Davis.
Yes, Connie, it's a shame that such a darling man is already married.
But he served his purpose as far as upsetting Mr. Boynton goes.
What do you mean, Connie?
Well, the day after we had lunch together, Mr. Boynton was so concerned about the situation, guess what he did?
What?
He put a brand new lock on his frog's cage.
Next week, tune in to another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written and directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, and Gerald Moore.
Dentists know what cleans teeth best. And over 4,000 dentists say Colgate tooth powder with a 2-minute routine gets teeth sparkling and super clean. So to remove dull film and get your teeth shining clean, just brush teeth 2 minutes morning and night with Colgate tooth powder. Brush inside, outside, and biting surfaces. Always brush away from the gums. See how this gets teeth naturally bright. It removes dull film that improper brushing misses. And Colgate tooth powder also sweetens your breath. Try it. Buy Colgate tooth powder today.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evenings over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks.
Do you want to be free to work where you choose, start your own business, own your own home, invest your money as you see fit? Then the American way of life is best for you. We have the highest standard of living. Since 1910, we have practically doubled our annual income, yet our working time has been cut by about 18 hours a week. Let's start to realize how fortunate we are. Let's work a little harder on our jobs and at being better citizens. Let's remember that the better we produce, the better we live.
Stay tuned now for Lum and Abner. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I'd like to say a few words about health. Over 50% of all family colds can be traced to uneven heat or overheating in the home. So protect your family's health by burning blue coal, America's finest anthracite. Then you will be sure of steady, lasting, healthful heat at less cost. The next time you order fuel, ask for blue coal by name. You don't have to get a full supply. Your nearest blue coal dealer will be glad to send you a trial ton. Phone him tomorrow.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
The Johnson Wax Program. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly, with Donald Novis, the Four Notes, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Hallelujah. Attention car owners. Another new labor-saving product is now offered to you by the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. The name of this new product is Johnson's Carnu, C-A-R-N-U. It's a double-action cleaner and wax polish all in one. The job it does is little less than miraculous. Carnu saves you time and work. You simply can't compare its fast action with the old difficult methods of car polishing. If your car is now foggy, streaked, and dirty, Carnu will quickly take away all the ugly film. Give it a dazzling mirror-like polish that will amaze you. This new double-duty liquid polish goes on in a hurry, dries almost immediately to a white powder. Wipe off the powder with a clean cloth, and there stands your car with a dazzling wax polish. A car your family will be proud to ride in. You can easily do the job in an hour, and believe me, you'll call it an hour well spent. Carnu both cleans and wax polishes in one simple operation. Buy a can of Johnson's Carnu without delay at a filling station, auto supply store, garage, or from your regular wax dealer. You'll soon be saying with thousands of car owners, your car looks like new when you use Carnu. Fibber has run out of cigars and has persuaded Molly to walk downtown with him to replenish his supply. And here, walking along at the corner of 14th and Oak Street, Wistful Vista, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
I still don't know why we didn't take the car, dearie. Heavenly days, we've hardly used it.
Oh, I know, but I think it's a good idea now and then, Molly, to walk along the streets of your own town.
What's good about it?
Well, it brings you closer to things. It gives you the common touch.
Hey, buddy, can you spare a dime for a cup of coffee?
The common touch.
I'm kind of a little bit short of change, Bud, but here's a nickel.
Okay, I'll get a demi-tassy. Thanks, Doc.
McGee, I don't think he really wanted coffee. His nose was awful red.
Those your Uncle Dennis's. And look at all the black coffee he has to drink.
Say, I'll have you know, dearie, that me Uncle Dennis is a teetotaler.
You got something there. All the tea that guy ever drunk wouldn't total half a pint. Well, I remember one night I looked out the window and seen him peeking into the mailbox down to the corner. And you know what he was saying?
What was he saying?
He was saying, come on out and fight, Jim Farley.
Well, he shouldn't have done that. You know, Mr. Farley's twice as big as Uncle Dennis.
I just mentioned it. Oh, there's Harpo Wilcox. Hi, Harpo.
Oh, where are you going in such a hurry, Mr. Wilcox?
I'm going down to buy some fireworks.
Fireworks? What's your hurry?
Why, 4th of July is 5 weeks away.
I know it, but I always start early. You see, I give firecrackers as premiums to all my Johnson Wax customers.
Oh, I suppose the idea is that Johnson's Wax does such a bang-up job.
Yes, sir, but not only that. It emphasizes the fact that Johnson's Wax saves so much time and trouble for a housewife that every day is Independence Day.
Oh.
Da-da-da, da-da-da. Well, I'll see you later, folks. I gotta hurry.
Smart guy, Harpo. I hope our sponsors notice the boom in our summer business. Careful crossing the street here, Molly. Better let me take your arm before some truck driver takes your leg.
Say, you just take care of yourself, dearie. Remember the time you got your heel caught in the car track? You held up traffic for 4 hours.
Yeah. It would have been longer than that if some genius hadn't suggested I take my shoe off.
Hello there, Johnny. Hello, daughter. Want to buy some homemade peanut brittle? It's nutty, but nice.
No, thank you, Mr. Oldtimer. Not today.
Hey!
She says, no, we don't want any old-timer. Personally, I hate to lose dignity by arguing with a hunk of candy, but it never agrees with me.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to the other feller, say, says, I just read an article that says the human body is 65% water. Wonderful news, ain't it? Sure is, says t'other feller. Next time I want to play poker with the boys, I can sneak out through the hydrant. Well, sorry you don't want any peanut brittle, kids. Kind of like it myself. I'm a little deaf, and with this stuff, I can always tell when I'm through eating. Well, so long, Johnny. Goodbye, daughter. Nice fresh peanut brittle. Monkey wrench with every box to tighten the nuts. Get your peanut...
Oh, McGee, look.
Huh?
Isn't that the sweetest pair of shoes in the window? Those beach clogs with the platform soles.
Gee, I'd like to get a pair of them myself. I'm so short that whenever I go to the beach, I can't see anything.
What?
Oh, hi, Don.
Well, hello, Fibber and Molly. Where are you bound for?
We're going down to the cigar store, Mr. Novus. McGee has run out of cigars.
I don't blame him. If I smoked the kind of cigars he does, I'd run out, too.
Yeah, he was blowing smoke rings last summer up the lake, and they're still using 4 of them for life preservers.
Ain't so.
I understand he stole 3 of them to the fire department for horse collars.
Now, listen here, you two. Just because if a guy can't, why don't you sing something, Novus?
I'm going to. I'm going to sing I'm Building a Sailboat of Dreams.
Oh, that's fine, Don. Folks, Donald Novus sings I'm building...
Oh, wait a minute, McGee. Do you hear that? There's an extra out.
Extra, broke down stuff. Read all about it. Not woman. Extra, paper.
What's it all about, Bud? I can't understand a word you say.
Of course you can't, you dope. If you could, we wouldn't sell any papers.
I'll take one, boy.
Okay, lady, thanks. Extra, read all about it. Not extra, paper.
What's it say, Molly?
Heavenly days. A big prison break.
Prison break?
5 desperate criminals escaped from Wistful Vista Penitentiary.
Oh.
Citizens are warned to be on guard against convicts believed still lurking in this vicinity.
Well, you can't blame them much after being cooped up all those years. They just wanted to get out and take a little lurk around.
You aren't nervous, are you, Molly?
Well, I am a little nervous, Mr. Nervous. With all them convicts loose and all, I'm not sure I locked the back door. And I know I left my diamond ring on the dressing table.
Uh-oh.
Hey, I better hurry home. Hurry back as soon as you get your cigars, dearie.
Okay, Molly. She's kind of upset at that, Donna. I better get down to the cigar store. How do you want to go into this number? Cold or with a fancy build-up?
Well, my agent told me that...
Folks, Donald Novus sings, I'm Building a Sailboat of Dreams. Shipyard Effects by Billy Mills. Take it, Don. was Donald Nova singing, I'm building a sailboat of dreams. Don, you sung so beautifully, I bet there ain't a dry dock in the house. Well, I better get them cigars and hurry home. Molly's probably kind of nervous on account of them escape. Whoops, I'm sorry, sis. I didn't see you coming.
Well, look where you're going there, Skippy.
Uh-oh.
Can't a girl go roller skating without everybody bumping into her? Huh? One side there. Let me by.
Okay, now. Ain't you a little old and brittle to be zipping around on them Bunyan Buicks?
What? I don't know about that, Shorty. I got to keep in training for next winter.
In training?
Yeah, I'm a goalie on the hockey team. And golly, what a goalie. Let me by there. Whoopee!
A great gal for a hockey team at that. I can just hear the sizzle when that red-hot mama hits the ice. Well, hi, Harpo. Oh, I see you got your firecrackers.
Yeah, swell assortments, too.
Let's see them.
Oh, they're just ordinary firecrackers. I guess I told you what I wanted them for. You see, whenever I start to tell one of my customers about Carnew, say, Fibber, get your face out of this bag with that lighted cigar.
Oh, okay, Harpo.
Well, when I talk to my customers about Carnew, I say Carnew, that remarkable new Johnson product, is as easy to apply as a match to a bunch of firecrackers.
Must have dropped a spark in.
Yeah, they've exploded. They've exploded the old theory that you have to wear yourself out to get a beautiful polish on your car. Why, nothing annoys a car owner more than a dingy, dusty car. And with Carnew, everyone reports that it's sensationally easy to use. You just apply Johnson's Carnew over the clean surface of your car, and bingo! Bingo! There's your car with a gleaming salesroom wax polish. I tell you, folks, Johnson's Carnew is destined to be the most popular automobile polish on the market. Excuse me, Fibber. I got to run back and get some more firecrackers.
The thing he's the guy who used to tell me I'd get pinched someday for shooting off my mouth inside the city limits. Uh-oh, here's the cigar store. Oh, hi, Maury. How are you stocked up on them old McGee smokeroos?
You are still owing me for the last 100 cigars, McGee.
Okay. How much?
$1.25.
$1.25, eh? Okay, here you are. Give me another 200. Say, did you hear about them convicts escaping? What'd they do, dig a tunnel?
They tried that and gave it up. They dug a tunnel 500 feet long and came up in the First National Bank. None of them had an account there, so they had to go back.
That's too bad. 200 feet south, and they'd have come up in the laundry and made a clean getaway. I understand they're pretty tough characters, eh, Maury?
Well, I guess so. At least they didn't post no cops in the woods in case they're stopping to pick wildflowers.
Speaking of wildflowers, I hope these cigars are as strong as my last ones. You got them ready for me, Maury?
Sure. Will you take them with you, or shall I give them the address and let them walk over?
That's okay. Let them walk over. But you better wait till dark. All they got on is their wrappers.
Oi.
Might not be a bad idea at that to hurry home and keep an eye on things. I guess I better get...
Oh, how do you do, Mr. McGee?
Oh, hi, Uppy. Hey, what you doing in front of a cigar store? This ain't one of your hangouts, is it, Uppy?
Mr. McGee, please. What a horrid insinuation. I was merely walking past on my way to the ladies' club. We're rehearsing for our annual play, and I am playing the title role.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
Well, what is it this year, Uppy? Dead End? Or no, Oh, I know. I'll bet you do the washcloth bit in Angels with Dirty Faces.
Oh, not at all, Mr. McGee. No. We're presenting Snow White and the Six Dwarfs.
7 dwarfs, wasn't it, Uppy?
Yes. But when Mrs. Bingham Boynton simply refused to play the part of Happy, we can't understand it. Gladys has always been so willing before.
Well, maybe she didn't think the part was fat enough for her. So you're going to be Snow White, are you, Uppy? What are you going to do for a glass coffin?
Oh, that's very simple, really, Mr. McGee. Mr. Smith in the delicatessen is loaning us a glass showcase. Oh, I do hope I shall be able to go through with it until the prince rescues me. It simply reeks of ham, you know.
Who, the prince?
Oh, no, Mr. McGee.
now. Oh, quite warm, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I'll say it is, Uppy. Hotter than a $2 pistol. I kind of worked up a sweat myself.
Please, Miss McGee, a gentleman never, horses sweat. Men perspire and women glow. And I simply must be glowing. Glowing.
Good old Uppy. Some of them club women remind me of a dollar alarm clock. Full of good work, sound awful busy, and never quite on time. Let's see, what was I going to do here?
Well, for scream's sake, Fizzer, what are you doing standing around on the street like a fragrant without any home?
Just come downtown to get some cigars, Nick, but I got to go right back home.
Say, I'm just meeting Mr. Wilscott down the street.
Oh, you did, eh?
Sure, and he's having a big bag full of firecrackers, torpedoes, pin whistles, sky rockets, and Roman candlesticks. He's going to celebrate in the Declaration of Independence a little prematurely, isn't he?
No, he's giving them away for premium. You going away for the 4th, Nick?
No, Fizzer, I think I'm staying here because my little boy Demetrios is being personally selected to make a recitationum of a patriotic poetry.
Oh, what's he going to recite, Nick?
The recitation he's going to give is a very famous poetry, which the name of it is being The Middle of the Night Ride of Paul Revolver. It is going something like this. Listen, my squeegees, and get a load of a man who is galloping down the road.
Never mind, Nick. I'm familiar with that poem, and I got to get home. Molly's worried about them escaped convicts.
Oh, but Fizzer, every good United States of America citizen should have some refreshments for his memory of this great poetry.
Oh.
1 if by land, and 2 if by sea, and 3 if by railroad. It's okay with me. Hardly a man is now alive, and if he is, he's more than 75, who remembers that famous push day and year. Say, Fizzer, would you like a glass of beer?
No, thanks, Nick. I told you I had to hurry home because...
1 for the money, and 2 for the show. And Paul Revolver was ready to go when they hung up a signal in the steeple, and Paul was watching. He was pretty smart people.
Please, Nick, I can't.
To every middle-sized village and farm, the Redskins are coming. He gave the alarm. It's a good thing he did, too, or it would be just too bad. And George Washington is the first president we ever had. Oh, that is a wonderful poetry, Fisher, and it is teaching us a big lesson, too. That horseback rides is just going to show that there has been more than one patriotic cancer in our history. Well, so long, Fisher. See you later.
More than one patriotic cancer. Take it, silly.
Jonah was a man, got a word from the Lord to go and preach the gospel to a sinful land. He got on a ship and he tried to get away, and he ran into a storm in the middle of the sea. For the Lord, he made the wave just to roll so high. The ship began to sink and they all began to cry. They pulled old Jonah out of the hole, and they chucked him in the water just to lighten up the load. Now the Lord made a whale, long and wide. Lord, Lord, wasn't that a fish? And he swallowed up Jonah, hair and hide. Lord, Lord, wasn't that a fish? Jonah started to pray in the belly of the whale. Lord, Lord, wasn't that a fish? He repented of his sins like a man in jail. Lordy, Lord, wasn't that a fish? Jonah must have been a bad man, must have been a sinner. Lordy, Lord, wasn't that a fish? When the whale got him down, he didn't like the dinner. Lord, Lord, wasn't that a fish? He swam around the ocean, sick as could be. Lord, Lord, wasn't that a fish? After 3 days, whoop, he had to set him free. Lord, Lordy, wasn't that a fish? The whale spit Jonah out on dry land. Lord, Lord, wasn't that a fish? And he went on to preaching like a righteous man. Oh, Lord, Lord, wasn't that a fish? Then people quit the sins when they heard him in the town. Lord, Lord, wasn't that a fish? When you hear the trumpet call, don't you turn the gospel down. Father by the lesson of the gospel tale of Jonah and the whale.
Nice work, kid. Folks, that was the 4 notes singing Jonah and the Whale. And they wham back over the... Oh, no. That was another seafood opera. sweep the leaves off from under this fire. I suppose Molly's got all the doors barricaded and is pointing my shotgun at the chimney. I wish she wasn't so dead.
Listen, lady, be reasonable.
Must have company. I wonder who that is.
Listen, sister, you make one more move toward that window and we bop you, see? Yeah, you're after us, see? And we ain't taking no chances.
Oh, dear, I wish McGee was here.
Oh, my gosh. Them convicts. They got Molly. What'll I do? Oh, I'll run next door and phone for the cops. I hope Molly keeps cool. When I get back, I ought to have the cops over here in 5 minutes. Oh, hello, little girl. Will you ask your mom if I can use the phone? Quick.
No.
Oh, come on, you gotta.
Why?
It's a matter of life and death. No. Come on, sis, quit stalling. Hurry up. Ask your mom if I can use the phone.
I can't do it, I betcha.
Well, why not?
Oh, my mom isn't here.
Well, who is here?
Me?
Ain't there anybody? I mean, can't stop. Listen, sis, I'm coming in and use that phone.
Okay, mister.
Well, where is it?
Where's what?
The telephone, Dad. That is the telephone. Ought to be here in the hall someplace. Where is it, sis? Hurry up.
They took it out, I betcha.
Oh. Listen, sis, this is urgent. I gotta get to a telephone. Where's the nearest place I can telephone?
Right here.
Huh?
We got a telephone.
I thought... Dad, Raddick, you said they took it out.
Sure they did, I betcha. They took it out of the hall and they put it in the dining room.
Why does everything have to happen to me?
Did you ever have the mumps?
No, I never had the mumps.
Well, then everything hasn't happened to you, I bet.
Please, sis, there's burglars in our house. I gotta call the police. Where's the telephone?
In the dining room. Right there, you see.
Oh.
A nickel?
Oh, no. Dad, Raddick, not a cent of change with me, and this would be a nickel phone.
No, it isn't, mister.
Well, why'd you ask me if I had a nickel? Oh, listen, sis. Let me make this phone call and we'll discuss finances later.
Oh, no, you don't.
Huh?
When the other neighbors use our telephone, they give me a nickel. And one price all is the way I do business.
Okay, I'll give you a nickel. I'll give you a dime. I'll give you a quarter. Here, give me that phone. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Quiet, sis. I'm telephoning. Hello, operator. This is an emergency. Give me the police.
Please, you can have it for a penny.
Hello, police station. This is Fibber McGee, 79 Wistful Vista. You know them convicts that escaped? Well, they're in my house at 79 Wistful Vista, see? Listen, officer, get the squad cars out right away and tell them to take it easy because they got my wife in there with them. I'd have busted in there myself, but there was no use throwing my own life away.
You can have it for a penny.
Okay, officer, thanks, and tell them to hurry. I heard them through the door, and they're pretty desperate. Okay, officer. On.
Where's my quarter, mister?
Oh, I got time now, sis. I'll see you later. I said, don't bother me now. I gotta get home.
Okay, mister. But it seems to me that it takes a pretty despicable character to default on a business arrangement with a lady, particularly when she has afforded him every facility to restore his loved ones to the great American ideal of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Boy, they certainly got here quick. I'll never make fun of a policeman again. Oh, I hope Molly's all right. I shouldn't have let her go home alone like that. Hey, officer, I'm telephone.
Keep out of the way, buddy. You'll get hurt. Where does Fibber McGee live?
I don't know. He lives right over there. I mean, he's the one. I'm him. I'm Fibber McGee.
Well, quit stalling then. Tell us where them convicts are. Get out the riot guns, boys, and the tear gas bombs.
Now, listen, Captain. Go easy on the shooting. My wife's in there, and them guys have been threatening her. I don't want nothing to happen to her.
Well, we'll do the best we can. Murphy!
Yes, sir?
Moskowitz!
I am, sir.
Cover the back door! Lenahan, Goldberg, O'Toole! Climb the trees and cover the upstairs window. All right, McGee. Now, when I rap on the door and ask them to surrender, if they don't answer, you speak to your wife. Understand?
Oh, okay. I guess I gotcha.
Well, come on, then. All right, you men in there. Come out quietly and you won't be hurt. The house is surrounded. Do you hear me?
Oh, my gosh. You don't suppose that...
Call your wife, McGee, and see if she answers.
Molly!
Well, it's about time you got home, McGee. What are you doing with the policeman?
Molly, are you all right? I mean,
He told us them escaped convicts was in here, lady.
Sure they were. I heard at least 4 tough guys talking in here not more than 10 minutes ago.
Why, McGee, you never... Oh, that.
What happened, Molly?
Oh, I was wishing you could have been here to hear him, McGee.
Who, them convicts on the lam?
No, gangbusters on the radio.
We'll be back in just a moment. And now, your attention, please. These pleasant spring days were surely meant for enjoyment. And no sensible woman wants to stay in the house scrubbing floors when the warm sun is calling her out of doors. Let me remind you, then, that you can forget about scrubbing when your floors and linoleum are gleaming with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. You'll be glad every day when you see your beautiful lustrous floors and discover that dirt can't stick to the shining Glow Coat polish. And don't neglect your porch floor. Do you remember how the dirt collected on it last summer? Well, just put a little Glow Coat on that porch floor and see how much cleaner it will stay. You know, of course, that Glow Coat requires no rubbing or buffing. It never streaks or smears. It dries in 20 minutes to a glossy polish that seals the cracks against dirt and stains. But be sure you get the real thing. GLO-COAT. Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. The easy-to-use liquid polish that gives brighter luster, longer wear.
Heavenly days. I haven't seen so many cops since the time I was crowned queen of the 14th precinct at the policeman's ball.
Well, them cops was just an extra precaution, Molly. My first impulse was to rush in and clean them hoodlums up single-handed.
I'll bet you could have done it, too, dearie.
Why, sure. Say I could. I was raised with a pretty tough gang back in Peoria, remember? That is, till they threw me out.
What'd they throw you out for?
They caught me carrying a handkerchief. Good night.
Good night, all.
When you visit the New York World's Fair, you'll be sure to see the 15 beautiful model homes in the town of tomorrow. On all the floors and woodwork of these homes, Johnson's wax polishes are used exclusively. This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's...
The name of James Watt is invariably associated with the invention of the steam engine and with little else. It is not generally known that he was also responsible for numerous other less important but still useful contrivances. Nor do many realize that one of his major discoveries belongs, because of its curious origin, in the chronicles of the strange and the incredible.
Within a few years after it was first conceived, James Watt's steam engine was a commercial success. And in the year 1783, its inventor was enjoying both the income and the prestige to which his great scientific contribution entitled him. It came, therefore, as something of a surprise to Dr. McCreger, the pastor of the local church, when Watt appeared at his door early one summer morning, clad in a workman's overalls.
I'd like to climb the church steeple. The church steeple? What for, Mr. Watt? It's an experiment I want to try. A crazy idea I got in my brain, and I cannot get it out. And I came by it in a crazy way. What way was that? I cannot tell you now for fear you'd laugh. But if you let me climb, Doctor, and if the experiment works, why, then I'll tell you the queerest story you ever heard.
A few moments later, the inventor appeared carrying a large kettle in his hand. Perched precariously at the very top of the steeple, he raised the kettle and, with a sudden gesture, overturned it. Unable to restrain himself longer, Dr. McCreger ran down the porch steps and raced toward the church. But even before he arrived there, James Watt had descended from the steeple. The pastor found the famous man knee-deep in the waters of the moat, shouting excitedly.
It worked! Dr. McGregor, it worked! I stumbled on a new scheme for making ammunition. You drop molten lead, and it turns into gunshot.
Yes, Dr. McCreger's church steeple proved to be the first shot tower ever used. More than a century thereafter, leaden shot was the chief ammunition employed in the wars of Europe. And even today, similar shot towers are still in operation. But it is doubtful whether even their owners know the story that James Watt told Dr. McCreger that same morning. The strange story of what had led him to his experiment.
But I do not see, Mr. Watt, how you knew the lead would disintegrate when you dropped it. I came by the idea in a queer sort of way. 'Twas in a dream. A dream? Aye. A dream that kept a coming back to me next after next after next. I'd be standing in an open field, and all of a sudden, the clouds would burst and the rain would start beating down around me. Then I'd hold out my hand to feel the drops, and they'd be hard in my hand like little balls of metal, and I'd say to myself, why, man, 'tis raining living raindrops, and that's a queer thing indeed. And then I'd wake, and the remembering of those drops wouldn't let me sleep again. And so at last I said to myself, could it be that fallen lead disintegrates, as you call it, and forms the shape of gunshot? And so I decided to find out, and I did, and that's all there is to it. 'Tis a strange thing, I know. How would you explain it?
But neither the man of God nor any other man since has been able to explain James Watt's strange dream. Had he unconsciously grasped the principle of his remarkable discovery and then projected it in the form of the rain symbol? Or was the dream what he himself intimated it was? A miracle incredible but true.
Golly, what a wallop! He rang the bell again.
He's feeling his Cheerios. Yes, Cheerios, that energizing breakfast cereal made from oats. Good, old-fashioned, nourishing oats, all ready to eat. Cheerios gives you a kind of nourishment that really counts. Cheerios is a cereal that really helps you build up strength and energy. So for your better breakfast, always start with Cheerios. Cheerios. Cheerios.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
The Fred Allen Show, brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. An hour of smiles with Fred Allen, folks. 3,600 seconds of fun and music. Fun with our star comedian, Fred Allen. The inside story of the World's Fair's greatest attraction, the Aquacade, by its producer, Billy Rose. Music with Peter Van Steeden, with the masters of hot licks, the Merrimacs, and with the sensational singing star of the boys from Syracuse, Win Murray. And the time has come. It's the Fred Allen Show. The curtain rises. Peter Van Steeden and the Merrimacs start our overture, and it's Baby Me.
Like darling, dearie, precious, pretty, I could even go for itty bitty baby me. Because I love it when you baby me. The beauty of it is that I love you, and you love me too. So baby, won't you baby me?
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we give you the winner in the big contest we forgot to announce last week. The first prize, a stucco muffin cutter, goes to Mrs. Leafy Knoll of Prandle, Texas. To all of the losers, to prove you are still losing, we give you Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, Harry, now that you mention it, it might not be a bad idea if we did have a contest on the program.
Yes, we're about the only radio show that isn't giving something away these days.
That's right. You know, the new Pot of Gold program is giving away money if you've got a home and they can catch you in it. all of the quiz shows are paying people to send in questions. The Milton Berle program is buying old jokes.
Yeah, well, that's the trouble, Fred. People can't make any money listening to our show.
People are actually losing money, Harry.
They're losing?
Losing. Now, look, a man sits home by his radio, he listens to us for an hour, and what has he got?
A headache.
Exactly. Yeah. Why, a headache can lead to sinus trouble. A man goes to the hospital, day and night nurses, an oxygen tent. Say, it runs into money.
Hello?
Oh, Portland, were you eavesdropping? Were
No,
you?
I was just listening to what you were saying.
I was listening too, Alan.
Well, I should hope so. Your ear was practically in my mouth.
Tender, wasn't it?
Yes, I must say it was.
That's me all over. Tender Van Steeden.
Especially between the ears.
What were you saying about the program, Mr. Allen?
Well, Harry and I were saying audibly, foolishly, as it turned to develop now, but Harry and I were saying that people can't make any money listening to this program.
I'm on it, and I can't make any money.
Yes, and I wish you'd tell your cornet player to stop passing the hat in the studio after each number.
If I knew where I could get another job, I'd take it.
Well, you'd have to beat me to it, Van Steeden.
You know something? If this was only a quiz program, we could all send ourselves some questions and pick up a few dollars that way.
Mama made $5 sending a question to a quiz show.
Really?
My wife sent a joke to Milton Berle.
Well, how could she make a bundle out of you? If you have no string section in the band, you can't make bundles without strings.
If that's comedy, I'm a flat-footed floogie.
Well, that's comedy.
I'll get my arches lifted.
That is a dead exit if I've ever seen one. You really couldn't fix that exit with a pull motor the way he sneaked out. Get his arches lifted. Who ever heard of a heel with arches?
Say, I've got a joke for Milton Berle, Mr. Allen.
No, never mind. Not now, Portland. Last week, you remember, I promised my fan I'd put back the newsreels. Now, I have a couple of newsreels here tonight. One newsreel it developed after it was all cut out. But I've got one newsreel left, and I'm going to keep my word. A fanfare, Mr. Van Steeden. The Ipana Weekly Newsreel brings you the news cavalcade. Boston, Massachusetts. During the pet. Wait a minute. Now start that over. Start it all over again. You can't try out anything new on this program. Everybody's working from memory here. Now, I don't want the megaphone. Start it again, Pete. Boston, Massachusetts. During the past week, mild earth tremors were felt in New England, New York, Ohio, and eastern Canada. Ipana News interviews folks in New England area who were vitally affected by last week's minor earthquake. At Rumford Falls, Vermont, a truck farmer, Wharton Bain, was inconvenienced.
Yes, that earthquake sure changed my plans.
Changed your plans? In what way, Farmer Bain?
Well, last spring I planted 10 acres of corn and 10 acres of beans.
I see.
Along comes this quake and shakes the daylights out in my land. I didn't reap no corn and no beans.
What was your harvest, Farmer Bain?
Succotash.
Thank you very much.
Quite all right, anytime. Say, whatever become of Orson Welles?
He went that way. Thank you. Thank you, Farmer Bain. At Dulcet Pond, New Hampshire. See, I forgot. I should have had the megaphone now. I'd mixed my voices up. At Dulcet Pond, New Hampshire, a housewife, Mrs. Dolores Bevins, had definite proof of quake.
I knowed it was something.
Well, how could you tell, Mrs. Bevins?
Well, my husband got the palsy. He's been shaken 40 years.
What happened during the quake?
I seen he was standing still.
Yeah? What did you say?
For the land shakes.
Sounds like an old Portland to me, I'm not sure. At Conatrance, Rhode Island, a part-time scientist, Waldo Gould, explains the cause of the Earth's disturbance. What causes earthquakes, Mr. Gould?
It's the glaciers that's doing it.
Glaciers?
Yep. 2 glaciers break up. They don't see each other for 30,000 years. They meet again. It's like 2 odd fellas.
Oh, glaciers. Glaciers and Oddfellows experience the same reaction when they meet?
Yep.
Well, what is it?
They shake, brother. They shake.
Thank you. Confidentially, what is a glacier, Mr. Gould?
A glacier's an ice cube that's had a chance.
I'm sorry. At Wet Snag, Maine, a prominent campfire girl, Miss Tansy Whap. And she looks it. Had a distressing experience.
I was a campfire girl in good squatting for 30 years. Today I'm an outcast.
On account of the earthquake? Well, what happened?
I was standing in front of the YW when the ground started shaking. I shook, too.
Yes?
A patrol wagon drove up. I was bundled in.
And thanks to this earthquake...
I got 30 days.
For what?
Jitterbugging in the open.
Are you leaving town?
Yes, I'm joining Unit Number 7 tomorrow.
Thank you very much, and good luck to you at Fendel Funk, West Virginia on your journey. Thank you, Miss Tansy Whap. At South Crud, New York, the oldest inhabitant, Phineas Hobb, laughs at recent tremor scare.
This tremor was nothing.
You recall a worse quake, do you, Mr. Hobb?
Back in 92, we had what I call a tremor.
Violent, was it?
Violent. It shook my cow so bad she was giving pot cheese.
Really? You don't say. Did you seek cover?
Well, I run into a saloon, but I weren't seeking cover.
You required spiritual reassurance.
Yeah, and I was willing to pay for it.
I see.
But I started drinking, and bang, the earth gave a tremor, and the ceiling of that saloon just caved right in on me.
You stood there cold sober?
No, I lay there plastered.
Radio City, New York. Miss Wynne Murray steps to the microphone at 9:11 Eastern Standard Time. Peter Van Steeden raises his baton. Miss Murray prepares to sing The Man with the Mandolin.
There's a funny little man that society won't let in, 'cause he's always picking on his little mandolin. Beedly-um-bum-bum, beedly-um-bum, here comes the man with the mandolin. Beedly-um-bum-bum, beedly-um-bum, he'll cheer you up till your ship comes in. Lovable old fella playing an old tune. He comes around every afternoon. Raggedy old minstrel wearing a big grin. You'll love the man with the mandolin. All the kids holler, all the kids holler through the windows above. Mama throw a nickel and the man'll pick our little tune we love. Beedly-um-bum-bum, beedly-um-bum, open your heart, let the music in. Beedly-um-bum-bum, beedly-um-bum, there goes the man with the mandolin. He plays Santa Lucia, and he picks on Rigoletto. But it sounds like this. Beedly-um-bum, here comes the man with the mandolin. Beedly-um-bum, beedly-um-bum, he'll cheer you up till your ship comes in. Lovable old fella playing an old tune. He comes around every afternoon. Raggedy old minstrel wearing a big grin. You'll love the man with the mandolin. All the kids holler, all the kids holler through the windows above. Mama throw a nickel and the man will pick a little tune we love about the stars above. Beedly-um-bum-bum, beedly-um-bum, open your heart, let the music in. Beedly-um-bum-bum, beedly-um-bum, there goes the man with the mandolin.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, if I may, I'd like to ask a rather delicate question.
Don't say another word, Fred. You can count on me for anything up to $2.
Me, too. If you leave your watch as security.
Well, thank you, fellows, but the question I had in mind has to do with quite another subject. In a word, girls.
Oh, well, what about them, Fred?
Well, I think they get better looking every year, Harry. There seem to be more pretty girls per capita these days than there were when I was a gangling youth. Now the question is that a mirage or a stigmatism?
Oh, well, I don't think it's either, Fred. I think it's the truth. Because modern women not only put more accent on styles, but on smiles, too. You see, ladies and gentlemen, an attractive smile is really the keynote to beauty. That's why so many thousands have adopted the regular use of Ipana toothpaste to help them have the kind of smiles that make for more attractiveness. Because Ipana is especially designed not only to clean and brighten teeth, but when used with massage, to help give gums the stimulation they need for firmness and health. So, ladies and gentlemen, follow this easy modern routine.
Every time you brush your teeth with Ipana toothpaste, put a little extra Ipana on your brush or fingertip and massage it on your gums. Notice the remarkable difference the very first time you use Ipana this way. Notice the pleasant, tingling sensation as circulation speeds up and lazy gums start to waken.
So make up your mind right now to stop at your drugstore for an economical tube of Ipana toothpaste and help yourself to healthier gums and brighter teeth. The perfect combination for a winning smile. The Ipana smile.
Thank you. Peter Van Steeden and his sophomores of swing have just concluded Volvistu Gaily Star. Imagine in years to come, a little boy grows up and later says, songs my mother sang to me, Volvistu Gaily Star. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present our question of the week. This is Mr. and Mrs. Average Man's Roundtable, where three persons selected from our studio audience are asked to give their opinions on a question of national interest or vital importance. Now, the question of the week will be announced in just a minute, but first, let us meet our committee. Portland?
Yes. First, we're having Mr. Arthur Hershkowitz from New York City.
Good evening, Mr. Hershkowitz.
Good evening.
May I ask your profession or occupation?
I'm a lawyer.
You're a lawyer, are you?
Yes, sir.
You look rather young to be a lawyer, I would say. How long, perhaps you haven't had enough troubles in the business. How long have you been practicing?
14 years.
14 years, really? It's a peculiar thing about doctors and lawyers. No matter how long they're in their professions, they're still practicing. Don't they ever get perfect in them?
I hardly think so.
But I'm glad that a lawyer finally has showed up at our round table, Mr. Hershkowitz. I'd like to ask an explanation. I'd like to have you explain something to me, if you'd be kind enough to, would you?
If I can, I will.
There won't be any charge involved.
Not now.
Well, the one I'd like to ask you is, whenever you go out in the country, out driving around in the country, you see those signs on trees and fences, no trespassing under the penalty of the law. Now, just what constitutes legal trespass?
Well, there are several kinds of trespass, such as trespass on the case, trespass de bonus asportatus, trespass v et armis, and the trespass to which you are specifically referring to is known as trespass quaere clausum frigit.
Oh, that... Now I'll have to hire another lawyer to find out what's on here. But I noticed, Mr. Hershkowitz, that most lawyers here in New York seem to have sidelines. Some of them handle actors' business, others are investment counselors. Have you, do you have a sideline along with your...
Yes, I have.
Have you really?
Really, yes.
Well, what is it, may I ask?
Well, I'm interested in a real estate development.
Oh, in a real estate development? In the city here?
No, in the suburbs.
Where?
In Westfield, New Jersey.
What is the name? I'll have to get it out of you by cross-examination. I'd have to, at Westfield, huh?
That's right.
What is the name of it?
Colonial Homes in Westfield.
Oh, the Colonial Homes, well, you could have said that right away and saved me all that conversation. But there are so many housing projects going up, it's really fine that all the building is in the offing. I guess it's much nicer to buy a house in a development than it is to buy one of those houses you get through the mail. I was down in Nantucket last summer. I saw a house there a fellow bought through the mail. There was some little mix-up in his general delivery packages or something. When he got the house together, he found out he had 6 bathrooms. The attic was on the first floor, and the front door opened into the fireplace. Very confusing. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Hershkowitz. Who is our next guest, Portland?
Mrs. Nora Emaluth from the Bronx.
Mrs. Emaluth, happy to have you here tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
You live in the Bronx, do you?
Yes, I do.
They tell me that certain swanky families uptown are now calling the Bronx Lower Yonkers. Is there... What is your profession, may I ask?
I'm a secretary.
Secretary here in New York, are you?
Yes, I am.
Where?
In the Empire State Building.
Oh, really? Al Smith's townhouse. How is the governor these days?
Why, he seems quite well.
Oh,
he
that's
looks
fine.
splendid.
Looks fine. I'm glad to hear it. Has he seen that picture, Mr. Smith Goes to Washington? Do you know? If he wants to sue, I'm quite sure Mr. Hershkowitz here will be glad to take the case. Well, I guess the Empire State's been pretty well crowded with tourists this summer during the fair, hasn't it?
Yes, they've had a big season.
Oh, there's a friend of mine came over from Boston, a lady who had a friend working on the 80th floor. And she didn't know there were elevators in the Empire State, and she was gone for 3 months before she... There's one thing I never could understand about the Empire State Building. People will come over from Jersey and pay $1 to go up on top of the Empire State Building to look back at Jersey again. Have you got any vacant room, any space down there to rent?
A little.
A little, huh? I wanted to tell Mr. Whalen he'll have to have a place to put the trial on after Tuesday, you know.
We'll see what we can do for him.
All right, I'll appreciate it. And now, Portland?
Mr. Edward Parks from New York City.
Oh, Mr. Parks, you joined our committee last week and wrote in again asking to be with us again this week.
Yes, Mr. Allen. Last week, if you remember, you wanted to know what was the idea of the return of corsets for women.
The corsets, yes.
Well, you know, I had a long talk with my wife.
Oh, well, the only thing is, Mr. Parks, I'm sorry to have to shut you off, but you see, this week we have another question.
Well, I just thought I'd tell you because I had to straighten it out with my mother-in-law. You know, I'm...
Well, I'm sorry. You see, each week we have a different question, and I'll tell you the question we're going to have tonight a little later on.
Well, the only thing, I just wanted to tell you what she said.
If it concerns last week's question, of course, we couldn't take it up now because then we wouldn't have time to take up the question tonight. And I'll try to let you have enough time to finish tonight, Mr. Parks.
All right, Mr. Allen.
Because if you're on the program another week, you'll have to join AFRA, you see. Our question tonight concerns a holiday that arrives next month. Now, as we all know, since the days of the Pilgrims in this country, a day has been set apart each year for Thanksgiving. In 1864, President Lincoln proclaimed the last Thursday in November to be the official day of Thanksgiving. Now, each president since has appointed the same day. This year, Thanksgiving Day has been moved ahead a week. Now, our question tonight is, do you favor the recent change in our Thanksgiving Day date? Mr. Hershkowitz?
Yes, I do.
You do? Why?
I think it'll help business, and with Thanksgiving not crowding up on Christmas, why, there'll be more days for people to do their shopping.
Mrs. Emelus, do you agree with that?
Well, I think it's a slight blow to tradition, don't you, Mr. Allen?
Well, of course, I'm only asking the question. If I get so I can answer them, I won't need the committee. Mr. Parks, what do you think about the change in Thanksgiving Day?
Well, to tell you the truth, Mr. Allen, naturally, as I told you before, I'm just married, and I've had nothing but eggs ever since
Oh, and you don't really care whether Thanksgiving
Don't
Day
make a
is
bit of
changed
difference
or
to
not.
me at all.
Well, do you think... Of course, you're a difficult man. Do you think there is there any other holiday you would rather see moved than Thanksgiving?
Yes, sir.
Well, which one is that?
Christmas.
You would rather see Christmas move back into the next year?
Yes, sir. I'd rather see it move either way, as long as it's moved somewhere.
Oh, I think you've got something there, or you might have a way of keeping Christmas where it is and moving the whole year back to get it away from Christmas. But an economist, I notice economist in Washington has an excellent idea. He wants to put all of the holidays together and let everybody in the country sit down for 2 weeks and do absolutely nothing. Well, I think that we've gotten someplace with our committee tonight. I want to thank you all a lot for your courtesy and your kindness, and I'd like to present you each with a gift box containing all of the Bristol Myers products, including Ipana and Salopatica. And thank you an awful lot for your kindness. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Merrimacs, whose vocal antics lend a certain dignity to swing. I'm not overdoing it, am I, folks? The Merrimacs, their song, We're Off to See the Wizard.
Follow the yellow brick road, follow the yellow brick road. Follow, 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 follow the yellow brick road. Follow the rainbow over the stream, follow the fellow who follows the dream. Follow, 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 follow the yellow brick road. We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. We hear he is a whiz of a whiz, if ever a whiz there was. If ever a whiz there was, the Wizard of Oz is one because of the wonderful things he does. We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. We hear he is a whiz of a whiz, if ever a whiz there was. If ever a whiz there was, the Wizard of Oz is one because of the wonderful things he does. We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. We hear he is a whiz of a whiz, if ever a whiz there was. If ever a whiz there was, the Wizard of Oz is one because of the wonderful things that he does. We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. We're off to see the Wizard of Oz, the wonderful Wizard of Oz.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we present a midget Allen mystery. The central figure is a woman, young, fairly intelligent, and always dressed in becoming clothes. When men first meet her, they think she's very attractive. Then suddenly, her charm vanishes. Why? That's the mystery.
And this is the solution, a very simple and obvious one, too, ladies and gentlemen. A woman is only as attractive as her smile. Every day, more and more women, and men, too, are realizing that. That's why they depend on Ipana toothpaste to help them have and keep winning smiles. You see, teeth seldom sparkle when your gums are soft and tender. And the creamy, well-cooked foods we eat do not give our gums the stimulation they need for firmness and health. So frequently, pink toothbrush appears, the first warning signal of tender, ailing gums. When you see that, by all means see your dentist. You may not be in for serious trouble, but let him decide. Usually his verdict will be,
your gums are robbed of work by the soft, well-cooked foods you eat. They need more exercise to keep them firm and healthy.
And very often, as so many dentists do, he may add,
your gums will respond to the healthful stimulation of Ipana toothpaste and massage.
So brush your teeth and massage your gums with Ipana regularly to help your gums to healthful firmness and to have cleaner, brighter teeth. Help give your smile a new and sparkling loveliness by faithfully using Ipana toothpaste. Gentlemen, while your local announcer is taking a deep breath to remind you of the station to which you are listening, may we remind you that this is National Pharmacy Week, a tribute to the druggists of America. And we pay our deepest respects to these men who serve their communities both day and night in time of sickness and emergency. Your patronage is your appreciation of the capable service your druggist is always ready and willing to render. The Fred Allen Hour will continue immediately after a short pause for your station identification.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we present as our guest tonight the most fantastic and colorful gentleman rampant in modern show business today. To the millions who have visited the New York World's Fair, he is known as the man who presented the fair's outstanding feature, the Aquacade.
We're ready, Mr. Allen.
Ready for what, Portland?
Harry's Trio is waiting to introduce Mr. Rose.
No, not again. Now, Harry's Trio sang last week to bring on Gene Autry. We have got to wait for that rendition to blow over from last week. Go away. Go away with
Well, gee, we've been rehearsing all week.
Well, no, it won't help, Harry. The answer is no.
Well, look, Kay Kaiser has singing song titles, Fred.
Why can't we have singing introductions?
Yeah.
Oh, well, which one of Billy Rose's numbers were you going to sing?
Well, we thought we could do without a song.
We could do without a song is right.
It's okay, Harry.
Fine. Yeah, all right, come on, boys, let's go.
Without a song, the day would never end. Without a song.
To the polluted strains of his favorite song, we bring you the outstanding showman. Up with the melody, boys, the melody. You're letting down the melody. I know, but you've got two stowaways in the verse there. To the polluted strains of his favorite song, we bring you the outstanding showman in America today, the man who produced the Aquacade. Get away, boys, you bother me. That's all, men. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have you meet Mr. Billy Rose.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Fred, for that flamboyant introduction. You certainly didn't spare the adjective.
Well, I meant it, Billy. Your activities would cause a thesaurus to slink into a corner and hang its glossary in despair.
Wait a minute. I never heard of a glossary hanging its head.
Say, do I know what a glossary is? I heard the word on information, please. You know, Billy, this is the first time I've seen you since you opened your Aquacade, and I am agreeably surprised.
You mean at my appearance?
Yes. Spending so much of your time around water this summer, why, I expected to find you with webbed feet or smoking a cigar with fins on it or something.
No, I'm still normal, Fred. Of course, that's only one man's opinion.
Now, you don't want to mention the gentleman's name. Now, to make this a real radio interview, Billy, we'd like to have you give us a few highlights from your colorful career.
Certainly, Fred. Now, first I went
You were born, you adolesced. At an early age, you became the world's champion exponent of shorthand and typing.
Yes, then I really
Then you became a songwriter. You wrote such hits as That Old Gang of Mine, Don't Bring Lulu, Me and My Shadow.
Yes, and then I really
produced musical shows. You startled the amusement world by opening New York's first theater restaurant, the Casino de Paris. Then you,
Now, wait a minute, Fred. Who's interviewing whom?
Well, I'm sorry, Billy. I was carried away by your colorful career. Say, tell me, what was your first gigantic production in the theater?
A musical trifle called Jumbo, starring Jimmy Durante and an elephant.
Whatever became of the elephant, Billy?
Well, I don't know, Fred. You know how it is, and I've been busy, and we sort of drifted apart.
You know, that show Jumbo always puzzled me. I never figured out how you could tell Durante and the elephant apart.
It was easy, Fred. One of them worked for peanuts.
That would be Durante, of course. But after Jumbo, you really gave the country some spectacles.
Well, I produced the Fort Worth Frontier Centennial in Texas, the Water Carnival at the Great Lakes Exposition in Cleveland, and finally the Aquacade in New York.
Well, you know that so many people marvel at the expert presentation of your Aquacade at the World's Fair that I'm sure folks would like to know a little about the inner workings of your liquid fiesta. Now, you won't resent a mild cross-examination.
No, not at all. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, how did you stage those beautiful chorus routines in the water? Did you have to jump in personally and tread water while you were directing them?
No, Fred, all the chorus routines were worked out on paper. Then we had a swimming master teach them to the lads and lassies.
Well, how about a few statistics? How much water do you need to maintain high tide at your Aquacade?
The pool holds approximately 1,100,000 gallons. But, of course, the water's being constantly changed.
1,100,000. Why, over the summer, you've used millions of gallons. Say, if all of the water you have used at the Aquacade was stood on end, you'd have another Niagara Falls.
Gee, I wish I had produced Niagara Falls.
Well, why, Billy?
Well, for one thing, I think it'll run longer than the Aquacade.
No, I doubt it very much. Well, what about the attendance figures on your flooded follies to date? Can you recall the figures offhand?
Yes, Fred, and I'm rather proud of them. The Aquacade is probably the biggest hit in the entire history of show business. So far, it has played to a little over 4,800,000 people.
Well, is that more than AB's Irish Rose played to?
Yes, sir. It's even more than the Yankees, Giants, and Dodgers combined played to all last season.
Say, perhaps the Yanks will take a tip from you. Next summer, they may flood the stadium. They could tie some water wings on Joe DiMaggio and use 3 chorus girls in the infield.
Yep, and I still think they'll beat Cincinnati.
Yes, if they beat them on land, they ought to beat them on sea. But tell me, Billy, when the Aquacade closes next week, what are you going to do with all of that used water you're going to have on your hands over there?
Well, I haven't decided yet, Fred. Have you any ideas?
Well, I know that you can't turn that much water loose in Flushing, or it's going to look like it did before Grover siphoned it off.
I think I'd better hold on to it, Fred. You know, the fair starts again in the spring, and I'm presenting a new show at the Aquacade.
And I'm sure it'll be the talk of 1940. Confidentially, now this is off the record, that thing Al Smith likes to look at once in a while. Will you tell me one thing? As the creator of the Aquacade, did you ever go for a swim in it yourself this summer?
Confidentially, I hate the water.
You hate the water? Well, on those hot days, you didn't even take off your shoes and stockings and get in a little bunion dunking?
No, sir. No, sirree. Everybody around the show used to undress and go for a dip, but not me.
You were the little man who wasn't bare, huh? Well, thanks a lot for this verbal splashing. Now, before you go, how about a preview of the next idea that the Rose imagination has on the fire at the moment?
Well, I have one little notion. A musical comedy in the sky. Chorus girls in parachutes. 64 airplanes doing a Roxy dance routine. Toscanini directing Borominovich in a Zeppelin.
Oh. Or vice versa.
I think it has possibilities.
Well, you might have to let out the sky a little, but say to Billy Rose, that's nothing. Have you any other ideas?
Well, I have a proposition to turn the steamship Normandy into a nightclub.
Say, you could use the Weehawken ferry as a busboy. But I guess this is all floating trivia you have beached mentally for the nonce.
Yes, Fred. When the Aquacade closes, I'm launching the biggest project of my career. It's something so terrific it has me worried.
Worried? You're not going to put vaudeville in the Grand Canyon.
No, Fred. I'm going to get married.
Married? Oh, boy, what a wedding that'll be. 600 bridesmaids, 2,000 ministers, 8,000 musicians playing the wedding march, the bride wearing Tiffany's new building on her third finger, and the botanical gardens for a corsage, people throwing old Tom McCann shoe stores at your boat. Say, this is going to be the biggest wedding the world has ever known. Am I right, Billy?
No, Fred, you're not.
I'm not?
No, we're just going to have a simple ceremony. Then we're going to find a nice, quiet spot for a honeymoon.
Billy Rose, the great producer?
Yeah, the great producer. Did you ever hear of a husband having anything to say about the wedding?
I get it.
Good night, Fred.
Good night, and thank you, Billy Rose. And now, Win.
Yes, Fred.
What is your song?
What's new?
Well, I'm asking you.
What's new? Probably I'm boring you, but seeing you is grand, and you were sweet to offer your hand. Of course you couldn't know. I haven't changed. I love you so. I do.
Swell, Win.
This program is unfair. This program is unfair.
Just a minute, buddy. This program is unfair to what?
I haven't got time to go into details, Bud. This program is unfair.
Now, look. Wait a minute. Just a minute. We're entitled to some explanation.
Oh. Well, you see, I'm a member of the Life is Real, Life is Earnest, and the Grave is Not Our Goal Society.
Oh. Incorporated? You are, huh?
Yes, sir, and we're picketing all radio programs of the frivolous type. If you're educational, okay. If you're cultural, okay. If you're promoting the public welfare, okay. Otherwise, this program is unfair.
Harry,
Look,
quick,
my
please.
friend, listen. Don't you think advice on fighting a cold at this time of the year is promoting the public welfare?
Well, that all depends. Let's hear how you go about it.
Yes, surely. Ladies and gentlemen, at the very first sign of a cold, take sparkling Sal Hepatica. Because Sal Hepatica helps fight a cold faster. Most people, and you're probably one of them, take a laxative when a cold threatens. But some laxatives work so slowly it's hours before they're effective. And speed in fighting a cold is mighty important. Now, Sal Hepatica, as so many physicians will tell you, is not only quick and gentle acting, but in addition, it speedily helps nature counteract the acidity that usually accompanies a cold. That's why Sal Hepatica helps faster. So get an economical bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist before another day goes by. Then, whenever anyone in your family feels a cold coming on, show them this intelligent modern way to help fight that cold faster. With Sal Hepatica.
And now, bowing to the Western trend, the mighty Allen Art Players tonight present a melodrama of the West. It's called The Prairie Predicament, or The cross-eyed cowboy had slants in his glance. Overture, Peter.
South of the border, down Mexico way, I'm singing in B flat. I ought to sing it in A.
Sakes almighty, Swivel Eyes, that's you a singing.
Tain't Gene Autry, Ma. How'd you like my guitar obligata?
Gitter? You aren't playing no gitter.
Confound my cross eyes. I must have been missing the guitar with my strumming.
You and them cross eyes. Your peepers looks like two stuffed olives that way about each other.
Well, I may be swivel-eyed, Ma, but I always gets my man.
How you can shoot straight with them crooked blinkers beats me.
I got me a system, Ma. When I look at an hombre, well, I sees two of him.
So?
So, I shoot right between them two guys and always gets my man.
About time you quit shooting and got to earning.
Well, I'm fixing to get some money, Ma.
Well, you better quit fixing to get and get to getting to get.
Well, I'm fixing to get.
Yeah, well, Sheriff Todd sent word again.
Yeah?
If you ain't got the mortgage money on this shanty by noon, out you go.
How'd we go, Ma?
Out you go, Swivel Eye. Me and the sheriff's got plans.
Plans, eh, Ma? You ain't got no more oomph than a busted French horn.
Well, you ain't no narcissy. I'm sorry I ever married you.
If it weren't for my cross eyes, you wouldn't have got the chance.
You sweet-talked me into it at the dance, didn't you?
I was proposing to the gal next to you, Ma. The little gal with the burlap snood. You accepted me. Well, I was hooked.
Oh, well, wrangling ain't getting us nowhere. We'll be dispossessed by noon.
I'm gonna get us some chips, Ma. I got some boys a coming up here later for a poker game.
You gambling again?
I'm feeling lucky, Ma. I'll win the mortgage money and enough to boot to buy you a new handle for your butter churn. You won't have to take off your stockings no more to get in that churn with the curds and ball the jack. Somebody's to the door, Ma. On three.
Good morning, folks.
Yippee, it's a tenderfoot, Swivel Eye.
I got you covered, stranger.
Put down that gun.
I'm telling you to give.
All right, I'm going.
Not you, Ma.
You was looking at me.
But I'm talking to him.
Talking to me?
You heard me.
Who, me?
No, him. Confound my swivel eyes. Now, look, stranger.
Yes?
I'm closing my eyes.
Yes?
I'm starting to talk.
Yes?
I'm talking to you.
Fine.
Who be you, Bub?
Well, Nipley's my name, Bob Nipley.
You got truck with Swivel Eye Allen, Bub?
Yes. Now, I know your reputation, Swivel Eye, a cross-eyed desperado who's never missed a shot.
That's me.
You will be a great attraction at my auditorium. I can pay you $200 a week.
200 what?
Dollars.
What's dollars?
Well,
it's money, Ma. Looks like lettuce, only it's dry. I can pay off the mortgage and keep the Sheriff Todd from foreclosing there, can't I, Mr. Nipley?
Yes, indeed. Now, you understand, of course, that all my curiosities are authentic. I'll have to check on your prowess.
Well, I'm cross-eyed, ain't I?
Yes.
And I'm a sure shot.
Well, with those cross eyes, how do you do it?
It's my system, Mr. Nipley. When I aim, I see two of my man. I shoots between them, and I never miss.
Well, I don't believe it.
Well, I can show you. Now, here's my gun, you see?
Yes?
Here in my hand.
Yes?
I see two of you.
Yes?
I aim right between you. And...
Yes?
Oh! You drop dead.
So I do. Believe it or not.
You and them cross eyes. You shot yourself right out of a job.
Plumb forgot myself, Ma. Well, I'll put the body in the closet.
Here, set me down.
Confound my swivel eye. Come on. In you go, Mr. Nipley.
You and your doggone shooting. What are we going to use for money?
When my poker game gets going, Ma, the money'll start rolling in. Come on, give old Swivel Eye a kiss, Ma.
Oh, I ain't in no mood for lip bumping.
What's them hoofbeats yonder, Ma?
Why, it's Sheriff Todd.
Whoa!
Open in the name of the law.
You're entering at your own risk, Sheriff.
Ah, there you be. I've come to get you, Swivel Eye.
I'd laugh at you, Sheriff, but my teeth is in my other pants.
It ain't noon yet, Sheriff. You can't foreclose.
No.
I ain't here for that.
What then?
You shot that tenderfoot outside of Dandy Dan's saloon last night. I'm charging murder.
Oh, shucks, Sheriff. I had to plug that galoot. It was a question of etiquette.
Etiquette?
Sure was. Three-toed John and me was a-drinking at the bar. Time come to pay, both of us was insistent.
Huh?
Instead of tossing, I says, John, I'll plug yonder stranger outside there. If he falls to the left, it's on you. If he falls to the right, I'll pay. It was the Emily Post in me a-coming out.
Well, who won?
I fired. The dude's suspenders caught on a hitching post. He died standing up. Drinks was on the house.
Well, that dude's suspenders broke this morning.
Meaning?
His body's been laying next to a fire hydrant for 2 hours. It's a violation. I give the body a ticket.
Yeah?
And I'm arresting you, Swivel Eye Allen, for murder.
What?
Yeah, if you arrest Swivel now, Sheriff, how are you going to foreclose him at noon?
Yeah.
I'm bringing him from the hoosgow, putting him back in the house, and then I'm throwing him out. Let's go, Swivel.
Not so long as I can shoot, Sheriff. No pretty joy with no Dick Tracy badge is a-taking Swivel. Now get.
I'm getting.
Don't start that again, Law. It's you. Get, Law.
Well, I'll get, but I'll be back to foreclose.
Well, I reckon I better start packing, Swivel. We're done.
If that shin, I'm a-plugging in.
Oh, take the sheriff. It's the three of your no-good friends from Dandy Dan's saloon. What do they want?
Doggone, it's my poker game, Ma. This is where I win enough money from the boys to pay off the mortgage.
I'll open up.
Howdy, Mr. Allen.
Howdy, sir.
Hey, Pies and Pete, Sassy Sam, and Filthy Philip. How y'all, partners?
Well, Hudson's just round to start the game, Swivel.
Well, so am I.
Well, that's what we reckon.
Well, I'm sure glad you did.
Well, we're sure glad you're glad, Swivel.
Well, I'm sure glad you're glad I'm glad, partners. Well, hold on, boys. One well too many. We're apt to fall in. Hold on, boys. Let's call it a draw and set.
Well, how are we playing, Swivel? Cutthroat or friendly?
Friendly's my choice.
Well, that suits me.
Yep, me too.
All right, guns on the table, everybody.
Well, here's my hardware.
Mine, too.
Here's mine.
I reckon we can start.
Hold on there, just for novelty. How about parking our knives, too, eh? What? You mean no weapons?
Yeah, let's make it strict Culbertson rules.
Yeah. Everybody game? Here's my knife.
Here's mine.
Mine, too.
And mine.
Hey, what was that?
I'm playing squire with you, boys. That's the safety pin off my union suit.
Well, reckon I can cut for deal.
Now, hold on, Filthy. Tain't that I don't trust you.
Here, you ain't a-hinting them holding out, Swivel.
The last time you played poker without weapons, Filthy, 4 men was found dead.
Well...
And 'twa'n't from hardening of the artillery.
Now, see here, you can go on and search me if you want to.
And I do want. I'll feel around you, mate.
Swivel!
Oh, confound.
Quit showing, Swivel. Let's get on with the game.
Okay, I got the cards right here. I'll deal a hand.
I'm feeling lucky.
Yeah, pick up your cards, men. Oh, pick up your hands, men. I can use your money.
Well, money talks, Swivel, and mine ain't a saying goodbye. Wow, what a hand. I'm a betting the Mexican dollar. I'll see that Mexican dollar and raise it $2.75.
Well, I'll see that $2.75 and raise it $20.
Boy, what are you doing, Swivel?
I'm a little short of money, boys. I'm betting more here.
No shortchanging, Swivel.
Okay, then, I reckon I gotta see you fellas with chattels. I'm betting my shanty and raising you my RFC loan. Now, what do you do?
Well, I'm out.
Yep, me too.
No, wait a minute. I'm seeing that, Swivel, and I'm a-raising you $500. Here's my poke.
And I'm a-calling you, Filthy, with my Social Security card.
You win this pot, Swivel, and we can pay off the mortgage.
Don't worry, I'm a-winning, Ma. What are you holding, Filthy?
Read 'em in wheat, Swivel. 3 aces. Here's my hand.
Here's mine, Filthy. You lose.
No, sorry, sir, Swivel. I got you beat. Now, look here.
Got me beat?
Yes.
Why, you ornery, take that.
Oh.
Got me beat.
Well, he did have you beat, Swivel.
You too, Sassy Sam. Take that. You got anything to say, Poison Pete?
Not right now.
In case you do later, take that. Rake in the money, Ma. We can pay the mortgage now. The shanty's saved.
You sure was lucky, Swivel. Filthy had 3 aces.
But look at my hand.
Sakes almighty. Filthy did have you beat, Swivel.
What?
You only got 2 kings.
2 kings? Not the way I see it. With my cross eyes, I see 4 kings. And what I see, I've got.
Then when Filthy put down his 3 aces...
I saw 6 aces.
Well, then
That's why I shot him. No card shopping scum is rooking Swivel Eye Allen.
Ladies and gentlemen, nearly every one of us at some time or other feels sluggish and under the weather. Or we have a dull headache resulting from a stomach that's upset because of overindulgence in eating or drinking. Well, now that's when a glass of sparkling Sal Hepatica helps give you a faster comeback. Just be sure it's Sal Hepatica you take. Because something that's only a laxative does nothing to counteract excess gastric acidity. But Sal Hepatica, as so many physicians will tell you, not only brings you speedy, gentle relief, but it also counteracts excess gastric acidity. And that chases that sickish feeling fast. So get an inexpensive bottle of Sal Hepatica at your drugstore tomorrow. Remember, you look your best when you feel your best. When your step is light and your spirits are high. And you feel better faster when you take gentle, quick-acting Sal Hepatica. Well, Fred, have you got something to say before we fall off the air?
Yes, I was just leaving a lull there. I thought maybe the number would get an encore, Harry. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, next Wednesday evening, we bring you beauty hints.
Men, here is how you can keep your mustache neat.
Don't kiss girls who chew bubble gum.
Your song of the week.
Oh, them burning slippers. Oh, them burning slippers, them burning slippers. I'm going to be because it's so deep.
Just a minute. That's golden slippers. That's not burning slippers.
I just give the wife a hot foot.
All right. Our guest stars will be...
The Moylan sisters, the 2 youngest stars in radio.
And music. Good night.
Chip plays a dazzling game of tennis, and he handles a razor as smoothly as he does a tennis racket. Bobby Riggs is a brush and lather shaver. He writes me that Colgate Lather Shaving Cream helps give him that smoothness in shaving. Here's his letter.
Want to know why I'm sold on Colgate Lather Shaving Cream, Bill? Because every shave with Colgate Lather is sweet and smooth and clean as a whistle. That light, fine-textured shave cream makes wonderful whisker-wetting lather. It gets down in the stubble, softens the whiskers fast, makes shaving a breeze. Yes, sir, Colgate Lather Shaving Cream sure covers the court from baseline to net with speed, smoothness, and real shaving comfort. In my opinion, Colgate Lather is tops.
Thanks, Bobby Riggs. Your experience should get other brush and lather fans to try Colgate Lather Shaving Cream. That's all we ask, fellas. Just try it. Notice the rich, moist lather that the light, fine-textured shave cream makes. How thoroughly Colgate Lather softens your whiskers. When you use Colgate Lather Shaving Cream, you'll find your razor doesn't pull or scrape. Instead, it cuts through clean and smooth, and it leaves your face truly comfortable. Please, get some Colgate Lather Shaving Cream tomorrow. It's the lather shave of champions.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents...
Screen Director's Assignment. Production, Trade Winds. Director, Tay Garnett. Star, Frederick March.
The Hollywood Screen Directors present a merry mixture of murder and romance. Trade Winds, starring Frederick March and introducing the director of the film, Tay Garnett. The first motion picture job taken by tonight's guest screen director literally put him head and shoulders above everyone else. In fact, he was several thousand feet above them, creating thrills as a stunt pilot. And when he came back to Earth, he went right on creating thrilling entertainment as a writer and director. His expert direction ornaments such standout films as Mrs. Parkington, Valley of Decision, The Postman Always Rings Twice, and tonight's story, Trade Winds. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Tay Garnett.
Thank you. Shortly before we made Trade Winds, I had an idea for filming some unusual motion picture backgrounds. The plan called for someone to take a small boat and cruise the world with a camera, sailing the South Seas, the tropics, the Orient. But how could I ask a man to tear himself away from Hollywood and do a thing like that? I just couldn't. So I did it myself. It was quite a sacrifice. But we came back with much of the background for Trade Winds and with the story itself. Now, here it is, Trade Winds, starring Frederick March as Sam Y., the role he created, with Lorene Tuttle as Kay Kerrigan.
Many of you will remember the Kay Kerrigan case in San Francisco last year. How can you forget it? I was on it. Kay Kerrigan, a very palatable dish, visited the apartment of Tommy Broom II, a notorious playboy. The following morning, Tommy Broom II was discovered to be a cadaver with a neat bullet hole in the base of his brain. Kay Kerrigan disappeared. She disappeared so thoroughly that the police commissioner finally decided to send for me, bloodhound that I am.
There you are, Sam. The suspect's handbag with all the identification in the world. And these black antelope gloves.
Miss Kerrigan left the scene of the crime in a hurry.
She left everything but a signed confession.
All right, Commissioner, but where do I come in? You've got your own detectives, and very talented they are for amateurs.
Kay Kerrigan happens to be a very beautiful woman.
Oh, now I know why you need me.
Last we heard of her, she'd pawned a ring in Honolulu.
Running low on dough. But if she's beautiful, she couldn't kill anybody.
Now, look, Sam, look. Tommy Broom broke her kid sister's heart. Kid sister commits suicide in the bay. Kay goes gunning for Tommy. Kay leaves calling cards all over the place. But just because she's an attractive dish, you call her innocent.
Commissioner, this is a democracy. In America...
I know. A man is innocent until he's proven guilty. That I know. Now, look, Sam, look. Do you want the case, or do I put George Faulkner on the trail?
George Faulkner? Who's George Faulkner?
A better man than you are, Gunga Din.
Sam Y is the name. Who are you?
I ask you a question, Sam. Do you want the job?
What's this matinee idol got that I haven't got?
Who are you?
George Faulkner.
Never heard of you.
Faulkner always gets his man.
Kay Kerrigan is a woman.
That's the only reason I prefer you on this particular case.
You're a very shrewd judge of talent, Commissioner. I accept the job. Excuse me while I telephone my office.
Sam Y, private investigation.
Jean, honey, I'm off to the Orient to bring back Kay Kerrigan.
Oh, swell. When do we leave?
I'm going alone, solo, by myself, solitaire.
And leave me here to stall the landlord? Oh, no, you don't.
Jane, darling, you think I'm leaving you because I want to?
Or because there's dough in it?
Don't you realize, baby, that a girl like you happens only once to a man? Only once may he reach up and touch the stars, and you are that once for me. Don't you know that, Jeannie?
Oh, gee, Sam. I'm sorry.
Of course you are. And don't forget to stall my tailor, too.
You heel!
Bye-bye, Jeannie.
You even conned that poor secretary of yours into liking you.
Being a cad is a full-time operation.
Now, Sam, there's just one more thing about this Kay Kerrigan. She loves the piano.
Huh?
Chopin played badly, grates on her nerves.
That's the lead. Who plays Chopin worse than I do? So long, Commissioner. Cable you from Honolulu. Dear Commissioner, having a fine time. Wish you were her.
Who is her? What gives? Reply at once.
Sorry, correction. Having fine time. Wish you were here.
Where is Kerrigan?
Kerrigan? Oh, her. Kerrigan leaving Honolulu tonight for Singapore under name of Mary Holden. Will remove Hawaiian Babe from my lap at once and dash off after Kerrigan. Worshipfully, Sam Y.
Oh, dear, please. Please, you mustn't play Chopin like that again.
Hello. I thought everyone but me had gone to their staterooms.
I heard you play, if I may call it that. I had to stop it.
I'm glad.
Why?
You've made something happen to me. Only once may a man reach up his hand and...
Go on.
Sam Y. My name is Sam Y.
I'm Mary Holden.
Hi.
Hello. Do you mind if I show you how that prelude ends? It's only fair to present Chopin's side of the argument. But I'll need my right hand. And you still have it?
I need it, too.
Please?
You see, this happens only once to a man. Only once may he reach up his hand and touch the stars.
That, I believe, is known as a line.
Yes, it is.
You speak it as though you've rehearsed it a lot.
On every possible occasion.
At least you're honest about it.
Tell me, where will you stay in Singapore?
The Raffles Hotel.
Things to do in Singapore. The places, the faces, the races. See you in Singapore?
The Raffles Hotel. Come on, Vanishing Lady, run for it, run!
Take it easy, Mary. She's coming up all right.
Sam, who's that horrible big horse ahead of her?
Oh, that's Sahib. He's a long shot.
I hate Sahib. I hate Sahib.
Sahib, she hates you, so there.
Vanishing Lady stumbled. She's down.
Sahib wins!
What'll I do? Oh, what'll I do?
Did the money really mean that much to you, Mary?
If you only knew.
And I'm glad I placed your money on Sahib.
You put my money on Sahib?
Yes, Mem Sahib.
Oh, Sam.
You switched your bet at the last moment.
Oh, I don't know what to do in a case like this.
Just send me flowers.
No, really, It means so much to me.
Well, then, dinner at 8, and let's hold hands in the moonlit jungle patio, hmm?
Yes, but what can I do for you? It's beautiful out here, Sam.
Moonlight becomes you.
Beautiful and eerie. Unearthly. Makes everything seem far away. Sad things seem gone. Only the lovely things are here.
They are for me.
Lime,
Gospel.
peace, sanctuary, and a good friend. Thank you, good friend. Sam.
Mary.
I must tell you something.
No, perhaps you'd better not.
Yes. I needed money to go away, desperately.
Not yet.
Sam, promise me that we'll take every moment and treasure it. All we can hope for is a few great moments and then goodbye. And when I go, let me go. No regrets. And promise me you won't try to follow me.
You're asking a lot.
Sam, the moments are slipping away.
Oh, okay, darling.
Sam, what did you just call me?
What?
You used a name. You said... I think I heard you say...
I said, okay, darling.
Oh,
Okay?
okay, darling. Okay. Come in for a minute in a nightcap, Sam?
I don't mind if you don't mind. Yeah, let me unlock it.
No, thanks. No, I've got it. Oh, the lights are on. Jeanette must be up.
Jeanette?
Yes, my somewhat French maid. I just hired her today. Jeanette?
Oui, mademoiselle, just a minute.
When Jeanette comes in, tell her what you want, Sam. I'll change to something more comfortable.
Mademoiselle sent for me, yes? Oh, no.
Jeannie, what are you doing in Singapore?
Oh, I'm trailing Kay Kerrigan. What are you?
Kerrigan is in the Casablanca.
You want to wager?
Well, she's running a shooting gallery in the Casbah.
Look, Sam, I'm your secretary, and I know all your tricks.
All right, Jean, what do you want?
$50,000.
I'll give you 5. What are we talking about?
Tommy Broom's father has offered $100,000 reward for Kay Kerrigan.
Wow.
I get half.
I'll give you 10.
5.
5. All right, I'll raise your salary.
Half. And that doll in there is Kay Kerrigan.
All right, Jeannie, you win.
Well, thanks, Bud. And now I will get him for you the beverage.
Oh, no.
In 1 minute will be the stock.
Oh, Jeannie,
Senor.
please. Work fast, Sam. Why work fast? I want to send a cablegram. Hurry. Jeannie.
Yes?
Rye for me, please.
What do you say, Mr. White?
Rye, please.
Merci.
Hello. This goes to the Chief of Detectives, San Francisco Police. Have captured Kerrigan single-handed. 100,000 payable to me only. Love and kisses, Sam Y. Yeah. Just charge that to the San Francisco. What do you mean? Isn't the city of San Francisco good for a lousy few bucks? All right, I'll come down and pay you. Mary.
Yeah?
I'm going down for some cigarettes.
All right, Sam.
I'll be right back, honey.
Sam. Cable office, please. This is Jean Flannery, Mr. Sam White's secretary. For my records, what was that message he just sent to the San Francisco police? Oh, the heel, the double-crossing heel. I'll murder the bum. May we?
You are listening to the Hollywood Screen Directors presentation of Trade Winds, starring Frederick March with Lorene Tuttle and introducing the director of the film, Tay Garnett.
Whatever's the matter?
Je vous seriously advise to take a powder.
Take a powder? But I feel fine.
Look, this Sam Y personality is not whom you think he is. He is a detective.
A detective?
The poor man's Ellery Queen, and he's after you.
Oh, I can't believe it.
You gotta believe it. I'm his secretary, and I know. But I'm on your side now. We women have just got to stick together. Also, there is 100 G's on your head, and Sam is gobbling the whole reward.
I've got to get away.
Well, you can try, but he's awfully good at finding people.
I'll go to Colombo.
Oh, no. They got cops in Ohio, too.
I mean Colombo, Ceylon.
Oh, well, I'll go with you.
Why?
I don't know. I guess it's just because I want to help you.
Why are you crying?
Oh, it's such a beautiful gesture, giving up 50 grand for a friend. Such a beautiful gesture!
Stop playing. Turn around.
I knew it was you when I heard your step.
Stop playing, Kay. I've come for you.
I knew coming to Colombo wouldn't help.
You can't get away from me, Kay. Turn around.
I ought to hate you.
You do?
No. You're a confirmed heel, a grand chancellor, the head of the lodge. But I can't hate you.
Oh, Kay.
Oh, Sam, hold me. Hold me in your arms.
Darling.
Hold me tight for a moment. And then take me back. I don't care.
I do, darling. Oh, darling.
And now let's see you put up your hands.
Hey.
All I wanted was your shoulder gun, you cheap flatfoot.
You wouldn't shoot me.
Oh, yes, I would. I shot Tommy Broom, didn't I? And you're two of a kind.
Don't move, Kay.
I've heard that one, too. Don't move, darling. I want to remember you always, just the way you are.
Listen to me, Kay. I know how you feel about me, but you've got to believe in me unquestioningly in the next few moments.
Believe in you?
As you value your life, Kate, don't move.
Why? What's the matter?
Don't turn around to the piano again. Don't raise your voice or make any sudden motion. And very carefully, very, very carefully lower that gun and drop it on the floor in front of me, or I can pick it up without moving a step.
Give you back the gun. Ridiculous.
Do as I tell you, Kay, and in heaven's name, don't turn around, because there's a king cobra behind you coming out of the piano, and he can't decide whether he should bite you or not. But if he does strike, he'll get you in the back of your neck, and you won't live 30 seconds. So easy does it, Kate. Perhaps the drone of my voice will keep him steady.
How do I know you're not lying to me? How do I know it's not just another trick?
Baby, you've got to take your chances either with me or with that big, ugly brute weaving back and forth behind you. Now lower the gun, I say, slowly, slowly. That's it, slow, slow. Now drop it. Don't throw it. Drop it.
All right, but if it's a trick...
Good girl. Now stand perfectly motionless while I stoop and try to pick up the gun, because besides being the deadliest snake in the East, the hooded cobra is absolutely an hysterical creature. Flies into a frenzy over nothing, and then watch out. That's all. Watch out. And I've got the gun now. Get straightened up, and again, I've got to keep on talking. I don't know what to say anymore, except maybe 77 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent. Steady, girl. I think I can get a beat on its head past your left ear. A new nation received in liberty. He's weaving, and dedicated to the proposition, don't move. And I'm waiting for my chance, Sterling, and I've got to keep on talking. And it came to pass that when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Abel, his brother, and slew him steady, honey. And the Lord said unto Cain, where is Abel, thy brother? And he said, I know not. I know not.
Sam.
Am I my brother's keeper?
Sam, is...
It's all right now. You can turn around.
Oh, it was true.
8 feet of murder, Kay.
Oh, how horrible.
8 feet of death with his head shot off.
Oh, Sam, darling, hold me, hold me. I'm so afraid.
No, don't.
I'm so afraid.
It's over now, dear. You'll never have to be afraid again. We're going away together, Kay, you and I. We'll lose ourselves from men and their manhunts, away from everything, just you and I.
I shot a man, Sam. I killed a man.
You killed a snake, too.
You can't justify murder, Sam. I shot him. I tell you, I shot him in the heart.
The heart? But Tommy Broom was shot in...
Don't throw your life away from me.
Listen, we'll drift together, peacefully drifting down the trade winds of the East together, you and I.
No, Sam, no. Let's have 3 months together. 3 months of perfect happiness, Sam. It's more than most people have in their entire lives.
It's more than I deserve.
It's a lot more than you're going to get, Sam.
Who the...
Faulkner.
Faulkner?
Headquarters yanked me off that narcotics job I was on. They said something smelled funny around here. They were right.
Oh, Sam, don't let him take me.
He won't, baby. You represent $100,000 on the hoof, and it's all mine.
Not handcuffs, Sam.
100 grand, Kay, bound to me by loops of steel.
You're doing this for money.
Look, baby, I'm losing you in any case. You can't expect me to pass up that reward, too.
You are vile.
The dregs. Let's go, girl. San Francisco. You coming, Faulkner?
Kerrigan and captor arrive from Orient. Self-styled heel claims big reward.
Jury still out. Kerrigan fate uncertain.
Kerrigan guilty. Gumshoe heel celebrates with party.
Sam, why, you miserable hound.
Miserable bloodhound to you.
Oh, you're funny, aren't you? Kay is guilty, and you're throwing a big party in the late Tommy Broom's apartment. That does it for me. I quit.
No, you can't quit, Jeannie. I need you.
But who needs you?
Then if you won't do anything for me, do something for Kay Kerrigan.
I smell a rat.
No, now this is square. Take this pair of gloves to Kay.
Gloves? To handle people like you with?
These are the gloves that were left in Tommy Broom's apartment the night he was killed.
So?
Take these gloves to Kay in her cell, and then join me at Tommy Broom's apartment tonight.
Why?
Just do as I tell you.
Okay, Cad. Hand me the gloves over a pencil. I don't want to come in contact with you. Well, where's the big party, Mr. White?
It hasn't arrived yet. And what about the gloves?
To begin with, Kay says they aren't even hers. In the second place...
I knew it. I knew it. That clinches it.
Clinches what?
Look, Kay has always admitted that she killed Broom. But she thinks she shot him in the heart, whereas we know he was shot in the head.
Yeah.
But she says these aren't her gloves. She admits the murder. She has nothing more to hide. So why deny the gloves? The answer is they aren't hers. Some other woman left these gloves that night and did shoot Broom in the head. After Kay left...
Hey, this gets to be like the radio. Comes a crystal clear explanation from Mr. District Attorney. I don't get it. I'm stupid.
Well, now listen. There were 6 women playing around with Broom at the time he was murdered, and these gloves belonged to one of them. The one who nailed Tommy Broom. All 6 of those women have been invited here tonight. I'm going to put these gloves on the dressing room table, and you're going to hide in the next room and see what happens. Well, there's the first for the frolic. Keep your fingers crossed.
With you, I've got 'em double-crossed. Hey, Sam.
Yeah, Jean?
You know that Bartlett woman, the sex boat?
Yeah?
She didn't touch the gloves. Sam!
Yeah?
Been casing that kitty utter back on the gloves.
Go on.
Nothing.
Oh.
Hey, Sam.
Yeah?
Got a nibble.
Which one?
Taffy Holiday. You know, the strip teaser. She picked up the gloves.
She did?
Put them back again.
Oh, great.
Yeah. What does she want with clothes? Sam?
Yeah?
Mrs. Cornell.
It's not going to work, Jean.
Cornell took the gloves.
Cornell?
Yeah, man.
Yay, Princeton! Mrs. Cornell?
Oh.
You like that pair of black antelope gloves?
What gloves?
The ones you just slipped into your purse.
Oh,
I thought they were mine. I'm sorry.
They are yours.
No, really. Although they did look like a pair I lost months ago.
They are the pair you lost months ago in Tommy Broom's apartment. This apartment.
No.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't kill Tommy.
I didn't say you did, but I was going to.
It's a lie. I didn't shoot him. I was there, but I didn't kill him. Walter, my husband, found me there.
Go on. Walter killed him.
No.
If Walter didn't kill him, you did.
All right, Walter shot him. But I'll never admit that to anyone else. After Kay Kerrigan left, Walter came in and found me with Tommy and shot him.
You've been darling so far. Can you help me out on one more thing? What makes Kay Kerrigan think she killed Tommy?
Oh, what a worm Tommy Broom really was. He had a revolver loaded with blanks that he'd give to women who threatened to kill him. It always cooled them off. But not Kay. She pulled the trigger on him. He had to fall down just to make it look good. But was he surprised? Satisfied? Too bad you haven't a witness to all this.
Yes, isn't it? Jeannie. Jeanette!
On deck, monsieur.
Did you get it all?
Got it all.
Why, you...
Good girl. My arm, Mrs. Cornell? Shall we go down to the courthouse and simply wow the customers?
Kay Kerrigan freed sails with captor on honeymoon today.
Kay.
Yes, Sam?
Kay.
Yes, Sam?
Kay.
You're in a rut.
Yeah, it's awful. I have only two moods. Either I'm shooting a line or I can't talk at all. When I'm sincere and feel something very richly and deeply, darling, I can't say a word. When I know at last that this happens only once to a man, that only once may he reach up his hand and touch the stars.
Line.
See what I mean?
Yes, Sam.
Kay.
Yes, Sam.
Kay.
Yes, Sam.
Kay.
Now you're talking.
Our guests will return in just a moment. Next week, the NBC Theater proudly presents a motion picture drama based upon one of America's most distinguished short stories, Ernest Hemingway's hard-hitting tale, The Killers. And our stars will be Burt Lancaster and Shelley Winters. The NBC Theater extends cordial 7th anniversary birthday greetings to the Armed Forces Radio Service, which each week broadcasts our program on 60 overseas stations to an audience of thousands of American service personnel and millions of foreign listeners. And now, here again are tonight's stars, Frederick March and Lorene Tuttle, and screen director Tay Garnett.
Mr. Garnett, you must have seen some amazing sights on that cruise you made around the world.
Oh, I did. There was one native village in the Fiji Islands with a kind of ceremonial hut in the center. Women kept going in and out.
What's amazing about that, Tay?
Something awfully powerful must have been happening inside. They came out with the darndest, dreamiest expressions I've ever seen.
Did you ever find out what went on in that hut?
I did, and I was profoundly shocked.
Well, what was going on?
A Frederick March movie.
Well, that's really nothing. You know, Miss Tuttle, I had a friend once who had an even more shocking experience than Tay's.
What was it, Mr. March?
Well, he was stranded beside a cave on a desolate island, and every night a strange, eerie noise would come out of the mouth of the cave.
What was that, a Tay Garnett picture?
No, it was Tay Garnett.
Well, what was he doing in there?
Probably trying to figure out a way to top Freddie March on his story.
Don't you believe it, Miss Tuttle? When it comes to stories, Tay is one of the most brilliant men in Hollywood, whether he's writing them or directing them.
Thanks, Freddie. But after a compliment like that, I think I'd better get back to my cave. Good night. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
And good night to you, Frederick March, Lorene Tuttle, and Tay Garnett. Trade Winds was presented through the courtesy of United Artists. Frederick March will soon be seen with his wife Florence Eldridge in the new film Christopher Columbus. Tay Garnett is currently preparing the picture White Jade, and his latest film is the Paramount Technicolor production, A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court, starring Bing Crosby, Rhonda Fleming, and William Bendix. Included in tonight's cast were Gigi Pearson, Wally Mayer, Betty Moran, Jim Nusser, and Dan Riss. Tay Garnett was heard by transcription. Trade Winds was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, associate producer Bill Karn. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents
Screen Director's Assignment. Production, The Killers. Director, Robert Siodmak. Stars, Burt Lancaster, Shelley Winters.
The NBC Theater came to you from Hollywood.
We have it every day. We sing this song, it will make us strong, and it takes a shout, hooray! It's good for growing babies and grown-ups too to eat. For all the family's breakfast, you can see cream of wheat.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Radio Theater presents Jeanette MacDonald in Irene, a play with music. Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight, we bring you Jeanette MacDonald, Regis Toomey, Cecil B. DeMille, D.W. Griffith, Cora Lobb, and many others. These behind the footlights. In front, seated in our audience, a host of Hollywood's most noted notables. The Lux Radio Theater welcomes you all. This entertainment is presented by the makers of Lux Flakes. These marvelously sheer flakes are used in Mr. DeMille's own studio, Paramount, and in other great Hollywood studios because they keep fabrics and colors new-looking longer. And now our director. It has been truly said, this man has put the star in starting more famous screen performers than any other film executive. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Men make their greatest mistakes in picking women and horses. I once predicted that there would never be a horseless carriage after my roommate at college injured his hand trying to invent one. Manufacturers have made 63 million motor cars since then, and horses are found mostly on merry-go-rounds. I also misjudged Jeanette MacDonald early in her career. You would never suspect now that she was once just a Philadelphian with a purpose. There is nothing more grim than a little girl with red pigtails, ambition, and determination. And Jeanette had all four of them. When I first heard her, she'd been singing in Broadway revues. She sent me a telegram asking for the leading role in Madame Satan. I didn't know much about her, but was convinced she was not the one I wanted for the part. She sent me more and more telegrams, telling me the best thing I could do was to put her on the screen. I still refused. But others were smarter than I, and she has risen steadily, justifying their faith and my stupidity. Every man is entitled to 3 mistakes in his life, and that was one of mine. But I didn't lose her, for along comes Lux, and boy gets girl. Tonight, in the Lux Radio Theater, Jeanette plays a role she had understudied on the Broadway stage, but never had a chance to play until now. So there is a special thrill in announcing Irene, starring Jeanette MacDonald. And now, for the first act of Irene, starring Jeanette MacDonald as Irene O'Dare, red-haired, blue-eyed, and Irish. who earns her livelihood behind the upholstery counter of a large New York department store. We're in the store now. On the main floor, cash goes singing by overhead, and bargain hunters are pushing through the doors, surging toward the crowded elevators.
Next elevator, please. Cash, please.
On the second floor, madam. Is the porch furniture on this floor?
No, sir. On the 6th floor, west wing.
Which floor?
Going up, please. This way, please. No crowding. Going up. Stand back to the door, please.
Mr. Sweeney, are you ready to see Miss O'Dare?
Miss O'Dare? Oh, that girl from the upholstery department, the one we had the complaint about?
Yes, sir.
Well, where is she?
In the outer office, sir.
Send her in.
Yes, sir. Will you come in, please? Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Sweeney.
Your name's O'Dare?
Yes, sir. Irene O'Dare.
Sit down.
Thank you.
Miss O'Dare, I wonder if you realize just why I wanted to see you this morning?
No, sir, but I hope it's about a raise.
What?
I mean, no, sir. I don't know what you want to see me about.
Then I'll tell you. Miss O'Dare, one of our customers this morning turned over a pillow at your counter. And what do you suppose she found under it?
Another pillow?
She did not. She found this.
Oh.
A magazine, Stars of the Stage and Screen. Opened at an article entitled, What Are They Wearing? Well, what was it doing there?
Why, I put it there, sir.
I know that, but why?
Well, I was reading it.
And are you in the habit of reading magazines like this, Miss O'Dare?
Oh, yes, sir.
No, you are.
Yes, I like to look at the pictures. All those beautiful girls with such beautiful clothes.
Miss O'Dare, do you realize that it's magazines like this that turn young girls' heads, makes them irresponsible, flighty?
Well, do you really think that's true, Mr. Sweeney?
Why, of course it is.
Well, then why do we sell those magazines in the store?
Why, well, that's beside the point.
Oh, I don't think so, sir. You see, Mr. Sweeney, there's lots of girls like me. We don't have any pretty clothes or anything. We don't even hope to have. But there's no reason why we can't look at girls who are a little luckier than we are. It's the only real fun we get out of life, Mr. Sweeney. Wishing for things.
Well, wishing for things doesn't make them come true.
I know that, sir. Gee, there's times I wish so hard for things that it hurt, but I didn't get them. Like that raise, for instance.
We'll forget about the raise, Miss O'Dare.
Yes, sir.
And if I were you, I'd concentrate a little harder on holding my job. If I get any more complaints about you, I'll have to let you go. You understand?
Yes, sir. But you won't get any more complaints, Mr. Sweeney. I need the job too much.
Well, you may go now.
Thank you, sir.
Irene, come here a minute.
Oh, hello, Jane. What are you doing at the linen counter?
Transferred this morning. Say, did you see the notice on the bulletin board downstairs? There's going to be another show this year.
Sales Girls Review?
Uh-huh. You going to try it again?
I'd like to see anyone keep me away.
Oh, gee, you were swell last year, Irene. Honest, if I had a voice like yours, I'd chuck this store job and get on the radio or something.
Yes? And while I was looking around for a chance my mother could take in washing, I suppose.
Geez, there's old Lady Hector.
So long, Jane. See you at lunch.
Bye.
Did you call me Miss Hector?
You know very well I did. Did you sell some veranda cushions to Mrs. Henry Marshall?
Well, yes, I think so, for her Long Island house.
Well, she has a complaint. They're too small.
Why don't you send them back?
She can't. She has a big weekend party starting tomorrow, and she's giving a garden party this afternoon. She wants to explain what's wrong to somebody in the department. You'll have to go, Miss O'Dare.
Me? Oh, boy, I'd love to.
But remember this. Mrs. Marshall is one of our best and wealthiest customers. Please act accordingly.
Oh, I will, Miss Hector. I'll be a real lady.
Oh, Clarkson.
Yes, Mrs. Marshall.
Has the girl from the store come yet?
No, Mrs. Marshall.
Well, when she does, ask her to wait. I want to speak to her.
Yes, Mrs. Marshall.
Hello, Mother.
Oh, Donald, dear, you're so terribly late.
Sorry, Mother. I was delayed at the office.
The party's almost over. Eleanor's been asking for you every 10 minutes.
Eleanor, is she here?
Of course, Donald. You'd better go and speak to her.
No, I'll keep out of the way if you don't mind. I have some work to do this afternoon.
Oh, Donald, what is the matter with you? Eleanor's a charming girl.
Yes, I know, but there are all kinds of charm, Mother, and hers just doesn't appeal to me.
Oh, Donald.
By the way, Mother, not to change the subject, but where do you buy your clothes?
What?
I said, where do you buy your clothes?
Why?
Well, I met Bob Harrison in town. You never met him, but we roomed together in college.
Yes?
It seems Bob went and sunk a lot of money in a place called Madame Lucy's, a dress shop, and I'm trying to drum up a little trade for him.
He's running a dress shop.
Well, no, not running it. He just put up the money.
Well, I don't know, Donald.
I wouldn't like to change my dressmaker, well, unless I were sure of what I was going to get.
All right, Mother, forget it. It was just an idea.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, hello, Eleanor.
What do you mean by hiding out on us? We're all waiting for you.
I'm sorry, Eleanor, but I was busy.
Well, you aren't busy now. Come on and join the party.
I'm afraid I can't. I've still got a lot of work to do.
Oh, work. That's all you ever think about. Mrs. Marshall, what are we going to do with him?
I'm sure I don't know.
Well, I do. Come on, Mr. Tired Businessman. You're going to finish this dance with me.
Yes, miss?
My name is Miss O'Dare. I'm from Barron Brothers.
Oh, yes. You're here about the seat cushions. Come in, please.
Thank you.
If you'll wait for a moment, I'll see if I can find Mrs. Marshall.
Of course.
Thank you.
Well, hello.
Hello.
What are you doing down here? You remember me, don't you?
Yes, I remember you.
Well, I remember you very well. You see what an impression you made on me that night in Philadelphia? How long ago was that?
2 years.
2 years. And I recognized you right away. Where in the world did you go? And I looked for you the next day and you'd completely disappeared.
I had a good reason.
What?
Oh, never mind.
What was your name?
Same as it is now?
What is it?
Must have made a terrible hit with you.
Well, you did. I just can't think of your name right now.
Well, I don't remember yours either, so we're square.
You're just the same little girl, though. So tell me, what are you doing here in this place?
I'm in the decorating business. I decorate everything but myself. I work in the store that made these cushions.
Oh, that's right. You worked in a store in Philadelphia, too, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, now you know you really shouldn't. You're much too pretty to be working at anything.
Thanks. But I have to eat once in a while.
So you don't even remember my name, eh?
Nope.
Well, I'll tell you. It's Larry. Larry Bradley.
Oh, is it?
Now, what's yours?
I haven't got any.
Come on, sit down here.
Hey, let go. What do you take me for?
Don't be unreasonable. Sit down.
No, let me alone.
Oh, don't be afraid.
Well, I'm not afraid. I just want you to let go of me, that's all.
Not even a little kiss?
Did you hear what I said? Let go of me now, or I'll stop.
Come on,
stop
Larry,
it now.
Oh. Hello, Donald.
What's the matter here?
Nothing much?
Oh, yes, there is. I came here from the store to see about the cushions, and this fellow tried to get fresh with me. It's lucky for him he didn't get something he wouldn't forget.
As you see, Donald, she's a regular little spitfire.
If I were you, Larry, I'd clear out.
Oh, yes? All right. Good afternoon, Miss Spitfire.
Fresh guy.
I'm sorry this happened. He's one of my guests. Will you allow me to apologize for him?
A lot of good that does. I came here all prepared to act like a perfect lady, and the first thing I run into is him. Swell society. I'll tell people what swell society's like, all right.
Oh, but you mustn't judge all of us by one man. Come on now, you're all unstrung. Sit down a while until you feel better.
Oh, I can't. I gotta get back to the store. Gee, that fellow was strong. I guess it's just as well you came out here when you did.
I'm glad I did.
Maybe that's just his way of being friendly, huh?
How well do you know him?
You'd have thought I knew him pretty well, wouldn't you? I just met him once, 2 years ago in Philadelphia.
Oh, I see. But won't you sit down here?
No, thanks. That's what he wanted me to do.
All right, you sit just where you want to.
Yes, sir.
Now, is there anything I can do for you?
No, thanks. I'll be leaving in a minute.
I suppose you've had your lunch.
Well, I had the usual.
What's that?
Bar of chocolate and a glass of milk. I got it in the station.
Well, that's not very much, is it?
Oh, I'm used to it now.
Well, I haven't had a thing since breakfast. I wonder if you'd join me in something.
Gee, thanks, but... Well, not dressed very nice, you know.
Oh, don't worry about that. Come on, we'll go inside and see if we can dig up a couple of sandwiches. Feel better?
Oh, yes. Gee, that was swell.
Tell me some more about yourself, Miss O'Dare. You live in the city?
Mm-hmm. With my mother and my brother. We live just off 9th Avenue.
Oh, you have no father?
No, sir. Not for over a year.
Why, then you are the breadwinner of the family.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you ought to be very proud. there's a real pleasure in working, isn't there?
Oh, yes. I wouldn't miss a day. They take it out on Saturday night.
Well, maybe you won't always work in the store. You never can tell what will happen.
You mean I may get fired?
Oh, no, but maybe you'll get married someday.
Married? Gee, I'd have to find someone who could take care of my mother and brother. I can't desert them now. What chance have I got to meet a man like that? Not a chance in the world. The men we meet can just about support themselves. Am I talking too much?
No, not at all.
Mother says I got the gift of gab. I never know when to stop.
Oh, but I like to listen to you. It's interesting.
Well, you're interesting, too, even if you don't talk as much as I do. We girls don't meet many men like you. We don't get a chance. I know girls are lots of fun. Pretty, beautiful. But they never meet the right kind of men at all because they haven't got any decent clothes to wear. Clothes make an awful difference in a girl, and just because we haven't got them, don't think we don't know about them. We can't help seeing what the other girls have in the shop windows and evening papers. Gee, I talk careless. We all talk that way, but you wouldn't know us when we put on airs. Honest, we can talk and act like real ladies.
You can?
Yeah, it's not as difficult as it sounds. We take off the swell customers who come to the store. Listen to this. Oh, Mrs. Thomas, how do you do? My dear, I so enjoyed your lovely garden party. It was divine, and you look stunning. Well, au revoir. You can't tell the difference now, can you? Except for the clothes, of course.
Yes, I imagine clothes do make a lot of difference.
A lot? Oh, it's terrible how much difference they make. I had a dress once, a blue one. It cost $85.
Yes?
Oh, I didn't buy it. One of our customers gave it to me. But you should have seen me in it. Gee, I was real Park Avenue in that dress.
And where is it now?
It's gone. Just faded away, and oh, the care I took of it. Mother'll tell you it's the only thing I ever put on a hanger. But I'm never going to forget it.
I wonder how you'd look in a dress that cost $200 or $300.
$200 or $300? Well, is there anything higher than Park Avenue?
I don't think so. But, Miss O'Dare, I've got an idea. You like beautiful clothes, don't you?
Sure, who doesn't?
Well, how would you like a chance to own some? Wear them in society.
Say, what is it?
The chance you've been looking for. A chance to better yourself.
I don't get your game at all. You seem like a regular fella. Gee, I hope you're not going along like this and then all of a sudden spring something.
Don't worry about me. It's what you've told me, Miss O'Dare. That's what I'm interested in. Now, a friend of mine told me something which gives me a chance to help both of you. Why, the opportunity you've prayed for is right here.
Is it?
Yes, this friend of mine told me of a dressmaker in New York, a Madame Lucy, who makes the smartest clothes in town, but she hasn't been discovered yet. The women don't know she's here. Why, I'll bet she'd be as anxious to have you for a customer as you would be to go to her. Now, what do you think of that?
Well, I don't know. What would I have to do? I'll do it, but what?
Just be a lady, that's all. Like you pretend at the store. I'll pass you off as a young heiress or something.
And that'll make the women buy dresses from this Madame Lucy,
Of course. They'll flock to her.
Yeah, but this young heiress business, they'll catch on. Everybody knows all the young heiresses.
Oh, that's right. But wait. Now, you haven't any special talent, have you? I mean, you don't dance or play the trombone.
Well, I can sing a little.
Sing, that's it. You'll be Irene O'Dare, the famous Irish songbird. Just come over for an American tour.
Oh, but...
Come on. I want to hear you.
You want to hear me sing?
Yes, I'll play for you. What do you know?
Oh, wait a minute now. I'm so excited I can't think.
Well, you talked a lot about your $85 blue dress.
Oh, yes.
You must have loved that.
Loved it? Oh, gee. You could never know how much.
I once had a gown, it was almost new. For the daintiest thing, it was sweet and blue, with little forget-me-nots laid here and there. When I had it on, I walked on the air, and it wore, and it wore, and it wore, till it went, and it wasn't no more. In my sweet little Alice blue gown, when I first wandered down into town, I was so proud and shy as I felt every eye. But in every shop window I glimpsed passing by. Then in manner of fashion I frowned, and the world seemed to smile
Oh, gee. He had the cutest little row of buttons down the back, and an overskirt with pockets in it, and a sash to cuddle you, and trimming appliques, you know what I mean, on the sleeves, and a petticoat with silver lace and everything. Oh, gee, it was nifty. Then in manner of fashion I trod, hi-ho, and the world seemed to smile all around. Though it wouldn't fit mother, it made a shirtwaist for brother. My sweet little Alice
That was lovely. Miss O'Dare, you're marvelous.
Oh, do you think so?
I'll tell you what you do. Tomorrow you give up your job at Barron Brothers. I'll take you to Madame Lucy's the day after.
Oh, dear.
In 2 days, she'll transform you. Oh, wait till you see. Frocks and gowns, hats and slippers, everything. She'll make you a little princess, a Cinderella.
Oh, I've always wanted to be a Cinderella. Oh, but wait, what about my mother? What about the rent?
Oh, we'll take care of that. We'll take care of everything. All you have to do is to remember that you're a famous singer from Ireland.
Oh, I'll remember, all right. Irene O'Dare, the Irish songbird, from Barron Brothers Upholstery Department.
Jeanette MacDonald, playing the title role and singing the lovely music of Irene, comes to you from the Lux Radio Theater on Hollywood Boulevard. The role of Donald Marshall is being played by Regis Toomey. Our play continues in just a moment.
Now, our quick tour of Hollywood takes us to the Hollywood Studio Club, where extra girls who want to make good in the movies can live pleasantly but inexpensively. Let's take a look in Jane and Polly's room. It's 7 o'clock. The girls are still asleep when the alarm clock rings.
Oh, gee, I'm sleepy.
Wake up, dearie, and hear the birdies sing. Say, you're supposed to report at 8 a.m. at Central Casting. You better hurry.
Don't worry, I'll be there. Maybe I'll get a bit in that Lou Ayres picture. Lady, be careful. Oh, my gosh. Jane, I've got to run in my last pair of stockings.
Oh, Polly, the run, girl.
Oh, Jane, it's no joke. Oh, help me out. Be a pal.
Oh, Polly, I'm sick of lending you stockings. I'll do it this once, and then no more, so help me.
Oh, I can't help getting runs.
Yes, you can, and I've told you how. Use Lux Flakes.
Lux. That's all you ever talk about.
Well, if you'd think of it once, you'd stop paying all your shekels out for stockings. Lux saves the elasticity, darling. Honest, it keeps you from getting so many ridiculous, sloppy runs.
Jane is right. Lux Flakes do cut down on stocking runs. And that's swell news for any girl, no matter whether she lives in Hollywood or Omaha, Philadelphia, or anywhere. Just dip your stockings in a bowl of Lux Suds each night. This protects their elasticity, their give, so they don't keep breaking under strain. Lux Flakes often double stocking wear. Why don't you try Lux tonight? And now we turn you over to Cecil B. DeMille.
We continue the Lux Radio Theater play starring Jeanette MacDonald as Irene O'Dare. A few days have passed since Irene agreed to model gowns for Madame Lucy. In the O'Dare's tiny three-room flat near 9th Avenue, Irene's mother calls to her from the kitchen.
Irene, where are you?
Here, Mother. What is it?
Will you look what just came for you? A box of candy. £5 if it's an ounce. And a whole great big bunch of flowers.
Oh, was there a card?
There was not. What do you make of it?
Why, I guess the manager of the store sent them, Mother.
And why would Mr. Sweeney be sending candy and flowers all of a sudden?
Well, he offered a prize to the smartest girl in our department, and that was the prize.
Oh, he did?
Yes. But I want to leave the store, Mother.
What for? For being the smartest girl in your department?
No, but it just proves to me there isn't any chance for girls at store.
Oh, sure. I've heard that 1,000 times.
Well, you want me to have a chance, don't you, Mother?
A chance for what?
To improve myself?
I don't know what you're talking about at all.
Well, you see, I can go to work for a dressmaker or a milliner or something like that.
No, siree, young lady. That's what the girl on the floor below did. She was a model for clothes and hats. It was her ruin. She got used to fine feathers and wanted to be a fine bird. Well, from all I hear, that's what she turned out to be, a bird.
All right, Mother, you know best.
Of course I know best. And let it be the end of it, my dear.
Now, let's get this straight, Donald. You want to take this little shop girl, let Madame Lucy dress her up and use her as sort of a public model? Is that it?
That's it. Only you see, Bob, no one will know she's a shop girl. As far as they're concerned, she's a famous singer.
Well, it sounds all right to me.
All right. It's marvelous. I tell you, Bob, she'll be a sensation.
Is she pretty?
Gorgeous.
Good figure?
Beautiful.
You seem quite taken with it. Hey, are you sure you're doing all this for me or Miss O'Dare?
Well, it's a little of both, I guess. Oh, she's a grand girl. Now, here's the plan, Bob. Mother's giving a supper and dance at our place tonight. I'm going to have Miss O'Dare there, beautifully dressed, of course, and I want you to bring Madame Lucy.
Madame Lucy? What for?
To show off the gown, stupid, and take some orders from the other women.
Yeah, but wait. Madame Lucy can't come. He's not in town.
Then we've got to... Did you say he?
Yes.
I thought it was Madame Lucy.
Yeah, that's right, but Madame Lucy is a man. The Madame stuff is just a trade name.
Madame Lucy is a man. Oh, well, live and learn, but just the same, he ought to be there.
I don't see how. He's in Paris buying material.
But somebody ought to come. What about... I'll tell you, you be Madame Lucy.
Me?
Sure, that crowd doesn't know you.
Now, just a second.
You own a cutaway coat, don't you? And you can put on a little French accent. Why, it's a cinch.
I suppose I could do it all right, but I don't like it.
Like it or not, you've got to do it.
All right. But if anything goes wrong, mister, I'll break your neck.
We'll talk about that later. Right now, I want you to get hold of a couple of gowns and practice up on your accent. We're picking Miss O'Dare up at 7 tonight. Well, Irene, this is your big night. How do you feel?
Scared. Awfully scared.
You're no worse off than I am. Listen, Donald, how does this sound? Madame, the gown, it is exquisite. Notice the line of the hips.
Oh, shut up, will you? It sounds all right.
Yeah? Yeah, well, what do you think, Miss O'Dare?
I don't know, I'm sure.
Hey, do you think I'll get away with it?
Do you think I will?
Of course you will. You look beautiful, Irene.
Really? Oh, it's a beautiful dress. But, gee, if my mother ever saw me now, she'd probably lick the tar out of me.
Are you going to tell her?
Oh, sure, sometime. But there's no use telling her now. I mean, after all, if I don't make good as the Irish songbird, it'll all be over soon anyway.
Oh, don't worry. You'll make good.
Well, we'll know more about that a little later. O'Dare? I never heard of her, but she does dress beautifully, I'll say that.
Yes, look at that girl. Why, she's gorgeous, positively gorgeous.
I wonder who makes her gowns.
That man they call Madame Lucy, they say.
Irene, you're magnificent. You've got everyone talking about you.
Oh, gee. I guess I did get away with it then, didn't I?
You were swell. I have 15 orders for Madame Lucy right now and more on the wing.
Have you? Then suppose you get out there and make sure of them.
Oh, all right. I guess I can take a hint. See you later, folks.
Well, having a good time?
Oh, grand. And it's all due to you. I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Marshall.
My friends call me Donald.
All right, Donald.
And I don't want any thanks. I'm having just as good a time as you are.
Oh, but you can't be. Well, you're used to all this.
I'm not used to girls like you.
Well, what do you mean?
I mean that you're just yourself. No airs, sort of fresh and unspoiled. Well, I'm having the time of my life just being with you, talking to you, looking at you.
That's funny, isn't it?
What's funny about it?
I don't know. It's just funny, that's all. Hello.
Oh, Eleanor. Come in.
Not intruding, am I?
Of course not. Have you met Miss O'Dare?
Yes, I've had the pleasure.
Thank you.
Why aren't you dancing, Donald?
Why, well, I've been pretty busy, Eleanor.
Yes, so I've noticed.
And I'm sure Mrs. Dare will excuse you just for a moment.
Oh, yes, of course.
By the way, just what O'Dare is that?
I beg your pardon?
Well, I've met several O'Dares. What branch of the family do you...
Why, we're the O'Dares.
Oh, the O'Dares. Very interesting. It must be an old family.
Oh, you bet. I mean, yes, very, very old.
Well, come along, Donald. I'm dying to dance.
Miss Adair?
Oh, yes?
May I introduce myself? My name is Bowden, L.J. Bowden. You've probably heard of me.
Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Bowden. You're a big financier, aren't you?
Yes, so they tell me. Miss Adair, I'm getting up a weekend party for the first of the month, and may I count you in?
You mean it?
Why, certainly.
Oh, thank you. I'd be delighted.
Oh, Miss O'Dare, Donald tells me you're going to sing for us.
Oh, really? I didn't know.
It's getting a bit late, Mother. I think it's time I took Miss O'Dare home.
Oh, just one song, Miss O'Dare, please. Oh, we're all so anxious to hear you.
Very well, Mrs. Marshall.
Oh, splendid. Now, you announce it, Donald.
All right, Mother. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss O'Dare has graciously consented to sing for us.
Thank you.
Completing my daydream has made all the world seem a garden fair, with sunshine and laughter around me, all nature beats welcome everywhere. A butterfly came to a bower, the flowers she loved frightened her too soon, for flowers are born in a garden while she is a humble cocoon. To be worthy just a little while in the sunlight of your gentle smile, you'd ask for and you'd ask for. I would give yes my life and but remember, little butterfly, as if flowers in the garden, your wings brighter than a flower, might change any fickle hour. I'd want her there in a garden fair, which she must know.
Well,
Oh, what a grand night it was, Donald.
have a good time?
Oh, marvelous. It's just like I always dreamed it would be. I guess that's what frightens me.
Why?
Oh, I'm afraid that's what it is, just a beautiful dream. And I'm afraid I'll wake up soon. And the gowns and the flowers, music, they'll all be gone, and I'll just be plain Irene O'Dare again, selling pillows behind the upholstery counter.
I wouldn't worry about that.
Why should you? You'll never have to work there.
Well, I mean, I've got a feeling that you'll never work there again either.
Why do you say that?
I don't know, just a hunch.
Do your hunches usually come true?
Invariably.
Invariably. Well, if that word means what I think it means, I guess I've got nothing to worry about.
Irene, sit down. I want to have a little talk with you.
Yes, Mother?
I suppose you're going out again tonight?
Why, yes, I am.
I thought you would be. Well, now listen here, young lady. I want an explanation of this. For the last 2 weeks, every night in the week, you've been gallivanting off to nowhere, dressed up like bank holiday. Where are you getting the dresses? Who's paying for them?
I told you, Mother, I'm I'm a sort of a model.
A sort of a model? What kind of language is that? Either you are a model or you ain't a model. Now, which is it?
I am a model.
And is it night work you're doing that you have to go out all the time? I don't like it, Irene. It's too mysterious for me. Everything was all right when you worked at the store.
You mean everything was all wrong? We had to have more money, didn't we? Someone had to pay the bills. Aren't you glad my work is easier, Mother?
I am, but I'd like to know what it is.
Everything I'm doing for you and Johnny. And you can trust me, Mother. You know you can trust me.
I hope so, Irene. For your own sake, I hope so.
Say, Bob, have you seen Irene?
Well, not lately. Last time I saw her, she was dancing with Bowden.
Bowden? Why didn't you cut in?
Who, me? You forget yourself, my man. I'm Madame Lucy around here. I can't dance. Hey, what's the matter with Bowden anyway?
Oh, nothing much.
Afraid she'll fall for his money?
No, of course not. She's not that type.
Well, what's the matter? Or are you just a little bit jealous?
Jealous? You're crazy.
Yeah?
Don't you think we'd better be getting back, Mr. Bowden?
Not yet, please.
Oh, but they'll be missing us in there.
Well, what difference does it make? Stay here a while. I still haven't said what I wanted to say.
Oh.
Can you guess what it is?
No.
Irene, I'm not exactly a young man, and there's one happiness I've always thought was not for me. The happiness of loving some woman so completely that I'm only living when I'm with her or thinking of her. I thought that I had everything I wanted, but I find I haven't anything. Unless I can give it all to you. I love you, Irene.
You love me?
More than I could ever tell you.
I don't know what to say. I suppose every girl planned what she'd say when a man tells her he loves her, but I wasn't prepared for this.
Will you marry me, Irene?
I'm afraid I...
Please don't answer me now. I want you to think it over carefully. In the meantime, would you wear these, Irene? I'd like you to have them.
Pearl? Oh, I couldn't.
Oh, why not?
Oh, because I think I know what my answer will be.
But you weren't going to answer now. And even if it were no, I'd still like you to take these as a remembrance.
Oh, they're beautiful. But I can't accept them.
Will you at least put them on? Just for tonight.
Oh, may I do just that?
I want you to.
Thank you. I've never worn pearls before.
Never?
I mean, not as beautiful as these.
Irene, tell me one thing. Is there someone else?
Please.
Is there?
Yes, there is.
Are you going to marry him?
There are some things that are just too impossible even to dream about.
I don't understand you.
I'm sorry. Shall we go in now?
Well, good evening, Eleanor.
Oh, hello, Larry. I didn't think you were coming.
With all these beautiful girls around, why wouldn't I come? Oh, Sam, maybe you can help me, Eleanor. There's a girl here I'm sure I've seen somewhere. Let's see if I can find her. Oh, yes, there she is, in the white dress.
Yes, and the new string of pearls.
What do you mean?
Brand new. Just got them out in the balcony.
Ah, romance in the air.
Oh, she's very popular with the men, especially Donald.
Well, that ought to make you happy.
Oh, really?
It's funny I can't place her. Tell me, what's her name?
O'Dare. Irene O'Dare.
Irene O'Dare. Irene O... Oh, so that's who she is. I thought I recognized her.
Do you know her?
Know her? I guess I do.
Come on, young lady. I want to speak to you.
Can't we stay inside, Donald? Honest, I haven't been in there all night.
That's just what I wanted to speak to you about. Where have you been?
Oh, I don't know. Out here, walking in the garden. Every place but dancing, and that's what I want to do. Come on.
Now, wait a minute. What's the matter, Irene? You're acting so strangely.
Oh, it's nothing. I'm just excited tonight, I guess. So many people making me talk, and when I get excited, I speak terribly, like I used to, remember?
Yes.
And the funny part of it is they always ask me to talk some more like that. They like it. But there's one thing certain. They wouldn't like it if I wore the clothes that went with it. I wonder what they'd say if they found out who I really am.
They'll never find out now. You've made good, Irene.
Yes, so far. The problem is now how to go on making good. Getting harder and harder all the time.
What do you mean?
I don't know what I mean. You wouldn't understand. You see, you don't know me very well. I'm not the same with you as I am with other men. I can't pretend with you. You know what I was.
And I know what you are now.
Yes. I've been trying to figure out what you must be thinking of me. Masquerading.
Oh, so that's what it is.
Mm-hmm. Underneath all these clothes, I'm still just Irene O'Dare from 9th Avenue. But whenever I've thought of you, I've always wished I wasn't masquerading. I've always wished it was real.
You're real, Irene.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Oh, you are. To me. I'm in love with you, Irene.
Donald.
Didn't you know it?
You must be crazy.
I don't think so. I was always a normal baby.
Donald, be serious.
I am. More serious than I've ever been before. I love you, Irene.
Oh.
I love you.
You love me? Oh, gee, this is a dream. Can't be true. Oh, it's got to be a dream. But if I ever wake up now, heaven help me.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Cecil B. DeMille speaking to you from the stage of the Lux Radio Theater in Hollywood. The conclusion of Irene with Jeanette MacDonald will be heard shortly. Here in Hollywood, people are known by the things they do. The property man on a picture is known as props. The head electrician is the gaffer. His assistants are called juicers. And a stagehand is a grip. Perhaps you'll understand then why it was that I never knew the real name of a woman who worked on my pictures for 10 years. She's been in charge of as many as 2,000 players at once, yet she was known to me only as Wardrobe. She's wardrobe mistress of Warner Brothers Studio now. But not until I asked her to be our guest in the Lux Radio Theater did I know that her name was Mrs. Cora Lobb.
You know, I'm so used to being called Wardrobe that when someone asks for Cora Lobb, I often say, I'll see if she's here. I remember so well the time you were directing a scene for the Volga Boatman, Mr. DeMille, in which the gorgeous gowns worn by 50 girls were practically ruined and storm. Those gowns came back to the wardrobe wrinkled and caked with mud, but I don't believe you gave them a second thought.
No, I knew you'd take care of them.
Yes, we saved every one. You see, ladies and gentlemen, it's my job as wardrobe mistress to cut down the clothes budget by making costumes last as long as possible. Take the new Joan Blondell Dick Powell picture, Stage Struck. It's packed full of lovely clothes that are going to keep for ages because we know how to take care of them. We wash them with Lux, and that goes for gloves and stockings, too. Luxing makes gowns look like new, makes stockings wear longer. When gowns are damaged, we often have to make emergency repairs. We've even used adhesive tape, paste, and chewing gum. Once on location, a hole was burned in a star's gown. We couldn't fix the dress, so we fixed the girl. Where the dress was burned, I painted her skin to match with ordinary green house paint. Last week, Mr. DeMille, you had the famous artist James Montgomery Flagg as your guest. And this week, well, I paint the stars, too. Good night.
Good night, Wardrobe. We continue the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Irene, starring Jeanette MacDonald. Irene and Donald are still on the balcony. Only a few minutes have passed, but Irene has suddenly realized that her dream is over. She turns from Donald and stands wistfully gazing over the moonlit garden.
Irene, look at me. Is anything wrong?
No, nothing's wrong.
A moment ago, you were all smiles, and now... What's happened, Irene?
Donald, dear, I'm afraid I woke up.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. Oh, Donald, take me home.
Irene.
I want to go home, please.
Now, wait. I want to know what...
Donald,
Oh, yes, Eleanor.
I hope you don't mind my breaking in on you like this.
Of course. What is it, Eleanor?
I have a little news for you.
News?
Well, if you'll excuse me...
Oh, don't go, Miss Adair. I'd like you to hear this. It's about you.
Me?
Now, wait a minute, Eleanor.
No. You might as well know this, Donald, and right now. The charming Miss Adair, who's been enjoying such popularity around here, is an imposter.
Is that so? And where did you get your information?
Larry Bradley told me. He's here tonight, and he recognized her.
I see. Larry would let the cat out of the bag, wouldn't he?
You mean you knew she was a shop girl?
Of course.
Well, I think I'd better go, Donald.
Stay right where you are, Irene. I'll take care of this.
A shop girl. And you knew it all the time. Well, it's really amusing, Donald.
Is it?
But it's a wonder you wouldn't have a little more decency than to inflict her on your own friends.
Just what do you mean by that?
I mean that you're nothing but a money grubber. A cheap little gold digger.
What?
You don't you dare touch
Irene.
me.
You let me alone. I want to know what she's talking about.
Those pearls you're wearing will answer your question, Miss Adair. You didn't have them when you came. Where did you find them?
Why,
Now, let me see them. Where did you get these, Irene?
Why, Mr. Bowden...
Exactly. Mr. Bowden gave them to her.
Is that right?
Well, yes, but let me explain. He gave them to me to wear tonight. I was going to give them back.
Donald, what is this I hear about Miss Adair?
Is it true that you're a shop girl, Miss Adair?
Yes, it is.
Oh, Donald, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Mother, listen to me.
I will not listen. Miss Adair, I want you to leave this house at once. At once, do you hear?
Yes, Mrs. Marshall.
No. Mother, you've got to listen to me. It wasn't her fault. It was mine. The whole idea was mine, can't you see?
All I can see is that she's an imposter. She's here for one reason, to get money from my guests.
But that's not true. I won't have you think that.
It's all right, Donald. Let them think what they want. It may not be true I came here to get money, but I am an imposter. I'm out of my class. I don't belong here any more than you belong over on 9th Avenue. Here are your pearls, Mr. Bowden. Thanks for letting me wear them. Good night, Donald. It was fun while it lasted, but I guess it's all over now. I'll send the gowns back in the morning.
Irene.
Don't say any more, please. It's all been so swell up to now. Now I just want to remember the swell part. Good night, Donald.
Cash, Miss Will. Cash, please.
The 8th floor, madam. Going up. Step to the rear of the car, please. Going up.
So you want your job back, do you, Miss Adair?
I'd like to have it back, Mr. Sweeney.
Well, I don't know now. When a girl leaves for no good reason at all, we don't usually...
Oh, please.
Well, how do we know you won't walk out on us again?
Oh, I won't. I haven't any place to walk to. And I do need the job, Mr. Sweeney. I haven't got anything now.
And where did you go when you left us?
I was a model.
A model, eh? I believe I warned you once before about getting high ideas.
Yes, sir.
And I was right, wasn't I?
Yes, sir.
Well, I tell you what I'll do, Miss Adair. You can go back to your job if you want to.
Oh, thank you.
With the reduction in salary.
Oh.
Oh, that doesn't suit you, does it?
Oh, yes, sir. I was just thinking how I was going to get along on any less money than I was making.
That's up to you, Miss Adair. If you want to work, those are the conditions. Take it or leave it.
I'll take it, sir.
Oh, gee, my feet are killing me. How are yours? Yeah, Irene, I'm talking to you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jane. What'd you say?
Oh, nothing. What's the matter with you lately, anyway? Ever since you got back, you've been mooning around like a lost calf.
Yeah, I know. I get to thinking, and I kind of get lost.
Well, you better snap out of it. Old man Sweeney will be having me up on the carpet again. Say, you going to the rehearsal this afternoon?
The rehearsal?
Yeah, the Sales Girls Review. You've been getting along swell, only we need more singers.
Oh, I'm not much interested in singing right now.
Ah, come on. It'll do you good.
Oh, maybe. I'll think it over.
Cash, please. Cash, please, Miss Evans.
Well, it's most irregular, Mr. Marshall, most irregular.
I know that.
Just what is it you want to see her about?
It's personal.
Then why don't you try to reach her at home?
I did. She has no phone. Anyway, I want to see her now.
Well, if you want such a good customer, Mr. Marshall, I'd say no.
Thanks. Where is she?
Well, she's down in the social hall. The girls are giving a show next week, and Miss O'Dara's rehearsing.
Well, may I go down there and see her?
Well, I suppose so. I'll have someone show you the way.
Girls, you better sit down and rest a while now. Where's Miss O'Dare?
Here I am.
Oh, this is but for your zone.
Yeah, I know, but I wonder if you'd excuse me just for this afternoon. I don't feel so very good.
Come on, Miss O'Dare. You can do it. And the music for Miss O'Dare's number, Joe.
We build our castles in the air and bid the world go by. So half the time we're living here, we're dreaming in the sky. In dreams we'll go through the day, a shame there can't be more. If every girl could have her way, we'd dream the 24. There's a castle in a dream where we place our hopes and all our fancies, where the light of romance is, and sweethearts come a-wooing, and is your window cooing. Leave behind the worldly things, climb the stairway to the castle of
Gee, Irene, you were swell. Just listen to the girls.
Jane, excuse me, will you?
Hey, wait a minute. Are you crying?
No, of course not.
Well, it certainly looks like it.
Don't be silly.
Hello, Irene.
Oh,
I heard you sing. It was beautiful.
thanks, Jane, would you mind?
Me? No, I don't mind. See you closing time, Irene.
Well, Irene, you didn't say you were glad to see me.
I suppose you've come back to ask about the dresses. I know I didn't send them back yet, but I will. I was going to get some boxes from the store tonight.
I didn't come about the dresses. I came to see you.
Oh.
Why did you run away that night, Irene? I wanted to speak to you.
Well, I thought we said about everything there was to say.
I didn't. I didn't even get started. You should have heard me after you left.
Did you have an argument?
Oh, a swell one.
Gosh, I hope I didn't get you into any trouble.
No, I guess I got you into some, though.
Oh, that's all right. Well...
Irene, come here. Look at me.
What for?
That night on the balcony, remember what I said to you?
Sure. I remember. But I didn't take it seriously. You were just being nice to me.
No, I wasn't. I meant it, Irene. I still mean it. I love you, Irene.
Oh, would you mind saying that over again? No, I'll remember it, but don't tell me any more. I'm afraid to hear the last part of anything that has such a beautiful beginning.
Irene, will you marry me?
Marry you? When?
Tomorrow.
I'll be busy tomorrow.
Tonight, then.
Tonight.
Well, darling.
Oh, Donald, the store closes at 5.
And that's the end of the play. But tonight's Irene, Miss Jeanette MacDonald, will be with us again in a few moments. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we turn the spotlight of the Lux Radio Theater on the first great director of motion pictures, The man who changed motion pictures from a novelty to an art. He is the only director of his day who never used a megaphone. Pioneer and prophet, trailblazer and teacher, the greatest genius of his art, D.W. Griffith.
Say, DeMille, CB, you know that is awfully generous. But there was a reason why I seldom use megaphones. Now, let me explain. You know that during the war between the states, my father, he was a commander of the 1st Kentucky Cavalry. They say he could be heard yelling above the sounds of battle. They called him Roaring Jake Griffith. Well, I didn't inherit his brains, I'm sorry to say. But perhaps I got some of his loud voice.
Our battle of pictures was almost a war in itself.
Well, we were fighting each other, CB. But for the same cause. I think we did help establish the motion picture business, didn't we?
Yeah, you must have had some of Roaring Jake's strategy. I'll never forget your picture, The Battle of Elderberry Gulch. It was only a two-reeler, but it was one of the first pictures to bear the mark of genius.
Oh, thank you. Well, you met that attack easily enough at the first full-length one, the Squaw Man.
Then you got out the heavy artillery with The Birth of a Nation. That was the biggest gun of the whole war.
Oh, well to say. You know, I sort of remember a picture called The 10 Commandments that you made while we were throwing this stuff at each other.
Yes, but while we were matching each other star for star and reel for reel, something happened. In reaching out for new weapons, you created the fade-out and the close-up.
Yes, you know, people thought I'd gone crazy. I think they were about right, too. They said, what's the idea of showing people without bodies? What are they doing? Swimming? Then, just as I was filming people so the audience could get a good look at their faces, oh, we had so beautiful in those days, too, didn't we? Now, you came along with that Rembrandt lighting.
And the headache. We light the face as Rembrandt did in his paintings. Often one side of the face was in darkness. One of our executives called me up in a rage. If you're only going to show half the face, he said, people will only want to pay half the price. I told him, if you haven't got sense enough to know Rembrandt lighting when you see it, it's not my fault. Oh, he replied, is that what it is, Rembrandt lighting? Oh, they'll pay double for that. And they did.
Well, that's a good way to get the coin in. Said, you know, CB, there's one thing I'm getting a little tired of. You know, a lot of people are always congratulating me on some of your productions. Oh, that I don't care for it. Especially the King of Kings. You know, at first I'd answer and say, well, that's not my picture, that King of Kings. That's DeMille's. And finally I got tired of denying it, so I just said, now, yes. Oh, yes. Sure, that was a great picture. One of my best. You know, I worked like a dog on that King of Kings. So you've had some great productions on the screen, CB. I don't need to tell you that. And you're doing a fine job here with this radio theater. Say, what about that new picture of yours, The Plainsman? So many people still get us confused. I'll hope you'll make it good, or I'll be disgraced. Good night. Good night. Good luck.
Anytime they credit me with one of your pictures, D.W., I'm satisfied. Seldom have we received so many requests for a player as we have for Jeanette MacDonald. Among them was a petition from Detroit bearing nearly 1,000 signatures. So tonight's was really a command performance. If you've pictured our star only as a demure little girl in an Alice blue gown, I think you should meet her in person. She's one of Hollywood's liveliest wits, the prima donna with a sense of humor, Miss Jeanette MacDonald.
This is a little embarrassing, Mr. DeMille. I may be a little gayer than the American tragedy, but I'm not nearly as funny as Donald Duck.
You quack much better.
Ouch. It's very encouraging.
Perhaps one day we'll hear you at the Metropolitan.
Perhaps. That's just one of my unrealized ambitions. I also want to make a concert tour of the United States. And then, there's another ambition, but I'm afraid to confess what it is.
All right, I won't ask you.
All right, then I'll tell you. My other ambition is to dance just once in a picture.
Why, just once?
Well, because I think just once is possibly all the public will stand for.
If you dance as well as you sang tonight, you can dance in a DeMille production anytime.
Thanks. That's quite a concession if my memory serves me rightly.
Ouch.
But I do want you to know how much I enjoy your Lux Radio Theater. All of my friends in Hollywood think it's about the greatest show on the air. I never miss a performance, and rather wish I'd been home to hear it tonight.
Well, the people who are home, Jeanette, are waiting to hear you sing again. So I'm going to ask you to sing Would You? From your latest MGM picture, San Francisco. Mr. Silvers, please.
Thank you, Miss McDonald. This is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Miss Jeanette McDonald comes to us through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Louis Silvers from 20th Century Fox, and Mrs. Cora Lobb from Warner Brothers. And here is our producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Next week, the Lux Radio Theater presents Lionel Barrymore, the first stage actor to enter motion pictures. The eldest Barrymore's fame is founded on scores of superb portrayals, which have made him the outstanding character actor of the screen, a reputation he will more than sustain in our next production. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to listen to another great performance by Lionel Barrymore in the Lux Radio Theater next Monday night. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard on tonight's program were selections from I Read and Would You from the motion picture San Francisco. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Columbia brings you romance.
My name is Romance. I'm the dream you carry in the heart of your youth. I'm all the stories told down the ages in the name of love. I'm one with each of you, part of the lover in all of you. I am Romance. Tonight I bring you the story of Mrs. Moonlight, Sarah Moonlight, a strange and lovely lady who is portrayed for us tonight by the distinguished Broadway star, Miss Julie Hayden. Men don't often understand this, but sometimes a woman is afraid to grow old. She's afraid because someone has told her that she's lovely, and she begins to think, will he love me less as the years pass and I'm no longer young? Years ago, Tom Moonlight used to say that Mrs. Moonlight had the brightest eyes and the smallest waist and the most beautiful hair he'd ever seen. She loved to hear him say it because she loved Tom Moonlight. And because she loved him so, she was truly afraid to grow old. That's why she did the thing she did. And afterward, she wouldn't face it. Until one birthday, when she had to face it. Tom and her sister Edith were with her. Poor Edith. She had always been in love with Mr. Moonlight. But she'd brought Mrs. Moonlight a shawl for her birthday gift.
A shawl? Oh, how lovely.
You don't like it, do you? I was afraid you wouldn't.
Oh, I do like it, Edith. I think it's beautiful.
It is beautiful.
I can see a thing when it's plain before my nose. You don't like it, Sarah, because you think shawls are for old people.
Oh, Edith, that's not so.
Well, middle-aged people. But if you don't look middle-aged yourself, at least you're a mother and a married woman.
I should hope so.
And married to a middle-aged man.
I'm barely over 40.
44 is more than half of 80. And who knows that you won't die at 60.
Oh, Tom.
And just tell me this. Did Sarah look a day younger at 21 or 20 or 19 than she does today?
Well, no. But is that a crime?
I didn't say so.
Do you think so?
It's hardly my business.
Do you think so, Edith?
No, I don't think it's a crime. It's just bad taste.
Is it my fault if I don't seem to change much?
Whose fault would it be if not yours?
Oh, Edith, I can't help how I look. Dressing older doesn't seem to help. If there were a reason that I couldn't help, it wouldn't be bad taste then, would it?
It's just so odd, that's all. Isn't that a new dress, Sarah?
Yes, Tom gave it to me this morning. Isn't it lovely? Pink's always been my favorite color. Mr. Moonlight picked it all by himself.
It's not too bad. It's really not too bad at all. Sometimes I amaze myself.
It is pretty. What jewelry will you wear?
What shall I wear, Tom? My crystals?
We'd want something with a touch of blue.
Blue? I don't think I have anything blue.
Yes, you have, my dear. The, what do you call it? You know, you haven't worn it for years. The dreard.
No.
Why, darling.
No.
What in the world is the dreard?
Oh, it's a necklace made of turquoise. It's very pretty and very, very old. And it belonged to Minnie. It was in the family for centuries, and she gave it to me for a wedding present.
Why not wear that?
No.
But, darling, it's just the right color. It would look wonderful.
I'm sorry, Tom. I don't care for the dreard. I don't think it looks very well on me.
But you used to like it when we
But
were first married.
I don't like it now. Yes?
The baby is crying. Isn't anybody going up to see her before church?
I'd like to go up and see Baby Jane for a moment. May I, Sarah?
Of course.
Come along, then. Come along.
Tom. You should be very nice to Edith.
Well, I am, aren't I?
Yes.
Why?
You see, she's in love with you.
Rubbish.
It's true.
I don't believe it.
Then you're very unobservant.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. Perhaps she does like me and respect me. But I don't think any more than most women.
Then perhaps they're all in love with you, Mr. Moonlight. Except me.
You? Why, you adore me.
I don't.
Mrs. Moonlight, you worship me.
Mr. Moonlight, I don't.
Then just why did you marry me?
Pity, Mr. Moonlight.
Self-pity, madam, is a disgusting trait.
Is that so? Well, then, I guess I'll just have to confess. It was my name. Any girl with the name of Sarah Jones would make enormous sacrifices to be called Sarah Moonlight.
Sarah Moonlight. There's something I've been meaning to tell you.
Yes, Mr. Moonlight?
You've made me very happy. Funny. I probably told you I loved you far more times when I was 25. And yet I love you much more now. I wouldn't have believed that was possible.
Oh, Tom. Tom.
Well, don't cry about it.
It's only that I love you so much, and I'm afraid.
Afraid?
That
of what?
It might end.
Not a chance. You aren't going to get away from Baby Jane and me. You're ours legally, you know. We can take it right into court if necessary. Oh, Sarah, the best years are still ahead of us. The years when we'll grow old together.
Tom, suppose someone should be born who never did grow any older. I mean, after a certain age. At least who never looked any older. What would happen?
She'd probably make a fortune in a freak show.
Tom, be serious. What do you think would happen? What would you think of a person like that?
Me? I've told you. I'd think she was a freak.
Oh, she would be very lonely, wouldn't she? No man would love a freak.
No decent, normal man. Mrs. Moonlight, you look older in time.
You want me to look older?
Why, of course. There's quite enough that's miraculous about my wife without perennial youth.
It sounds silly when I talk to you about it, but not when I'm alone. It's like a nightmare that's always there. You see, it's growing stronger, not weaker. I don't know what's going to happen.
Silly Mrs. Moonlight.
Tom, whatever happens, you'll always believe that I loved you, won't you?
Nothing's going to happen. In the morning, you'll look 35 and hate it.
Your baby wants to see you before you go to church, Mr. Moonlight.
All right. Be back in a moment, dear.
Minnie, I don't know what will become of me. I'm never going to look any older.
Nonsense.
It's true, I know it. I suppose I've really known it for some time. It was your necklace, Minnie.
Oh, that old piece of trash.
Remember the legend? One wish to every owner.
Why will you upset yourself over that fally deedle?
I wished, Minnie. It was just before Jane was born, and I used to wear your necklace always. I was afraid that when Jane was born, I might not look so pretty, and Tom might love me less. So I wished and wished that I might never look any older. I wished and wished. Now it's happened. And I'm a kind of freak.
Oh, do not torment yourself. It's not true. And if it is, think how lucky you are to be your own pretty self always.
Minnie, if ever you should get a letter from me, ever, do you hear?
Oh, no.
Everything in it you must treat as sacred. Not a soul must see it but you.
And what would be in it?
I don't know just now. I'd like to feel that I could write to someone.
It's time to start for church, Sarah.
I don't think I'll go this morning, Tom. I have a headache.
A headache, did you say? You were up too late last night, Sarah.
Maybe I should stay home, too. Keep you company.
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Moonlight. Never let it be said of me that any headache of mine stood between you and your slender chances of salvation.
That's a trifle flippant, Sarah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Edith. Goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Moonlight. May I kiss you goodbye?
I'm only going to church, my dear. It's only an hour.
It seems longer. Goodbye, Mr. Moonlight. Goodbye.
It was 17 years. 17 years before Sarah Moonlight, young as ever, saw Tom Moonlight again. When they came back from church that day, she was gone. She left a note that said she was going to kill herself and it would be no use to hunt for her. But she went to Italy and France and Austria and other places. And then, after 17 years, she found a way to come back for a visit. By that time, Tom and Edith were married, and Jane was grown up enough to receive suitors. Mrs. Moonlight pretended she was a cousin of Jane's own age. She stayed 3 weeks. A sad, wonderful, beautiful, heartbreaking 3 weeks. On the last day, she had a chat with Minnie.
You've packed everything, Minnie?
Of course I have. Doesn't your train go at 3:20?
Yes, I'm afraid of this.
You
afraid of this? I'm afraid of this.
You will come again?
After another 20 years?
Stuff and nonsense. Long before.
Oh, no, Minnie. What's the use?
To see us all.
To see you all growing old without me. To feel left behind.
There is no leaving behind. You are older in yourself, too.
Yes, in myself. That's one of my little troubles.
And who is this new music master you're off to meet in Paris?
A man who's going to arrange some concerts for me.
You shouldn't have to work.
It keeps me busy.
Why ever did you go? Why did you?
I told you in my letter. I wanted to hide so that no one would suffer through me. All right, it was madness, hysteria, panic, but look at me. Look at me now. Do I look as old as my own daughter?
No. Have you friends?
I have cousins. They all know about me, and they're very kind. It was Maud's idea to write to Tom and Edith and say I was her daughter Joy and ask them to let me visit. I've missed you, Minnie. I wish you could come with me.
No, my place is here. That Tom Moonlight would be in a pretty way without me.
That Tom Moonlight.
Oh, here you are, Joy. I've been looking everywhere for you.
I haven't been far.
I'd like to speak to you a moment privately before you go. Will you leave us, please, Minnie, dear?
I suppose I will.
What is it, Jane?
Well, it's about Willie Ragg. I want you to help me, Joy. We want to get married, and Father doesn't think he's the right person for me. So I thought if you were to speak to him, it's obvious that he's mad about you.
Oh, Jane.
Well, it's true. He talks about you all the time. He says you remind him of my mother. And that's about the nicest compliment my father could pay any woman.
I'm sure I thank him very much for it.
So would you please tell him before you go what you think of Willie?
Are you sure you'd like me to?
Oh, very sure.
But, Jane, my dear, you see, what I think of Willie is really very much what Uncle Tom thinks of Willie.
Joy.
I'm so sorry, my dear. You want me to tell the truth, don't you?
Yes, but I thought you'd understand. Can't you see what Willie really is?
I'm afraid I can, my dear. I've been worried that you wouldn't. Now, Percy Middling.
Percy Middling? He's impossible. He's a drip of the first water.
Percy has some very solid qualities. He'd make a good husband.
Yes, but not for me. I'm sorry I bothered you, Joy.
Oh.
I thought you'd be on my side.
My dear, I am.
That's what Edith always says. But middle-aged people have forgotten what it's like to be in love.
Not always, Jane. I haven't forgotten.
No, you're not old enough to have forgotten yet. One of these days you'll be falling in love, too, though, and then you'll know how I feel.
I've disappointed you. I'm sorry.
Oh, skip it. It's all right. I just thought you'd understand.
May I come in, ladies?
Oh, Willie, of course. I'm so glad you're here.
My nice little Jane.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ragg. You're only just in time to see me. I'm off in half an hour, you know.
What a shame. I've come to regard you, Miss Joy, during the last 3 weeks as an essential corner of a very happy triangle.
Why, yes. In fact, I don't know what our engagement would have been without you.
3 is not usually regarded as the ideal number for an engagement. But I shall miss you both. I feel very sorry for myself in Paris.
I'd love to go to Paris.
It's a lonely city.
Miss Jane, your father wants you in the library right away. That Percy Middling is with him.
All right, Minnie. Excuse me.
Well, may I sit beside you?
Why not, Mr. Ragg?
Until you call me Willie, I'm going to feel very ill at ease with you. Unless you're afraid to.
I'm never afraid. Willie?
Then, in that case...
Oh. Why did you kiss me?
You'll never make me say I'm sorry.
What a shame that I'm leaving today.
You're not going to get away from me now. I'll follow you.
To Paris? Paris is a very big place.
Where will you be?
I don't promise to see you if you come.
The address, tell me.
84 Rue d'Alger.
84 Rue d'Alger. Now, I won't be able to come before...
Percy's come to say goodbye to Joy.
That's right. Shake hands with the lady, Percy.
I was going to.
It was kind of you to come.
Not at all. It's been a great pleasure having you here.
I wish you could stay a bit. We're going to have lots of excitement. A ball, a horse show.
Well, that reminds me, Jane. I'm terribly sorry and so on, but I'm going out of town for a few days. I won't be able to take you and your mother to the horse show after all.
Oh, Willie.
I can't get out of it. You see, it's business.
But you haven't any business.
Isn't it a coincidence that Mr. Ragg has to go to Paris, too?
Paris? Willie? For business?
Why, yes, dear. After all, people do business in Paris.
I see.
Now then, what would you like me to bring you back as a surprise?
Nothing, Willie. I don't think I like surprises.
Well, we'll see. Goodbye, Percy.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Jane. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Jane, come and sit here by me.
No. Percy, will you do something for me?
Of course I will, Jane.
You know where Willie lives.
Yes.
Then will you take him this ring, please?
Of course. I'll be only too glad, but...
Percy, do you still want to marry me?
Of course I do, Jane. Very much, but...
Then you may ask Willie to congratulate you.
Jane, I don't understand.
Never mind. Don't try to understand now. Just go and do what I ask.
But, Jane...
Will you please go?
Yes. Yes, of course, dear.
There, my darling. Don't you care. Don't you care. He's not worth it.
Don't touch me. How dare you? He isn't worth it, is he? But you wanted him, didn't you?
Oh, Jane.
Don't talk to me. I hate you. Do you hear? I hate you.
Jane, dear. What on earth are you saying?
Yes, surely that's no way to talk to your cousin.
Why did she have to come here?
Cousin?
Why did she have to come here and ruin my life?
What are you talking about?
I've just broken my engagement, and I'm going to marry Percy. Now are you all satisfied? She wanted Willie, and she's got him. I shall be unhappy all my life.
Now, darling, come along. You're going to lie down and have a nice rest. Come along with me now. Come along.
Are you disgusted with me, Uncle Tom?
My child, I don't even know the facts.
Jane told you fairly. I've stolen her young man. He was coming to Paris to see me.
I never would have thought it of you.
I did it so she'd give him up. I didn't want him. I'd rather have Jane's love than his.
Then why did you do it?
You were against the marriage?
Yes, certainly I was. I thought they would never be happy.
So did I.
But really, my dear, I'm her father.
Yes, you're her father. I made up the address I gave him.
Why should you, a distant cousin, go to all this elaborate trouble for us?
Don't ask me any more questions, please.
Very well, my dear.
When Jane's over this, will you tell her what I've told you?
Of course I will.
Tell me, are you very happy, Mr. Moonlight.
Strange. You said my name just the way Mrs. Moonlight used to say it.
You must have loved her very much.
Mrs. Moonlight was the beginning and the end of all love for me.
What was she like?
Very much like you. Very lovely.
And you've never forgotten her?
No. There's some things you never forget. There's some things that only come once.
Mr. Moonlight, may I kiss you goodbye?
Of course, my dear.
Goodbye, Mr. Moonlight. Goodbye.
Mrs. Moonlight, wait. Mrs. Moonlight.
17 years between the first parting and the first meeting. 30 years before the second meeting. Mrs. Moonlight hadn't meant ever to see them again, but she went back to London and somehow she couldn't stay away from the house. By now, Jane and Percy had a son, Peter Middling, who was always going in and out, and Mrs. Moonlight liked to stand outside and watch him. He was tall and handsome, much as Mr. Moonlight had been so long ago. And one day, she couldn't help herself. She went into the house, and Jane and she stood face to face once more.
I'm sorry to intrude on you like this.
Come over and sit by the fire. You must be cold.
Thank you. Are you Peter's mother?
Yes, I am. How did you know?
I just know somehow. Is that why you're staring at me so?
No. It's just that you remind me of someone I knew long ago. My cousin Joy. But of course it's only a resemblance. You couldn't be.
Of course. Where's your father?
He's upstairs.
May I see him?
No, I'm afraid not. You see, he's very old. He'd be asleep now. We have to take great care of him.
Is he well?
He's very feeble. The doctor isn't very pleased with him. His memory's gone. He really doesn't recognize people. He hasn't recognized any of us for months.
Poor Mr. Moonlight.
Is there anyone in here? It's very dark. It's dark?
Oh, Father, you shouldn't have come down.
Hush. Let me speak to him, please. Mr. Moonlight.
Oh, Mrs. Moonlight. I've been asleep. I've had a good nap.
Yes, dear. I know.
Has Edith gone?
Edith? Yes, dear. She's gone.
Good. I'm worried about Edith. Worried about what you told me this morning. Oh, here, my dear, sit down beside me. I've been thinking it over, and I believe you're right. Edith is in love with me.
Of course she is, darling. We all are.
Including you, huh? This morning you had a very different story. Then it was except you.
Was it, Mr. Moonlight? Perhaps I've grown older since then.
Have you indeed? Well, I'll tell you a secret. I never believed you. You love me very much indeed.
Clever, Mr. Moonlight.
Am I right?
Of course you're right, my darling.
Hi, Mom. Hello, Grandfather. Say, who's the lady?
Why, this is my wife, young man. Who do you think it is?
Your wife? But, Grandpa, why should you think it's your wife?
Heavens, oughtn't I to know my own wife? Who are you, anyway?
I'm Peter, sir, your grandson.
Grandson? Huh. I don't know you, sir, and I don't much want to.
But I think your wife's very pretty, Grandpa.
Do you, Mr. Peter? And she is, too. That's what they all say. And what's more, she doesn't alter. Do you know that? She doesn't alter. Doesn't alter. Now, what's that bit about altering? She's worried about that.
There's something about altering. I don't like that a bit. I've forgotten.
What's your wife's name, Grandpa?
She's called Sarah. Sarah Jones before she met me. I'll tell you something if you want to know. She used to say that's why she married me. Couldn't stand Sarah Jones at any price. Do you know, Mrs. Moonlight, I'm a very lucky man. And a very happy man.
So am I, Mr. Moonlight.
I think I shall go up to bed. I'm feeling tired and sleepy. Minnie was turning it down when I came down to see you. Are you coming up now?
No, dear. Not just yet. But I won't wake you.
Good night, Mrs. Moonlight.
Good night, Mr. Moonlight.
Why is she staying up there so long? And what's she doing here anyhow?
I don't know. She just seems to belong here, as if she knew us all. I wonder if I should go up. Minnie said he was asking to see her and no one else. I do hope nothing's wrong. Minnie, what is it?
Here. Sit down. Here, Mrs. Moonlight.
Minnie?
She's dead, Miss Jane.
Oh, Minnie.
She was with him. He was in her arms.
Oh, how sad.
It's all right. I'm all right. Quite all right. I'm not unhappy. It was really very, very beautiful. It would be wicked to be unhappy. I'm only very tired. I wonder why I'm so tired. He just said to me, I love you, Mrs. Moonlight, very, very dearly. He just said that. And he looked happy, too. Jane. Where's Jane?
Here I am.
Where's your hand?
Here.
I'm so pleased with you, Jane. And I've always liked your nice Percy middling. You've done well together, haven't you? A nice boy and a nice home. I love you, Mrs. Moonlight, very, very dearly. Peter, are you listening?
Of course I am. What is it?
Peter, I want you always to be a very good boy. You are now, aren't you?
I don't know.
I know. You're a good boy. Any grandmother would be glad of you. You're the image of Mr. Moonlight. You'll make some girl very happy. Oh, I'm so tired. I love you, Mrs. Moonlight. Very, very dearly. Oh, Jane. Do I look happy?
Very happy, dear. Are you?
So happy. But it's funny to be so tired. Why, hello, Mr. Moonlight. You know all about me now, don't you? It doesn't have to be a secret anymore. Now, Lord, lettest thou thy servant depart in peace. For mine eyes have seen the glory of... May I take your arm, Mr. Moonlight?
The curtain has fallen on Mrs. Moonlight, but though the play is over, I do not leave you. I linger in your memory to return next week to quicken your hearts with another great love story. The play that shall speak for me then is Wild Oranges, a tale of romance and adventure by one of the great storytellers of our generation, Joseph Hergesheimer. Till then, till curtain time next week, I wish you love and happiness. My name is Romance.
This is Ripley's Believe It or Not.
Colonel Peter Jefferson, who was the father of President Thomas Jefferson, could simultaneously upend 2 hogsheads of tobacco, each weighing 1,000 pounds. Believe it or not. In a moment, I'll tell you about one of the strangest robberies in all history. In Lucerne, Switzerland, a grave robber in the mausoleum of General Ludwig Pfeiffer's wife got the scare of his lifetime. The general's wife, who had been interred in the mausoleum the night before, suddenly sat up in her coffin and screamed at him. The lady was still very much alive. Madame Pfeiffer, clad only in a shroud, walked all the way home and lived another 20 years. But she never smiled again. Believe it or not.
And now here's something of interest to everybody. For breathless moments, for your breathless moments,
Chew Dentine, the gum with breathtaking flavor.
Dentine tastes so good.
Dentine freshens your breath.
Dentine helps keep your teeth sparkling clean and white.
Dentine, the gum with breathtaking flavor.
Before you go out, and always after eating, drinking, smoking, refresh your breath with Dentine. You'll love Dentine chewing gum, for Dentine has a wonderful, tingling, nippy flavor that lingers on and on. It's delicious. And remember, Dentine helps keep your teeth white, too. Keep Dentine handy. You'll enjoy refreshing your breath when you chew Dentine. So, for breathless moments, for your breathless moments,
Chew Dentine, the gum with breathtaking flavor.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.